Big cheers to everybody. It's Thursday night, and we're back. We won the most important duel of the week last week. We actually beat Influenza A. It was a fucking savage battle. It was 5-4. Not gonna lie, it was a close one. It was very close. But we got there. We lived through it. We still have a voice. And most importantly, we didn't die. Thought I actually might there for a minute, but holy shit! Did anyone get to check out this card, man? This thing is absolutely insane. Let's pop over and check out what we're looking at. By the way, just want to say, oh yeah, this is just a little bit of rankings here, which may be important in just a moment. Just want to say, hey, what's up? How's it going, Joby, Brody, Futter, Toe Shank, Laser? What's going on, dudes? So happy you're early, kicking some ass. I also want to give a special shout out. We weren't live last week, as like I said, we were fighting Influenza A, which was pretty rough. But even in light of that, we had some people that re-upped on their memberships even while we weren't live. And dude, big shout out to you guys. You keep the spaceship that we were just in, you keep it flying around Sanctuary 7 times the speed of light, unstoppable. So we're gonna give a special shout out to those guys. There's a lot of them. Dumpera, Luckbud, Hansy, Mark Miller, Taylor Greer, Jeremy Beatty at God tier for 14 months. XB Dog, Brady Pope, N7 Reaper at S tier for 14. Klepto X, Dong, my dude, what's up? Big shout out to you at Legend tier for 9 months. Farley, Pure Vicious, Timothy Buckley, Dragon 7, Andrew Ham, Eddie Allen, Michael Olson, Antoine De Lima, FWF FR2. That name means something. It's deep. By the way, Toshank.
I saw a match on Necro ORHAMMERDIN.
Bro, I've got one just for you, Toshank. Bro, thank you so much, by the way, for that $25 Canadian. And as you guys might have seen the conversion over there, but like 18 cents American, I believe. American dollar strong. All right, just kidding, man. That's a lot. Bro, thank you so much. I might have one for you. Believe it or not, I've put myself against a Necro here today. Let me show you what that looks like, because I need some practice. Okay, I need to get good. And I need to go up against the best of the best. So if you want to go on Necro, I got a versus Paladin matchup, and that matchup is me. But I'm going to tell you what, I'm pulling out all the fucking stops. All right, I'm going to try to fucking bury you, because I need to be ready for Llama. This guy has got a big grudge match ready to go for DFC 100 next week, which will be on the main channel. Watch out for that. We need to get amped up. We need some excitement. We need some aggression. We need some quick thinking. And bro, I'm so happy you asked about that. If you want to jump on a Necro, good. That's what I want. I want to get beat down into the dirt, and then I want to talk with you after so that you can tell me exactly what I need to do. And that had better not include doing the 3-piece combo. That's something that I'm just never going to be able to do it. I've accepted it. Someone once said, Coolie, you use poison charms because you have a deep lack of skill. That person was on to something. All right? They were on to something, and in a feat of self-critical honesty, I accept it as true. But regardless, you best be ready for the fucking poison charms, because I'm telling you, they're just about as good. They're just about as good as the 3-piece combo. So that's all I'm saying. Best be ready for it. But yeah, this is a great card, man. And just to finish out with the shout outs, just want to say big thank you to Upshaw, Naray, Salty and Sunshine, M. Thompson, Sean Z, Neil Rebello, Promo Quinn, M. Cohen, Dor Steiner, Kicker. You guys, again, thank you all so much. Zizor, Kyle, Shelby, Primo, 12 months at S tier, Tommy Fred's Trains, all of you guys. Jesse Bishop, HP, Xander Optic, Christopher Johnson, Jesse Dixon. So many supporters for the last couple of weeks. We weren't even live, man. You guys keeping it real. Keeping the spaceship flying. I can't even believe it, man. That shit means a lot. That's huge, man. Without that, we wouldn't fly. We wouldn't fly. In Search of Justice POV? Yeah, dude, what we can do is when we actually jam this, what we'll do is I'll have mine going, and if Jess shares in the Discord, what we can do is actually set it up so that we can swap back and forth. It'll be another command that I'll do while I'm dueling. So I just want you guys to remember that while we're dueling, I'll be swapping back and forth with the perspectives. It's just, you know, it's an added tax that I have to make it watchable, viewable as I'm kicking ass. All right. So if I lose a round, just know that it's probably because of that. All right. Not because of skill, not because of poison charms. It's just because of the trying to make it watchable. Trying to make it watchable for your viewing pleasure and experience. It's what we do. By the way, what's up, Max? Also, my dude, JLK at S tier for 3 months. My dude, what? Big cheers to you, man. Thank you so much. Bro, that's awesome. Really, really appreciate it. That's the shit we're talking about, man. Keeps that spaceship flying. Bro, much appreciated. Look at this card, though, man. Holy shit. We're about to have even more fights. You know what? We gotta add this one in. This one's official now. This one's official. We might actually just have to get this going right out the gate and keep this action flying, because look at how many fucking fights are on this card, dude. I'm so fired up about it. So this is going to be Coolie versus Toe Shank. It's going to be Din v Neck, which makes, I believe that's 2 Din v Neck matchups I have on the card tonight. Hold up. I don't see Toe Shank registered, but I'm going to try to write him in. We're gonna try to write him in. Toe Shank. Toe Shank. There we go. Bam. Official. Official right here. Added just now. Din v Neck. 20 fights on the card. This is actually, I believe, the biggest card ever in DFC history. Boys, they keep getting bigger. They keep getting bigger. And much like last time when we had a big card, I'm really hoping to just slam this out. Keep the action going back to back. That's what we're hoping. So if you're in the DFC, if you're on this card right here, make sure that as soon as you're ready with your opponent, if you need help reaching out to them, just tag myself or preferably one of the mods. They can, just tag the @moderator in Discord in the DFC chat. Somebody will be able to help you connect with your opponent. Once you get connected with your opponent, you're in game. Just pop into the join the stream channel, share your screen. That lets me know you're ready to go, ready to duel with your opponent. And with any luck, we can keep this shit going, sailing non-stop for this event. We have an undeniable matchup at the top, man. Dio has lived long enough at the top without having to challenge the ultimate contender to the crown in Muchez. Look at this guy. This guy has been #1 contender for a very, very long time. And I'm telling you, he's on what I am considering the most overpowered class that might be a sleeper in the DFC right now. That's Muchez. It's overpowered if you know how to play it. Muchez is one of those players. He's like Vampire, like Vamp the Champ. When you get a good pilot on any given class, man, they can make it look broken. They can make it look unfair, and given enough time, they can probably institute a couple of rule changes because of it. But it takes players like that to show how strong, how powerful things are. And Muchez is certainly that player. He's going to get a chance to go up against Dio tonight. We're going to see Dio on a brand new class. He's running Necro. This guy just leveled this up. He thinks he has the best chance against Muchez on this class. And we're going to find out. He technically can do it, but he's going to have to be quick. He's going to have to watch out for that impale. He's not an IAS-based character. He can still get impaled, so he's going to want to be careful with the stomps. Does he have what it takes to take on Muchez on what is likely a new class for Dio over here? It's going to be an uphill battle, I would think, but we might be surprised. You never know. Going to be a very interesting one. I've also linked the card in the description of this video right here, so feel free to check it out. But you might also see, I've got a Din v Neck matchup here against Tortada, and we also just threw this one in here against Toe Shank. Feel like if we get this one in against Toe Shank, we're going to be ready for anything, including Llama next week. Also, a lot of bangers here on the card. Doombringer versus Foozer, man. This one's funny. Yeah. They called this a little bit of a troll. I think it was, but we're going to have this in the Valley of the Snakes. The Cold Sorceress is sort of becoming much like the Bone Necro in the sense that a lot of times if you have these matchups or you know that they're going to go long, and Cold Sorceress matchups just typically always go long, we put them in a different, typically smaller arena. The Bloodmoor is just too big. It's too big for these long drawn out matches because a good portion of the duel is spent looking for your opponent, right? And we're trying to cut out as much of that as possible. It's still big enough, but it's predictable. You kind of know where they are. You kind of know what traps you're going to be looking out for on both sides. Should be a good one. Then we've got Gertie versus NYC Maxim. That should actually be a fun one. Dio hasn't really played Next since 10 years ago. Let's see if he practiced enough. He's been practicing on it all week, dude. That's sick. Who's just made his first hybrid sin, but should be fun. Interesting. Yeah, he's got it. He's got the arena for it. I think this is a good arena for a Cold Sorceress, especially if you're on a hybrid sin. We have seen players like Riz with the severe, savage, aggressive whirlwind be able to take out Doombringer. We've seen that in the past. So if that's something that Foozer can do, you know, and push that pressure when he needs to, he could get there. Now, is he going to know the trick? Does he know the trick to put on 2 Ravenfrosts? Go the 2 Ravenfrost approach, especially if you're going to get in there and whirl. I know it's going to cut down your cast rate a little bit, but trust me, you're never keeping up with the Sorceress anyway. You'd rather just survive when you have to get in there on the inside. Cut them open, cut them and gut them. That's what we got to do. Bro, I hope so, Brody, but there's no guarantee. It's whoever signs up. We're actually going to put up the signups soon, sooner than usual, probably either tonight or tomorrow. For DFC 100. So if you want to be a part of that, if you know somebody who you want to see in it, make sure to reach out to them. Let them know. Share the link with them. Tell them sign up. We actually have some pretty big surprise names. We got Mr. Llama on the card. We got Barricade coming in, throwing hands in DFC 100. We've got the top din, people's top din in the DFC. Coolie will be there. It's going to be a great night. Going to be a great night filled with legends, absolute legends, and Barricade and Llama. Yeah. So it'll be great. It'll be a fun night. No, in all seriousness, no, it'd be cool, man. I would love to see CJ there. I hope he makes his way in. That would be dope. But yeah, that being said, let me get over in game here. I'm gonna need to get a game set up because me and Jess probably about to throw down here real soon. I shall attend that. Jess, I see you, bro. That's sick. Holy shit, bro. All right, I'm gonna send you the game name and password here too, Jess. Hold on, let me make sure I've got a good map. Let's make sure. Yeah, this is bridge map and everything. This should be good. Holy shit.
Can't wait for DFC 100. I shall attend that one.
Hell yeah, brother. Look, this is a special occasion right here. Let's cut over for a special cheers to Jess, huh? If y'all are sipping on anything, make sure to grab it. Holy shit, that's about what's about to go down right now. Just some absolute slaying. Jess, holy hell, man. Super generous. Thank you so much for that, brother. Can't wait for DFC 100 either, man. It's gonna be fun. It's so nostalgic. We put out a cold open on the Coolie Live channel. It was pretty. It was so fun going back through. It was time consuming, but very fun going back through so many episodes and checking for clips. I feel like there was so many that I wanted to include, but we are literally talking about weeks of footage to plow through for all that, and it was impossible to get it all in like a 3-minute clip for an intro. But man, it was like a trip down memory lane, and I'm like, this is gonna be a good event. So happy that you'll be there, brother. I think that'll be exciting. We'll try to get you a really good match. Because I think that's something that the people will want to see. But meantime, big cheers to you, man. Thank you so much for that generosity, Toshank. Appreciate that. Let's all tip one back to this guy, man. Without him, we don't have this fucking spaceship. All right? Just so you know, I just want to put it in perspective. Be real with you guys. Right? That's what it takes. Big cheers to you, brother. All right. Hold on. I forgot my password. All right, there we go. I'll send it to Jess. Toe shank. All right, so hopefully this will be good. I'm gonna get set up. I'm gonna lock the cursor in here. We're not fucking around anymore. We're gonna try to go MVP. I think we're all set up for it too. Yeah, this is perfect. This is exactly what we want. It looks like I was practicing this earlier this week or something. This is like the exact setup I want. This is what we've got. We've got 451 poison charms. I'm actually going to check and see if Jess is sharing his screen too. I'll keep an eye on that so that we can swap over. Then we've got our charms. We've got 125 cast, I believe, with this setup. 135 even. So we can get real creative. We can get real creative. So this will be good. We just got to clear this more. We found a Vex rune while clearing the moor last time. We still have that in the cube. Maybe we'll get lucky this time too. You never know. We also got to go no pickup like a pro dueler. Did I ever show you my new Necro worth like 280 forum gold? No. Shit, bro. I also got some new Necro toys, not gonna lie. It's, I was dueling with Bushy. And not a lot of people know about this guy because he hasn't showed up in the DFC consistently yet. I think he was many, many moons ago. Oh, yeah. I'm not sure what I said. Yeah, I read 280K there. I might not have said it. But yeah, I totally get when you send me a number like that. I assume that Necro is worth over 250,000 forum gold for goddamn sure. But yeah, I also got a few new toys from Bushy. He has upgraded. I think we saw some of his gear on stream recently, and dude, his Necro gear is savage. And this guy's a good IRL bud of mine, dude. And he just was like, yo man, I got all of this shit that I'm not using anymore, and let's do it. Here, you can have this. You're now gonna have a decent Necro. All right, when we practice NVD, you're gonna be dueling with a decent Necro. And holy shit, I definitely am now. All right, we got to kill this quill rat. I don't want Jess to get killed by a quill rat, you know, mid-duel. Doesn't happen to pro duelers like myself, but, you know, it's never happened. Never happened to me, actually. Never. Technically, yeah. He says, am I allowed to use Sea Moon? Oak plus Necro? Yep, technically, yeah. Yeah, he's allowed to use it. I'll allow it. I'll allow it. Get the Apple Vision Pro, Coolie. Is that good? What if I don't have any other Apple products because I don't believe in them? Mainly because I never really wanted to switch to a Mac. And then I extended that to all Apple products. There it is. Yeah, I see him streaming. Let's make it a reality. I'm gonna pop this out. I'm gonna make this visible for both of our perspectives here. Let me see if I can do this right. There we go. And then I believe the hotkey is this to swap over. There it is, man. We're now looking at Toe Shank's point of view as well. All right, we're gonna give him plenty of mana so that you know, he doesn't run out. We don't want him running out. That would be bad. He's got to be on the up and up. You might hear two audios going on here too. Just let me know if that's distracting, too loud, too bad, horrible, or if it's good. All right, we're gonna see what it takes here. All right, here we go. Oh my god, I got stuck on that golem. Dude's a savage, man. He ain't even giving me no space. He ain't giving me no space to use these poison arrows, bro. Oh, man, that must have hurt. But, man, Jess is looking... No, Jess is looking good. Jess is looking prime. Oh, man. All right. Wow, there it is. There it is. GG. This is the practice we need right here. No space, no time to pull out these poison arrows. That's exactly how we want this to feel. But it's time to start kicking some ass. It's time to turn this around. Yeah, Jess is absolutely insane. This guy's a savage. So much aggression, and that's how to do it, man. He's really going all in on that spear too, and that's the hardest thing for a Din to deal with right there. All right, let's do this right. God damn, dude. So quick. I don't even think he got hit. He didn't even get hit. Wow. I feel like I have no answers. All right, so this is what I'm going to do. We're going to pull out the lates a little bit. We're gonna have to. We got a little bit of lates in to do. We're gonna need to re-up on the arrows. We're gonna have to lull him to sleep. I apologize for how infinitely gay that must have to be right off the bat. But trust me, we're setting it up for the long run. We're setting it up for the long run. Okay, we're gonna get there. It's just, you have to... Hold on. We're gonna need these. Alright, bro. If no one else is dueling, I'm down. Alright. Here we go. I think these make me play better. I can't even late him. He's too aggressive, dude. He's too aggressive. He's too aggressive. There's no room to lates. These don't make me play any fucking better. God damn it. Playing even worse. All right, what do I do? Like, this is the type of practice I need because I feel like I have no outs. I feel like there's nothing I can actually do. Walk more? I can't. The spears are faster than the hammers.
What can I do for you?
So theoretically, yeah, like, what am I gonna do? Walk and get speared? That doesn't make any sense. Combo him. God damn it. God damn it. Stomp him more? Can't stomp either. He's got pets, and then the spear beats. He walks down on the stomp. Nothing you can do versus the bandit on a Hammerden, bud. Just the way it is. All right, go, bro. Couldn't even do it with the bow. Wow. GG. Yeah, bro. That's like, that feels like an impossible, like you can't win. Yeah, you can't win. I gotta hope that Llama's not that good. All right, how do I, here's the thing then. Let's assume Llama's that good. How do I make that duel as gay as possible that gives me the advantage over a 4 or 5 hour duel? We can't lose to Llama. We can't lose. Foos, you're the champ of my heart. Is Toshank still the NVD champ? I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it. Guy's a savage. This guy is just murderous on a Necro. Murderous. All right, let me check and see if anybody else is dueling. He wants to switch it up. It does look like we have Gertie. Gertie Reds to go. What is this? What is this? I assume this is Gertie. Hold on. My like I said, when I go in streamer mode, I say this all the time, but it's so true. When I go in streamer mode, I can only see the first letter of somebody's name. It's so stupid. All right, I'm going to disable this for a second. No, this is Gogators. Okay, this is Gogators. This is Gogators. So we have Gogators versus Punch. Oh my god, this is actually going to be a savage one. So I wish we could cut over and do the other part of that, bro. Because I feel like there's so much more learning that I have to do. I want to see how a good Din beats up on a Necro, and it probably involves the combo. Not gonna lie, I'm probably gonna get smited. But at the same time, I guess I could use Crescent Moon, right? Now that you mention it, I could use Crescent Moon. I gotta get me one of those. That is how to completely gay that match, isn't it? So if Llama is really good, just slap on a Crescent Moon and go 5 wolves and oak and just stomp. That seems like something I could do. Like, that is a way to gay the duel. And I'm totally down for it. I'm not opposed to it. Bros, we are gonna beat Llama at all costs. Llama's gonna be, he'll probably be in the Discord. We'll have to get his perspective going too. And like, he's gonna be sitting there. You'll probably hear him be like, what the? He's gonna be like, what? You might even hear Llama swear for the first time. He'll be like, what the fuck is this, man? This is just dumb. He's gonna be like, he's not allowed 5. Well, you can't 5 wolves versus a Necro. Be like, that's only NVD. Crescent Moon may or may not work. Charges are limited and Necro can teeth until you run out. Ah, god damn it, you're right. All right, so if he's aggressive, then we just drop the bow and have Crescent Moon swap and cube bow still. And then if we run out, we just go back to Hodo or we go to Grief. I feel like we gotta have it in the repertoire. We could be very opportunistic about it too. We could not show him the wolves until we need to use them. So that's actually a good point. So like when we're about ready to swap the strategy, we just start casting wolves, right? Telly, hammer, cast wolf, cast wolf, cast wolf, telly, hammer, cast wolf, and then turn the tides. Like go in for the stomp, chain lock, boom. Like, yeah, that might be the way to go. Still flushing out Influenza A. Don't worry. Llama probably watching the stream now, taking notes. Bro, it takes more than notes to play like Jess in a week. So I hope he's got his PvP practice in. Oh my god, this is OG Punch versus Gogators. Now these guys have actually agreed to do an NVB mirror. So it's going to be FT3 on one of these classes right here. Then they're going to swap it up. Gogators is going to go on the Barb, and Punch is going to go on the Necro. So these are at the heart of some of the most exciting duels that we've ever seen in the DFC is when Punch is involved in a BVN mirror. Very exciting. Let's start taking some notes because I feel like this is gonna be a night. I'm gonna take some notes for fight of the night, and also I think I still have to award some of that stuff out from last week. I think I still got to pay Riz. But yeah, so we'll go fight of the night. Coolie versus Toshank. Now look, all right, that was good. We showed both perspectives of that while I was dueling, all right? Just want to point that out. That was some good streamer shit, all right? Good streamer shit. I heard Mr. Llama paid Toshank for lessons. God damn it. God damn it, Toe. You better be telling him the wrong shit. You better be telling him that you should always be scared of Coolie. You should keep your distance. You should not get aggro. Oh my god, and a quick finish from Punch. Punch back in the game, baby. That's how it is. This guy is on point. They say that Barb v Neck is hard for the Necro. But in my experience, you've got to be a good Barb player to make that happen. And Punch is that guy. Absolutely savage Barb player. Let's cut over to his point of view here. And here it is. Look at this. You can tell he's a pro based on how fast he does his cube bow. Doesn't waste no damn time. All right, DJ, pause it just for now. We've got the in-game music, and this Act 1 music, I'm telling you, is something. Listen to this. It just brings you back. Just really hits a special chord with players. Ooh, nice hits here from Gogators. Getting some big damage in early on. Look at this life pool of Punch, though. 8.8k, almost 9,000 life. Oh man, and he gets in, but he eats a couple of he eats the magic spells for his troubles there. And if Gogators can keep doing that, that's how to win here. He's got to get in and out. He certainly has to keep his distance. This is one of the duels. This is one of the matchups where the Necro, sometimes you can get aggressive, right? Like what we just saw with me versus Jess. That's some of the most aggressive Necro gameplay that we've ever seen in the DFC. If every Necro could play like that, holy shit, people would never complain about a Necro match again. Unfortunately, though, there are certain matchups that doesn't matter how good you are on that Necro, you're going to want to keep the distance. You're not going to want to harass a barb up close like this, right? You're going to want to keep your distance. You're going to want to snipe them. You're going to want to set these traps for them with these nasty bone spirits and punish them for trying to come in. You want them to come in ever so slightly for a very brief moment in history, and then you want to get the hell out of there. That's just how it is. Let's take a peek at Gogators. Gogators still looking good, man. He hasn't been caught yet, but it doesn't take long. If Punch gets in on you, gets a nice chain lock, it all could be over so quickly. We saw that with the last duel. That chain zerking. Berserk on the Barbarian is... it's all your damage converted to magic damage, which is great in this matchup because it goes right through the bone armor. The bone armor is great at absorbing physical damage. But Berserk is not physical damage. Goes right through it. It's all magic. So you can cut off a good 1.1k absorption that is usually pretty good in this matchup from the Necro. By the way, what's up, Drew G? Well, also, you got to figure, it's hard to chain lock a Necro if they want to be evasive. And Gogators is a savage FPK player. Absolutely savage. If this guy wants to get away from you, he can do it. That's the key ingredient to being one of these legendary savage FPK players here, and that is you got to know how to aggress. But just because they typically tend to be aggressive players doesn't mean that they don't know how to escape these nasty locks. So Punch, while we might say, hey, look, I'm surprised he's not chaining more. If you look at Punch, hold on, let's actually just take a look and see how much. Oh, there it is, man. He actually got felled in this round right here by Gogators. But if you're looking at his screen, he is actually grabbing name locks very quickly. He's grabbing them very quickly, and Gogators isn't giving him many frames to do that. He's just in and out. He's grabbing these. He's grabbing the name locks. He's attempting to chain. The thing is, Gogators is just very quick at getting out of there and escaping those, CT casting away. So that right there, that's something. That's something we gotta give credit where credit is due to Gogators. He's good at escaping those locks. So it isn't that Punch ain't trying. It's just that, holy hell, it's tough. It's tough, man. These savage FPK players are hard to catch. They can be evasive when they need to be. Key to being a good Necro is being a slippery Necro when you need to be. By the way, XB Dog, I see you, bro. Not sure how long it's going to take for this notification to come through, but I'm telling you, when it does, I live in the future. All right? I live in the future, not because I look at the chat and see that. Like, I don't look at the chat at all, as you guys know. Right? I live in the future. Bro, thank you so much. Can't believe it's been 13 months. Big official cheers when this finally comes through. But bro, that is awesome. Big cheers to you, bro. Hell yeah. Foozer's got 2 matchups here tonight. Foozer. Oh my god, a big catch from Punch. I told you. It could be over just like that. This guy is always looking for those name locks. And when he gets them, he gets them. I can only imagine Alan, aka To Punch, is sitting hovering over his keyboard, probably jamming to some beats or something. But I can only imagine this guy is whispering to himself, chanting. He's saying, when I find him, I'm gonna get that motherfucker. That's what and he keeps repeating it. He's repeating it every time he's going in, hunting for those name locks. And when I find him, I'm gonna get that motherfucker. That's what he's saying, man. Just an absolute savage, motivating himself. He ain't messing around. Already hunting for those name locks, pays for it a little bit going in there. Looks like Gogators was ready. Gogators delivering serious damage right off the bat here. It's now 2-1 in favor of Punch. These guys are going to go FT3 in this matchup before they switch. And we're going to see Punch on the Necro. Bro, that would be a match that we would highlight. Coolio low in DFC 100. Let's fucking go. Coolio, get up in there, bro. We'll get a pool going. That would be an event, bro. Don't stand us up on it. We'll hit up Brandel. Bro, you know the story that would come with that matchup? I'm sure we could muster up the original 6K for that too. All on the line. Bro, that would be so sick. Now, Foozer is absolutely insane. He's got a couple of matchups here tonight. Newer comer to the DFC here, but we have dueled with this guy on stream before. A little bit of practice duels, a little bit of... enough to know. This guy ain't nobody to shake a stick at. All right, ain't nobody to take lightly. He's coming in on a hybrid sin. Nice chain lock there from Punch, but it wasn't quite enough. Now 2-2. Tied up from these guys. An incredible showing, an incredible back and forth from these guys. Which, when you consider that technically most people say that the Necro is favored here, that's big ups to Gogators. There's been very few Necros that can actually give Punch this much trouble and make it such an even duel like this. Gogators, very good FPK player. What I mean by that, FPK, the definition of this has changed substantially over the years, but currently it means the fun PK characters. I would argue that Sin should not be included in this, but unfortunately it still is. But Trap Sin is one of the characters in FPK. Whirlwind Barb, none of the brawler shit, right? But you've got a Bone Necro and a Wind Druid. Also in recent history, some rule sets have called the Paladin. I believe either the Hammerden or the VT and FPK character. I don't know specifically which one. But some rule sets have called the Paladin an FPK player, which I totally agree. I think it should be. It's a fun character to play against. It's not overpowered at all. It's on the lower tier of competitiveness, and man, it's just fun to watch, fun to play, and it's really good to see a good pilot behind it actually making some good moves. So basically, fuck the Zon. That was a big hit from Punch. And now we're seeing some interesting things going on here. We do see, we're going to jet over and check if we can. We'd hate to miss anything, but I believe Gogators is extremely low. Yeah, he's practically one as one can be in this matchup. And what I mean by that is typically when a player is one, they're actually one life. That, you know, sometimes Mind Blast PK, FOH PK is what they say. But he's as one can be in this matchup, because even if Punch hits with a Whirlwind here, it should be enough to break that bone armor and at least do a couple hundred damage. So he's basically as one can be. Oh my god, and he's still dangerous though. Still dangerous. Punch trying to get in there with some nasty whirlwinds, but Gogator's not letting it happen. He's trying to set just the nastiest bait for his opponent. Kicking right close to that bone prison that he set up, which can absorb some of the hits if he chooses to engage close to that bone prison. If Punch chooses to get in and engage at close range to a bone prison, it's one of the toughest skills to cast in the heat of the moment on the Necro, but one of the most important. If your timing on that bone prison is clutch, and you can cast it around your opponent when they're up close, that will actually absorb some of those whirlwind hits, make it very hard for him to hit you. But the counter to it, of course, is something that Punch is very good at, and that is the chain zerking. That's a great counter to the bone prison. Some nice hits there from Gogators. He's trying to ping him down with that teeth, not stay in too close. His life is on the line here at this point. Battle orders has run out. Punch keeping that pressure on, though. It might be increasingly hard to recast it, which probably works in favor of Gogators at this point anyway. Another couple of big hits there from Gogators. I believe Punch might be on his last leg here. This might be a big comeback from Gogators. Yeah, he's... I'm not going to say he's one spear, but he's probably close. He's certainly one spear now. But it's not... I mean, that's almost not a skill you want to mess with here. Because Sidious, a.k.a. Gogators, also very, very low. He's one nick of a whirlwind away. Yeah, well, props to Gators for actually recasting there too, though. But there was so much pressure on him, he really couldn't. So he actually enjoyed basically twice the rep there for a little while, because you do have to recast battle orders, but you're not obligated to do it if your opponent is constantly pressuring you, right? So while he wasn't getting hit, he was enjoying basically double the life rep, you know, because he has a smaller life pool and the same amount of life rep. So yeah, but he finally did get some space, was able to recast it, as you should. But it's just sort of an incidental thing when when you're going up against an aggressive opponent. If you ain't got the space to recast, man, oh man, you can do some good repping. Unfortunately, a barb, it's really with a barb, it's really hard to get that same amount of life rep in. So the longer this duel goes, now you're gonna see the patient side of Punch here. He's going to be patient. He's going to be looking for his opportunity because he's got no time to waste. He's got no mistakes left to make. Oh, big hit. Looks like he might have connected on the golem, though. Gogators trying to do that teeth PK. Versus good barb, you try and trade getting zerked. That's a risky game. But if you're good on the timing, Necro is so much about timing, man. A lot of people think it's a spam class. Well, it kind of is a spam class to some degree. But there's another level to it. And the next level on the Necro is your timing. Do you know how to grab those chain locks? Do you know when to give them up? And there it is. Gogators gets there in a 3-2 victory in this one. But how's it going to go when they switch it up? How's it gonna look? Is Punch gonna be able to pull it off in such dominant fashion? He's gonna need to. He's gonna need to get to exactly 3 wins. He's gonna have to do it in more dominant fashion than his opponent did. That's gonna be tough. Big boy Gators. That's a big win for Gators, honestly, because Punch is a savage on the barb, and Punch is just known as the Necro killer. This guy ain't nothing. Ain't nothing to underestimate. This guy will wreck you. If you're on a Necro, he's on a barb, you better watch out. Yeah. Coolio, we've never seen you on a Necro or a barb.
Good morning.
We got to see it, bro. We've seen you on that. We've seen you on the Sin, which you know me, I've got some interesting things to say about that Sin. But bro, we got to see you play a skillful class like this. We got to see it. I think there'd be a lot of people interested in such a show. All right, here we go. Gogators on his barb. Allegedly, this thing is pretty savage. If chat is to be believed here. Bro, Coolio is like the co-host of the DFC, though. He's like the jester that is a target for all the flames, Vic. Yeah. He's just being a good co-host. What was it? This match set in the outer cloister? Oh. We usually only set him in outer cloister if they're gonna be lates. Like if it's gonna be a long duel and it's gonna be lates. But sometimes the barb needs space. Sometimes, a lot of times, the Necro needs space. So outer cloister is just probably a it's hard to tell who it's more of an advantage for, but when someone's low, they're practically dead. Ooh, big hits from Gogators. And what do Punch's Necro skills look like here? We saw a brief preview of them a few DFCs back. But does he have what it takes to contend with Gogators, who is just an FPK legend? This guy, most notorious in the early days of the DFC for his title shot against Vamp. There's a funny story that goes with that. This guy, Vamp the Champ, this was his first time, or one of his first times, dueling Gogators. This guy messaged me, thought that Toshank for sure was dueling. Oh my god, and there it is. Gogators gets there on a barb. Off to a solid start.
Good day.
But Vamp the Champ totally thought Gogators was Toshank, and the level of aggression that this guy can instigate, can throw out there, can just on command. This guy can have some of the nastiest chain locks, some of the nastiest aggression. And I gotta say, if I was Gogators, I'd take that as a compliment. My opponent saying, hey, I think this is actually Toshank. The Daniel Cormier co-host, exactly. That's a great way to put it. The Daniel Cormier co-host, like Daniel Cormier is like one of the, oh my god, nice chain lock there from Gogators. Look at this chain. Yeah, Dan Cormier is like the guy that he might have something intelligent to say every once in a while, but most of the time you just want him to shut the fuck up. Right? It's a great comparison. Yeah. That's Coolie. He's the Dan Cormier of the DFC. That was nasty. That was full across the map chains. Get ready for another one. I see him setting it up with that pet. But that time, Punch teleported past a puddle, which was, I think he knew that chain was coming. And he teleported past a puddle, which will often break those chains. Gogators with another nasty chain. And there it is. That time he teleports past a little shrubbery there. Past a little bit of shrubbery. And the reason that breaks the chain is because when your opponent lands there, it actually offsets their aim on the chain a little bit. So it will offset where they land. And their cursor, when they're keeping it centered, won't necessarily be lined up with either the pet or the player that they're trying to lock. So that's why teleporting close to one of those can actually fuck up a chain. Let's kick over to Punch's point of view here. I think he's at full health. Yeah, he's looking really good. Looking real good. But it could all be over. As you guys have seen so many times in this matchup right here, it doesn't take much. It takes one mistake from the Necro. One time where you're kicking around too long, you give your opponent that chain, that opportunity to chain. Oh my god, nice hits there from the spear. Hard to tell if any connected. But that was a beautiful strategy from Punch. He's not getting overzealous here and trying to finish. I like that. You really can't. Like I said, this is one of the matchups where the Necro, you have to be cautious. It's just how it is. There's never a point at which you should be overly zealous. But now he's got to re-up on this mana. Oh, beautiful spear from Punch, evening up the score. If you teleport basically close to any sort of object on the map that you can't interact with, like any puddle-like object, whether it's a puddle, whether it's like a shrub, you could technically do it on a tree, but it's a lot harder because the pixels are smaller. The Den of Evil will also work if you teleport on the right side of it. Yeah, basically just, you want to teleport to something that will force your opponent's character off from where it usually lands. So usually the character will land in the same spot when they're chaining, right? That's what allows you to chain. But if you teleport close to a puddle that's not going to allow your opponent to land in the spot that they usually do, it will offset their cursor and break the chain. Yeah, who makes less mistakes on next side is a great way to put this. It's exactly what it comes down to.
I am overburdened.
Very interesting matchup between these two. Right, and here we go. It's now tied up 1-1 in the second half of this bout. Man, I hope we get some exciting matches like this in DFC 100, man. This has been just straight up so far savagery. Straight up savagery, man. Maybe we do DFC FPK only. I'd be so down for that event. But then again, we'd get a lot of trap sins. I think we should just do a DFC where we just straight ban sins and female characters in general. No female, no bitches. DFC title, no bitches. Can you imagine how aggressive all the duels would be? The only lates character that you could potentially have is a Necro. So far, we've seen Gogators get some savage hits in here. Punch is certainly one hit. He's one Zerk away, and if Gogators keeps getting this chip damage in with a whirlwind, and especially if he's not punished for it as much, that's gonna pay some big dividends over time as well. Let's take a look at Gogators, see what he's looking at for life total here. He's getting pretty low too. He's getting pretty low. However, he's certainly got a little bit more forgiveness, a little bit more room for mistakes than his opponent does. Amazing ability to grab those name locks from Gogators. It's very, very impressive. When you're going around constant aggro on a barb and your opponent is running away from you, those are the hardest times ever to get that name lock. It's one of the... There's very few situations that you could pin down to say, hey, look, this is going to be top hardest thing to do in D2 PvP. And this is probably one of them. Grab a name lock on an extremely evasive opponent when your character has no choice but to be aggressive. It is an extremely hard thing to do. You might be noticing what looks like a little bit of double tallying here going on, but if you look at Gogator's ping, it's certainly not that. The double tally that you often see with a Barbarian has everything to do with his breakpoint. It was like this in LOD as well. Now it looks like Gogators is Teeth PK. This could be bad. Just a few shot Teeth PK. And Punch getting in there, surviving. Smashing with that teeth. I'm going to say he's 2 more teeth and he's dead is what I would guess. But yeah, it has everything to do with the cast rate frames of the Barbarian. They're a bit slower at the typical 38%. And sometimes if you, like, there's ways around it. Oh, and there it is. Punch gets there to make it 2-1. I think it might be actually at the 65 breakpoint is where that starts happening. Not at 38, but at 65, which is typically why a lot of barbs will focus more on 38 or 37. Sorry, not because it's not just because it's easier, but mainly because you don't have this odd action frame or I don't know what it's called, cooldown frame at the end of it that makes it seem like it's almost like a double telly. Right? Just the way that the frames line up just are odd. There is a way to fix it. If you guys remember the video we did way back in the day, the secret breakpoint on the Barbarian, it actually exists on other tunes as well. But if you go to 86% faster cast, it actually makes you teleport a frame faster in your action frame. Makes your action frame a frame faster, which kind of cuts back on that feel of double telly. But it very well could be because I would guess likely he could be at 65 cast.
The problem is not sin, it's the females playing it.
Oh, there it is. There it is. Toshank says the real shit. It's not the female characters, it's the females playing them. Look, big cheers to you. My dude, Toshank, thanks so much for that 2 Canadian, bro. And also, yeah, big shout out. Big shout out to XB Dog, man. I said we'd do an official cheers, and here it is, brother. Let's get back to the action here. Oh, and there it is. Gogators finishing up the round. I'm glad we did. I'm glad we got out of that spaceship right back into the action, because now it's 3-2, boys. Or, I'm sorry, 2-2.
Greetings.
Tied up yet again. What an incredibly close match. Yeah, we got to put this down. Gogators versus the Punch. This is an incredible duel. Incredible duel. So this is how it's going to go. If Punch wins this one on the Necro, we're going to have to go back to a sudden death match. And we'll let the players decide. But what I would like to see is Punch on his namesake Barb. I think that gives everybody the best chance. But if he prefers to be on a Necro, that's fine too. We'll leave it up to the players. But if they can't decide, I think we'd go Punch on Necro for, or I'm sorry, Punch on Barb for the last match. Just makes sense. I mean, that's his namesake character, dude. Like, that's what this dude was running back in the days, the early days of the DFC. Guy is a savage on it. Let's check out how Punch is looking on this Necro here. He's doing a little bit of damage to his opponent, not really taking much himself. You're already gonna get the self-meteor CT across the map, fire blast the air for 4 hours. Fog. Yeah, I'll be telling my kids, why does Coolio hate former DFC champ Gertie so much? He's probably jealous. All right, you got to figure he's the Dan Cormier of the DFC. What does Dan Cormier do when he commentates matches? Especially when he sees, you know, good fighters go at it, he starts criticizing them. Oh, I would do this. What do you got to do here? Fuck this. Really, because he's just jealous little bitch, washed up fucking fighter. You know what I mean? Like, Coolio Low is the Dan Cormier of the DFC, yes, to some degree, right? That's what it is. There's probably a little jealousy, although he'll never admit it. He'll never admit it. But sometimes he says good criticisms. So far, Punch staying out of the way of big damage. Trying to coast into a bonus round on this. And the reason it would go to bonus round is because if Punch wins, it's 3-2 for him on the Necro, and it's 3-2 for his opponent on the Necro. That's a tie game, which means we go at that point to a round 11. And it's funny because this is the 10th round of this duel, right? 10th round of this duel. And this has probably been shorter than some FT3s that we've seen in the DFC. Like, these guys are hyper aggressive, fun to watch. And especially when one player's always been on a Necro too. Very, very fun duels to watch. By the way, Botosaurus and RH, my dudes. We got some special cheers coming to you after this. We'll head over to the spaceship. Thank you so much, Botosaurus at S tier too. Holy shit, brother. And there it is. Punch gets there on the Necro. That means we're going to round 11. This is going to have to be a showdown. 3-2 from both of these guys. Barb mains both losing. Yeah, both these guys main Barb. Man.
I can't carry anymore.
All right, so these guys are going to have to settle it. All right, yeah, it looks like we have. Yeah, Gogators is usually Druid main is what I thought. He's just very good, very well-rounded on a good compliment from Punch. Very well-rounded on a lot of FPK characters. All right, so we need one more match from these guys to settle the score. What now, SVS? Yeah, dude, let's fucking jam. We'll leave it up to these guys. Make it as exciting as they want. BVB for the marbles. Man, we haven't seen an actual mirror tie in a very long time. NVD, DVN, mirror, FT2, no balls. Well, I also want to be able to get to some other people that are. It looks like Butter might be streaming as well. So let's just keep it down to one round, just because I don't want to keep Butter waiting. I believe that's Butter. Let me double check with his streamer mode. Oh fuck it, we'll check in a bit. Gator's best matchup is Druid v Neck. Yeah. Gator's on the Druid is just savage. Just savage. All right, how will these guys figure it out? Let's take a look here real quick. While these guys get it figured out. Ooh, look at this. Look, just have a look see here. Just have us a look see. Yeah, this is Butter. This is Butter's screen. This is these guys are in the inner cloister. Beyblades first, right? What is this? What is going on here now? I don't remember any sanctioned matches in the inner cloister, but I can't say I'm upset about it. I really can't. This is Barb v Barb. These guys are about ready to go. Let me cut over just real quick before we get into this. See if these guys have figured this out. See if these guys have figured it out. Oh, they're gonna do an FT2. All right, if they're gonna do an FT2. Honestly, big round of applause for those guys anyway. At this point, I don't even care who wins. That was an exciting matchup, man. That was exciting. All right, we'll cut over to this. I think these guys are gonna go FT2. FT2 on DVN, NVD. Which I say great, that's awesome. But I also want to give some of these other duelers a chance to get on stream. BVB in the inner cloister. Now this is a BVB match right here. No shield, no nothing. Holy shit. This right here is Butter versus DJ Johnny Dubs. These guys both signed up on a barb. I'm so happy to see so many more barbarians signing up the DFC. Very exciting matches. Now, BVB can typically be a very long match. However, when the barbs don't use shields, man, they can go quick. They can go quick. And just like that, man, that was it. Butters takes the first round from DJ Johnny Dubs, a savage in his own right. A people's fave in the DFC, DJ Johnny Dubs. He's on Horny Horker over here. This guy is also a savage. But watch out for this guy.
I can't carry anymore. Impossible.
Paul's full blue rep barb #1 European BVB League champion ready for this day. Hell yeah. All right, here they go. These barbs are off. It looks like they're not using Enigmas either. DJ Johnny Dubs has a lifer armor on. And even without Oak, we're seeing 7.2k here from Butters. Man, oh man. Butters barb is looking buttered up, dude. These guys ready to go, ready to throw down. And so far, Butter has the upper hand here. It's currently 2-0 in this FT4 match between he and Johnny Dubs. Yeah, this is nuts. This is a cool match, man. Way cooler than I thought it was going to be, honestly. I didn't know if these guys were going to slap on a shield or what the hell they were going to do. But man, I'm so glad they went this route right here. No shield, just throwing them on the ground and saying, let's duke it out, man. Let's just see who hits harder. And it's so melee-esque happening in the inner cloister, man. You see typically melee duels happen here. So this is really cool to see. A different style of arena. I'm so glad these guys have set it up like that. Big whirlwind hit there early from Butter, and that's all it took. That's all she wrote. 2 big hits. Now 3-0 in this very fast BVB matchup. So far, been FPK only, man. These duels have been savage so far. Johnny just warming up. Yep. Yeah, this is where he's gonna come online. He's gonna turn up the heat. Look at that. Butter going with the Angelics as the choice. And he's got the Grief Beast combo. He's really set himself up good with some nasty DR. He's ready for this, man. No shield, no nothing. He's ready. And the reason that he's walking is because if you're running, a lot of people know that when you have a shield, it cuts your block percentage down by 75%. or by 50%, putting you at 25% block, I believe, when you're running, even if you have 75% block. But what some people don't know is that actually, if you're running, lowers your defense to 0. So that's why you see Butter just walking here. Look at those big hits on his opponent, man. And that 21k defense really paying some big dividends here. It was extremely hard for Johnny Dubs to connect on him there. But what a fun match, man. That was really cool. These guys just threw down the shields, did some nasty PvP. One of the first PvP matchups we've seen in a very long time, and especially one that didn't go over 5 minutes. Gators won via up NATO on Barb. Oh, shit. GG, man. Good matchup. Good matchup. Nah, no worries. Look, Johnny Dubs, bro, the fact that you're wearing the lifer armor here, I almost want to see this. Well, let's pop over to Johnny Dubs' point of view here. I got to see this lifer armor, bro. Like, I gotta see what he was rocking for this. This is interesting. Looks like he went the crushing blow route, possibly. Oh, it's Arcane's Valor. It's not even a lifer armor. It's Arcane's Valor. Interesting. F the Arcane's Valor with a Zod in it. Wow. So he went the defense route too. He chose defense over DR. But unfortunately, his opponent chose both defense and DR. And that made a big difference here. You could tell in the power of the whirlwinds. I think that was single-handedly the choice that allowed Butters to stay on top. You know, I think he had more damage reduction in his setup, and it came down to that. Nice, perfectly rolled fortitude there from Butter. Yeah, so much damage. He was going with a fortitude setup. That's so crazy. I thought that was a lifer armor. That is an Arcane's Valor. When's the last time we saw Arcane's Valor in a PvP match? I think 1.09 would have to be the last time I've seen that. Yeah, Ford is always the choice for sure. I think DJ Johnny Dubs was trying something different. He was trying, trying to really jack his defense up there quite high, because theoretically it matters, right? Like, you'd rather your opponent miss, but when your opponent has nasty AR through Angelics, has nasty defense of their own, they kind of counter that approach. So while it was a good approach, it was a good strategy and he also made up for it with the steel rends on the gloves, trying to get that damage in there as well. Like, while that was a decent choice, and defense is certainly not a bad choice when you're going up BVB, it just literally came down. Like, I don't think it was a bad choice. I think if he used more DR, it might have been a little different. Like, Arcane's Valor, not horrible. Not a horrible choice. Very interesting one. Piwa, what'd you think of the brawler barb with your theory crafted? I was actually just in a pub game tearing it up yesterday with one of those. Fucking love that build, dude. Yeah, I've been theory crafting on barb more these days than any other. Let me tell you. Yeah, that was savage, man. What a savage duel so far. All right, I just see these boys up here streaming so far. I think their match is over. Yeah, these guys just dicking around in town here. These guys gonna do some fun BVB matchups while we wait for a new set of opponents to enter the DFC Octagon, the DFC Dueling Arena. I also see Elk Brew. I knew that you wanted some practice against the barb. We might be able to get that in if Toshank's still around. I'd actually like to see how he kicks my ass on a hammer din. I feel like I want to see that going up against Llama next week. These could be very good data points for us going in. Oh, there it is. Looks like they ended the stream. All right, boys, let's kick it over. Just want to say a big special cheers and shout out to Botosaurus and RH. Botosaurus, thank you so much, bro. 4 months at S tier. Big cheers to you. That means a lot, bro. And a big cheers to RH. Thank you so much for 9 months at Legend. You guys are awesome, man. You keep this spaceship flying, and I really appreciate it. All right, we back in this game. Look, yo, Toshank, you still around? We could still get this in. If not, though, and if Elk Brew is around, I'm definitely into dueling you on my brawler barb, which may not be great practice versus barbs, but it'll be fun regardless. Yeah, I'm in the same game, Jess. I'm gonna go grab my Necro. Same game, gonna grab the neck, and I'm just gonna see how badly I get beat. Pewa versus Coolie. I wouldn't want to embarrass Pewa like that. That's guy's a legend. I don't want it. Guys, don't be throwing Pewa under the bus like that, okay? He doesn't need to be embarrassed like that live. Okay? This is a positivity stream. All right? Don't be a piece of shit. Yeah, I got you, Pewa. I got you. Yeah. All right, so we're gonna be going up against Din. I think I might actually switch to this, dude. Look at this shit that fucking Bushy gave me for this, man. Shit is savage. I actually swapped out the ring to my druid because I needed it, but the ring is actually way better than this. It's like 23 to strength and like 50 some odd life. Oh, it's so good. I think that's it, right? I have too much cast, so I don't need this. I don't need this. I can go SOJs. And I don't need that. Can I also should I just go Mara's here too? I don't think I need the... Yeah, I have like too much cast. I think I just go Mara's unless I have one with life. Mara's helps with a little bit of light res. Or nah, I don't think we're worried about the FOH damage per se. We're actually more worried about just the combo. I think I'm gonna switch to a faster run walk helm and treat it like a druid though. I'm gonna treat this like a druid. I'm just gonna go faster run walk. I think that's the way to go. Yep, just treat it like a druid. That's what Primo says. Treat this matchup like NVD. All right, we're gonna try it. Frostburn for max mana.
Good day.
Probably not a bad idea. I don't have any Frostburns on this guy, but if I did, that's probably not a bad idea. All right, man, let's jam it. Let's see what a good Din looks like in this matchup, because I'm gonna need to know these things. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna get comboed, which is just something that's not in my repertoire. But if we gotta practice it, we gotta practice it. I've got so much to do between now and then, though. I doubt I'll get much practice in. But we'll see. We'll see if that's what we gotta do. If that's what we gotta do. All right, here we go. All right, here we go. Let's try it out. Lag. Lag. Yeah, it was clear lag spike. Yeah, I'm not sure if you guys saw it, but my ping went to like 118. That might have been my FPS, but I don't know. It was lag. It was lag. Oh, Oh my god, he got the combo. Yeah, as soon as he gets the combo, I got no, all hood no cattle, dude. It's that combo. I feel like it's the tables have turned too. Like I don't know how he aggresses so much. He's aggressive on the Din, he's aggressive on the Necro. Bro, he's just a different player. All right, you know what? I think we have to make up for the lack of skill with a skill shrine, okay? Look, this is a necessary handicap. I don't want to hear it. No, look, I'm not cheating. This is a handicap duel. I don't know how I didn't die to that ham. He's aura locking me. Nope. Oh, we got him. See, I told you, bros. It's all about making the duel even with a handicap. See, that's what it is. Just now we've got a duel. Now we have a fair duel. Thanks, Mick. Fucking 65. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's like 6.2k. All right, it's off now, so I no longer have my handicap. That's unfortunate, but that's okay. We've evened up the score. The first one was lag. Didn't count. First one was lag. First one's free. Yeah. I mean, we gotta be humble about it. Riff Raff, we gotta be humble. You know, it had nothing to do with skill shrine. That was all skill. Damn it, I knew it. I tried to time it. I tried to get out of there. He gave me a little bit of space, and I saw it as my time to get out, but he was already on it.
I can't carry anymore.
He was already all over it, dude. I feel like when a paladin gives you space after they get you swirled like that, you got to get the fuck out of there. All right, we're getting the fuck out of here. We're swirled. We're getting the fuck out. Oh my god, nice stomp, dude. Holy shit. Big CT. That was sick. I almost had that. I feel like I was playing okay. I feel like I was playing okay. I feel like I'm actually, like, this is actually a closer duel with me on the Necro. So this is definitely an unbalanced matchup here. We're gonna have to poison the shit out of Llama, dude.
I am overburdened.
We're gonna have to poison the shit out of him. You should play neck more. You think so? You think so? You're allowed 20 spirits. It's broken. Fuck yeah. Maybe we'll change that before I go up against Llama. We'll be like, you're only allowed 1 point in spirit. Okay. Smite in. All right. That could be the answer. That could be the answer to all of this. By the way, I see you, Kyle. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be epic. I haven't heard from my opponent yet. I should reach out to him. I think it's Tortada. We also see... All right, this will be the last round right here.
2 fights for Coolie tonight. Let's go.
Hell yeah, brother. That's fucking awesome. Bro, thank you so much. Big cheers to Kyle, bro. Appreciate that support. Big cheers to you, brother. Let's get it. Let's kick some ass tonight, huh? Thanks for keeping the spaceship flying, man. Always appreciate your generosity. Big cheers to you, brother. Let's tip one back to Kyle. 2K smite. All right, let's do this. All right, last round right here. Win or lose. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Well, all right, there it is. Yep, smite in for the win. Maybe I should smite more. I have that capability. I have that capability on my murdered in. And I often do present grief as a threat. However, if I'm going to poison Llama, you can't have grief. Because when your venom goes off on your grief, it nerfs all of your poison damage. Your poison damage is non-existent. Wasted charms at that point. So, that'll have to be a call we make. It'll have to be a call we make, man. We're just going to have to see. But for right now, we've got a couple of other players ready to go. Ready to kick some ass. Let's cut over to these guys. We've got Lamp. I see Lamp is live. And Lamp tonight got a very interesting duel. Lamp is going to be going up against Gabriel. Now, Gabriel is the technical top din of the DFC right now. Din v Sork. And this is going to be a big match. Does Gabriel have what it takes to take on Lamp on the Sorceress? Look at this. Interesting Sorceress from Lamp. I believe this is a full Vita Cold Sorceress, and he's one of the types of players here that he's going to go full Sunder for this. He's going to go full Sunder. He's got a lifer armor on, likely decked out with 5/5 cold facets. Does he have what it takes to take down Gabriel? Yeah, there it is. Look at this thing. 93 life. Style points on how it looks. Very nice circlet there, too. A good choice with the low runes. He probably has a Wisp, so he's gone 85-20 on the Absorb. That's going to be crucial because the FOH is a good way for the Paladin to stay on the outside and can certainly pay some big dividends. Oh, he went 15. He's going traditional rules. He could go 20. Glass cannon. Yeah, low facets is glass cannon. Oh, you're right. You're right. Sorry. Thank you, Lamp. Thank you for correcting me. Yeah, you're correct. That's only versus sin, because fuck sins. Thank you for the correction. You are correct. It's traditional 85-15 or 80-20 versus anything but lightning century sin. That's where you can say fuck sins, overabsorb, and try to make them hate their life as much as possible. It's just one of the small things that we're doing in recent history to say fuck these sins. Let's get them, boys. All right, is Gabe going to be able to pull it off? Sick chains here early on from Gabe. Let's check him out. Let's see how it looks from the Paladin standpoint here. And he is leading with that FOH, which is not really a bad choice in this matchup. Sometimes it can kind of telegraph that you're looking for that chain or that you have that name lock. However, when the punishment for doing so and for getting in is that you just eat devastating damage, sometimes it's just good to lead with that FOH. Sick chains from Gabe again. This is why this guy, the technical, topped in. This guy's got it all. Very nice hit there. And now Lamp is in trouble. Yeah, Lamp also off to a great start in his career so far in the DFC. This guy has only lost to one person. He's 4-1 right now, and his only person that he's lost to has been Punch. And we all know how aggressive that guy is. So it very well could mean that he has trouble dealing with these aggressive players. And there it is, the FOH finish from Gabe, getting there versus a full Vita Cold Sork with that 85-15 sword. Very nicely done. Gabe showing it off here. This is a tough matchup right here. This is certainly not in favor of the Din, but it certainly looks that way if you get someone like Gabe who's really good at not only this, the three-piece combo, but just locking down these name locks and constantly harassing with stomps. Just these chain stomps is so demoralizing for a sorceress, or really for any character. If you keep getting chained like that, especially with someone doing the left click chain, which it looks like that's what Gabe's doing. The left click chain is a little different than, say, like a telly lock, which is a lot of times it's what we saw from Gogators today. It's what we see from toe shank a lot. That telly lock is where people are quickly recentering their mouse and they're just locking their opponent down until until they're looking for their opportunity to stop teleporting and attack. Well, there's another way to chain lock, and you do it through left click. This is oftentimes more seen through Zerk Barbs and Smiters, and it's where you start your name lock with the left click, making it so that you can't necessarily hold down teleport and follow your opponent. However, you have to take a couple of steps forward first. It's a very clear indicator that they're left click chain locking. You'll see those couple of steps that Gabe is taking before he teleports. That's necessary. If you just immediately swap to teleport, you won't get there. You won't teleport unless you take a couple of steps. Looks like these guys might be figuring something out here, possibly cold stack. It's very possible that Gabe went 3-15-40. We need a central game, if anyone has. Shit, I know Primo can usually make central games, but Primo's on vacay down in Florida right now. Can anybody make a central game? Anybody able to do that on North America Central? Yeah, Primo's out on the vacay right now. He's with the fam in Florida. Orlando, Disneying it up, dude. Can't blame him for that, all right? Coolio can make a central game. Yeah, Coolio, that would be sick, man. Big cheers for the co-host. Just do anything. Just do like QWE or something. Yeah, so like Jack QWE. Yeah, that would be sick. Thank you, Coolio. That's sick. Yeah, these guys, I mean, ping is a big thing in this matchup right here. One would think that, Screw those cold sorks. But I'll tell you, Lamp is a different kind of cold sork dueler, man. This guy stays in the pocket, tries to bait people in. Rarely, I mean, he's running, but he's rarely running to an uncomfortable distance, right? He's always staying close. Sorry, I was muted. It looks like the password for mine was XED, but yeah, it looks like they're waiting on Jack QWE. I mute it when I blow my snout. I assume that's something you guys probably don't want to hear. Dude, when do the aftermath symptoms of influenza A end is what I want to know. It feels like years at this point. Still hacking up a storm. Blowing the nose constantly. More snout noises. That's what we need. That's what we tune in for. The snout noises. The strimmer snout noises. But yeah, punch solid on everything. Talking about Lamp's only loss in the DFC. This guy is just absolute savage, man. While these guys get this figured out, let's cut over. I'll show you how these guys are doing. It's actually pretty impressive. So this is Lamp's record right here, 4-1 in recent history, beating people like East, like Futter, Javito, Vez, all very good duelers, and beats Vez on a Wind Druid. I'm not sure if he was. I'm pretty sure we've always just seen Lamp on a Cold Sorceress. Let's see. Oh, he was on a Necro once. No, okay, he beat Vez on a Necro. That's what it was. All right. But yeah, so either way, like some pretty good wins here for Lamp. This guy's showing his skills on a Necro versus Druid. That's very hard to do. But then also, I mean, Gabe just also quite the savage. Like the record might not be as impressive with wins and losses, but you got to figure this is typical of any din. Typical. There's only been one din ever that has just made an absolute slaughter fest with their win-loss record, and it's been Joby. Right? Not everybody's Joby, okay? Most dins, a lot of times, you're going back and forth because some matchups are just absolute shutouts. Others, they're fun matches. And Gabe has always been in fun matches, right? We see that he did lose to Doombringer on the Cold Vita. So this is a big redemption right here. Can he beat Lamp on Cold Vita? We're going to see. Coolio, did you make that game yet, bro? Is it up? Did somebody you can make a central, make this fucking game. Gabe also beaten Riz, which was definitely in Gabe's favor, but at that point, we didn't necessarily know how good Gabe really was, right? And we knew Riz had tricks up his sleeve, but Gabe got there in very dominant, very impressive fashion. Also beat Javito PvP on a Necro. Beat Muchez. That's a hell of a one to have under your belt. And one of the most creative Bard players ever on Montreana for, I believe, one of his first duels in the DFC. Lost to Trafalgar on the Necro. Trafalgar actually very solid Necro. Yeah, so these guys, main story, main point here. Both these guys have quite a decorated win-loss record here in the DFC. Guys up and coming. Still waiting on a central game though. Gabe lost to not having a central game, Cooliolo. Do you have that up? Gabe lost to Tempest, Doombringer, Trafalgar, and Jasper. Lost to Jasper on a Whirlwind Barb, I believe he was playing on an Assassin at that time. He also lost to Doombringer on an Assassin. So this is the first time we're seeing Gabe play on a Din versus all this. Let me just show you real quick while these guys still figuring this out. This is his record on a Din. He's 4-2 on a Din. These are all of his Din fights. Looks like he quickly gave up on the Assassin, right? After some losses to Jasper and Doombringer, he said, fuck this, I'm going back to my roots. And that's where this guy comes into play, man. Just jamming it on a Din. This guy is a savage. Really racking up some good wins here since changing to that class. But yeah. She's there. This guy's skill on the Din is very evident, very clear. He's getting the job done tonight so far. Yeah, bro, what the fuck? Coolio's trolling. Can anybody else make a central game? I beat Jasper 4-1. Oh, you did? All right. Well, thanks for the heads up. Yeah, sometimes things get entered weird. Yeah, sorry about that, bro. I'll get that fixed. We'll get it fixed. Thank you for the heads up. We have a few people entering data, and sometimes things get mixed up. Appreciate the heads up on that. I'm going to make a note. All right, note taken. Thank you for that, bro. So yeah, so even better. Even better. Dueling now versus Sawdust. All right, it looks like these guys have finally found their way into a game right now. We can kick over to that. Do you mind if we bounce back and forth sound while these guys get this set up? They might have to clear and stuff. Yeah, let's pop over and check it out. All right, these guys, sound versus our boy Sawdust. These guys were Sawdust was looking for sound earlier, which tells me he might not be familiar. He might not be familiar with how good this guy is. Sound on a din. This guy is back to his roots as well. So happy to see Sound back in the DFC, back on the dueling horse here. This guy, previous DFC champion, all on the din. Very creative din player, able to swap back and forth between hammers and smite. And it looks like he is on smite. He is on a VT for this matchup. And this could be a fun one. We're gonna see. We're going to see if Sawdust has got what it takes. This is one that I'm also going to be taking some close notes in particular on, because it's Din v Neck, which is, I mean, it's always back against the ropes for the Din, right? Like Din v Neck, especially at the highest level, it's almost like NVD in the sense that the skill level of the opponent can change how the matchup goes right up until you're at the top level of competition, and then Necro always wins, right? When, with all else being equal, the Necro always wins. If at the top level. But at certain other tiers, if the Din knows certain tricks and the Necro knows certain tricks, sometimes it can be 50-50. You know, it can be a good matchup. Which one are we going to get here is what we're going to see. But certainly, regardless, Sound has his work cut out for him here. And we're going to see if Sawdust has got what it takes. See what kind of skill level Sawdust has versus previous DFC champ Sound. Yeah, rough matchup for sure. I mean, as we saw, I got a couple of wins versus Jess. One was with a handicap because of the lag, clearly. It wasn't a skill issue, it was just lag. So we had to make up for it with a skill shrine. Was not skill issue. I just wanted to clarify that. But regardless, there was one clean one in there. Felt undeserved. It felt like I didn't do as much as I should against such a savage player. Yeah, looks like these guys still figuring it out. These guys still figuring it out. Looks like Lamp's ping is still reds to go. Yeah, let's check it out. I think let's swap back over to this while Sound and Sawdust figure it out. We can swap back and forth between rounds too. Check out one round from one, another round from another. Keep it interesting, keep it mixed up. These guys flooding the moor with some potions. Still waiting on these guys. That's all right. We got to get, look, position before submission. These guys got to get it set up. These guys got to get it set up. You got to have the moor looking right. Some random called you late. Oh, what the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck going on here, big boy? All right, here we go. These guys are ready. Sound versus sawdust. All right, looks like Lamp and Gabe still figuring it out. Still figuring out the ping issue. Look at Sound's ping, 16. What is this, some Canadian ping bullshit? This is why he was champ. It's who has the lowest ping. This is why. Best trapper in game. Nobody walks in 5 stacks quite like him. All right, here we go. These guys are off. Sawdust about to catch how good Sound is right here. But the real question is, how much of a savage is Sawdust? And is Sound underestimating him? He's got some big damage in here early. Looks like he's trying to get that combo off and going. Oh, and there it is. Unscathed, untouched. First round goes to Sound. Incredible fancy footwork there, setting up the combo and everything. Damn, that was good. It looks like it looks like Sawdust was just caught there, just caught like a deer in headlights for a second, not knowing who he was dancing with. But now he might be aware. He might be very aware that he is dealing with a complete savage. Yeah, that's some Canadian ping. They don't have ping like that in America. In the USA, I should say. Canada is technically America. Canada is like real America's little brother, right? Like, oh, you guys going to war? Can we come? Like that. Let's be real. Just spitting it straight, all right? We have to keep these Canadians in check. The only reason they boast the best duelers in the game is because the internet's better. That's the only thing I can think of. I mean, I'm clearly, if it was not for my internet connection and my ping, do you think I ever would have been defeated? Do you think I ever would have been dethroned as DFC champ? Probably not. Probably not. Ever. Not ever. On a din at that. Yeah. So, I mean, just saying. For whatever reason, in all seriousness, Canada has quite an unbalanced mix of like savage duelers. And now here we go. We see Sawdust a little bit on his bike here. He's gonna make his opponent chase him, but unfortunately, Sound very good at that. The amplified damage curse is very interesting there. Interesting choice. That will make your golem do a little more, but perhaps he's got some tricks up his sleeve. The amplified damage won't necessarily do much for the magic damage that comes from the Necro. It could have also been a misclick, though. Yeah, that's savage. He might be looking for an angle. He might be looking for an angle. Yeah, he was a little panicked. And Sound is hyper aggressive in there too. I mean, he kind of needs to be, but a lot of times what you'll see from VTs is they'll stay on the outside, they'll keep that distance, they'll try to do that FOH conviction, whittle the Necro down looking for an opportunity. Sound just gets in there and finds an opportunity. That's what he does. That's how he duels. Guy's a savage. Let's cut over to Lamp while these guys get this stuff figured out. See if these guys are ready to go. All right, yeah, these guys are talking duels right now. By the way, I see you, Kyle. I see you, bro. And while we get it going, big cheers. He says, don't hate us if you ain't us. Look, I don't hate. I'm just saying. See, here it is.
Don't hate us if you ain't as Coolie.
I'm just saying. If I had Canadian ping, I would still be DFC champ. It's nothing against Canadians. All right, I'm just saying. Okay, just the point. Hey, bro, thank you so much for that. I appreciate it, man. There's probably a lot more to it than that. Let's be real. Bro, thank you so much. Appreciate that, man. Is it? I don't know. Maybe, yeah, he just had the wrong curse selected and he's actually a poison necro. That could kind of be cool. What if he's like a hybrid necro? That's some dirty poison shit right there. Like, you remember Dirty and his hybrid poison necro that he joined in on the DFC with? Based on a video we made back in the day in LOD, we saw the first ever hybrid poison necro in the DFC. I don't think we've seen one since, but it was so cool to see. And here it is, Gabe getting in there with some vicious pressure. So good to see such great dins step in like this with the ability to aggress, to get in close, to really fuck some shit up. And Gabe is one of those duelers. We got two of them dueling simultaneously right now. We've got Sound on the other monitor, and we've got Gabe on this one. Just massive pressure from these guys, but this time it's looking a little better for Lamp. He's able to set these traps up a little better. His ping is a little bit better, but goddamn, Gabe is so good at getting in there. And now he's swirly. Now Lamp is swirly. Big opportunity here for Gabe, and the swirls are gone. But the danger now is he could very well be FOH PK. So Gabe might take his time, but he might not. Gabe is so comfortable getting in there, closing the distance, leading with that FOH, keeping those chain locks too. It's absolutely insane. Let's take a look at Gabe's point of view here, see how he's looking. He's also very low. It's very low, but the lower you get in life, especially if you have the 40% cold setup, you can actually take a little more at lower life, a little more from these blizzes than you can. See, there it is. Like that time he took about 750 damage from a blizz. Way better. Trying to get that chain lock in there. Having trouble keeping him, though. Lamp is being very, very evasive, knowing, almost with a sixth sense, knowing when his opponent's coming in there with that chain lock. He's being very evasive, able to break them. Gabe leading with the FOH. And I'm telling you, at this point, with how low Lamp is, it's very possible that if he just lands a few of these FOHs just trying to get on the inside, it's possible that he just finishes that way. Re-ups on the battle command, battle orders. Smart move there. That's gonna affect his FOH damage too, which is extremely important here. There it is. And he gets there with the FOH finish. We knew it could happen that way. We knew it could happen. And he was probably one blizz away from death. Very insane, man. Good duel so far. I believe it's 2-0 in favor of Gabe in that matchup. All right, it's 3-0. Sound versus Sawdust. 3-0. Is Sawdust going to be able to turn it around? What is he doing? Are we going to be able to see what he's really concocted on this build here? Is he a hybrid? He does have a fire golem up, which is an interesting choice. He does have that fire golem up. Oh, I do see Law in the game here as well. Looks like he's looking for his DFC matchup. Yeah, let's check it out in a minute. Sound getting in there, hyper aggressive. Oh man, just narrowly escaping those bone spirits too. And he catches his opponent flat-footed for just too long. And there it is, Sound making a savage comeback in the DFC here with a win against the Necro unscathed. Bingo, good duel. Good sportsmanship from Sawdust. Big cheers to these guys. That was crazy. He says, want to redo, you pause. What a good dude Sound is. What a good dude. All right, we're going to kick back into this. Gabe versus Lamp. Some savage din action going back and forth here, fellas. This is nuts. Yeah, that was crazy. That was crazy. I think he caught him flat-footed there for just too long, and that's the thing with the Necro there is, remember how we were talking about that next level being the timing? It's likely that his opponent either clicked out of his game accidentally, or it's also possible that he was sitting there looking for a name lock, like switching to throw, looking for a name lock, which is rare, but certainly a possibility. But in doing so, sometimes you can get a little flat-footed, and in this matchup, certainly not what you want to be. Always want to be moving, always want to make it hard for your opponent to catch you. Speaking of which, look at this, Gabe having trouble catching his opponent this time, and how good is Lamp doing at landing these shots against Gabe? We're going to see the top din in the DFC right here. He's actually doing a great job, probably 2 blizzes away now from trying to turn the tables against Gabe. Yeah, I gotta say, Lamp is a really good Sork. I do like how he's playing here. He's staying in close and harassing his opponent, giving him the opportunities, but also just remaining evasive enough. Yeah, Lamp is a great player. Oh, accidentally puddled there, but Gabe wasn't able to punish him for it. Accidental puddle. That could have been nasty. Yeah, you don't necessarily need to be. It's a tough call in the sorceress matchup, right? Especially, I mean, I think it's probably a good idea to be, because by the very least, if you're staying on the outside casting that FOH, you still kind of want to be as fast as possible. But yeah, it looks like he's 75 cast. The other thing too, though, Coolio, is we actually don't see a lot of Blizz players. Doombringer has been the gold standard of comparison for Blizz players for a very long time, but not not necessarily because there's a plethora of them out there, though. It's mainly because this guy has been so devout towards the Cold Sorceress. So I'd say refreshing, by the very least, to see more Cold Sorceresses get in here, especially with Lamp's style of gameplay. I like the way Lamp plays, especially with his gear choices, too. The lifer armor is insane. Yeah, I would assume what Gabe has for a stack setup is he has 40, 315. So 40 cold absorbed, 315 cold stack. That's the lower tier of cold absorbed. Now he's 1 blizz away, though. He just charged right into that, trying to secure that lock. And now Lamp being very... Look at this. This is how Lamp does it. He teleports away just to break the lock and then gets right back on the screen. Big hits there from Gabe. Did he proc something there? Hard to tell. Savage chain from his opponent. Lamp just barely escaping that one, and he gets it. Now finally turning it around. I believe 2-1 in favor of Gabe, I believe. This is big. Wonder if these guys ended up redoing this round right here. No, it looks like they might have, but we missed it. Yeah, either way, this is sick. Very good duels so far tonight. Yeah, this is sick so far. Gabriel versus... We got to get this down for fight of the night. Gabriel versus Lamp. This is good. It's so good, refreshing to see a cold Sork that isn't afraid to just be like, all right, here's your window. I'm going to be right back in. You lock me, I'm going to break the lock. I'm coming right back. You better be ready. That's the thing. A good cold Sork, and Doom does this all the time too, will actually keep the pressure up against a din. It's the annoying pressure versus a din, where they kind of want a little bit of space to either look for name locks, set up the FOH, but a good cold sorceress will get in there with a constant threat of a vicious blizzard. Like, and it's annoying because you don't have much time, many frames to set up, and when you do get that lock, you better be able to punish. And so far, Gabe has done that the first couple of rounds, but now Lamp is catching on. Lamp is catching on to the timing of Gabe, and he's able to run him right into these nasty blizzes. Gabe also having trouble re-grabbing the name lock. It looks like this is something. He's getting a little sloppy in these rounds here. In the later rounds, getting a little sloppy at re-grabbing the name lock after the teleport. It is hard to do, though, to be fair, all right? I say sloppy, but it's one of the hardest din tricks to do, because you not only have to grab the name lock from a very evasive opponent, teleporting all around the screen, but then when you have it and you realize you have it, you have to recenter your cursor very quickly. And there it is. Now evening up the score is Lamp, making it 2-2. Back and forth duel so far. Sork double tallying. His ping is okay. I'm not sure why. He could have also cut down to a lower cast rate breakpoint. Let me figure this out. What do you got on DFathom? Is it 30? Is it 30 cast on DFathom, 35 on Spirit, which is 65-20 on the helm, and he probably has a rack, so he's at 105. Yeah, he could just be straight double tallying. Oh, it was a 100 plus spike. Thanks, Drogman. Lamp is a unit, dude. I gotta tell you, I'm a big fan of Lamp. I love the way he duels. I love his character. I love his setup. Guy's awesome, dude. He's not double telling, just tell he's like a bot. Yeah, you can see the thought process. Drop, Blizz, teleport. Drop, Blizz, teleport into Blizz. Antagonize opponent. Teleport. Just robotic. And that's how you gotta be. Ooh, a little too close there. Gabe looking for that FOH there. Big opportunity to get the smites in, and he gets it! Very quick finish there. One of the drawbacks. One of the drawbacks to having that full Vita Sorceress where you're focusing more on that FOH damage. You see, Lamp has made a choice with his gear setup in this matchup. He has chosen to take the Coolie approach. Don't get hit, right? So the only thing that you have to worry about there is that FOH damage. He has committed. Don't get hit. He doesn't want to get hit by that smite. He thinks he can be quick enough to avoid it. And so far, you know, he has been. It's been back and forth, I believe, 3-2 now in favor of Gabe. Yeah, and that's an interesting strategy too, Bick, with the small teleports. I think that you can see the way that Lamp is setting it up. He's keeping his blizzes on screen, and the reason he's doing these small teleports is because at some point he kind of wants Gabe to get the name lock and to follow him exactly, right? Like, exactly to where his blizz is, and that's what he's doing. He's like dropping these blizzes, making sure he can still see them, and trying to bait Gabe into that stomp, right? So that's why he's taking these... He's giving him the opportunity. He doesn't want to stand flat-footed, but he wants to give him the opportunity to lock him, which I love that style of gameplay. It's just like that risk and reward gameplay. Love it. Yeah, it can be, unless you get full screen CTers that are just savage. Like that full screen CT that Jess did on me. That shit was savage. Maddie also really good at the full screen CT, landing directly on his opponent. Shit's savage. That's why you offset your screens a little bit, because if you have a keen eye and you can see where your cursor's going, you can see your opponent's name pop up when you're CTing. And if you're quick and you know that you're gonna land on him, you can grab that name lock, dude. But you gotta be quick. You gotta be observant. You gotta be looking at like all pixels of the screen, basically. Like you gotta have eyes everywhere. Ooh, man, close one there. Gabe almost had it, but hit that Oak instead. That Oak saving more lives than anything in these matchups. Oak Sage. If there was a tier, for pets, right? In dueling. Shadow Bay is God tier, but Oak Sage certainly S tier. This guy saves lives. What's up, Dio? How you doing, man? Yeah, and Gabe is a very tough opponent, as we saw with this guy's performance so far. We did have one wrong entry in there. Thanks for the heads up on that, Gabe. We'll get that fixed. But this guy is, I believe, 5-3 so far on all classes, and I believe 4-2 on the Din in recent history. Very good performance on a Din. Mind you, a Din is typically, regardless if you go Smiter or if you go Hammer, I'm going to give it depends on the pilot, but it's probably about a B tier class in PvP, just because it requires so much skill to be competitive with it. And Gabe, it takes a special pilot, but Gabe is one of those pilots, able to quickly grab those name locks, quickly harass and chase his opponent, and keep that pressure on when he needs to. take a look at how it's looking on his end. He's at about half life, probably maybe 4 blizzes away, depends. Looking for that name lock. Yeah, I wonder how much, though. Someone was mentioning the cast. I wonder how much at this point it will matter if he, you know, that he doesn't have the 125. Because there is a couple of frames in here. Oh, and a nice blizz from Lamp. I believe that's 4-2 in favor of the Lamp himself. Very nicely done. Incredible match from these two. Lamp gets it done, man. I believe, unless I'm wrong. Oh, it's 2-3. 2-3. Never mind. We still got another round. Good. At least another round. Possibly 2. Good shit, man. Good duels so far, man. I can only hope and wish that DFC 100 is jam-packed with as many action-filled duels as DFC 99 has been so far. Big hit early on. You can notice the power of this cold stack choice here, 315.40 from Gabe. You notice that first blizzard did 2,300 damage. The second one will do 800. That's the power of this cold stack choice right here. And it could also be that in stacking up, see, there it is, 800. In stacking up so much. Oh my God, beautiful blizzes here from Lamp. And he figured out the pattern from his opponent. And there it was. Very nicely done. I also see Foozer in game here. Let's cut over to these guys. Wow. Foozer also has a duel here tonight. He has 2 of them. 2 of them on the card. He's got a duel versus Sound, the Din that we just saw. All right, Sound is going to have to step it up a notch. Foozer might be technically new to the DFC, but we have a little bit of intel here. Yeah, rough matchup. Sound ain't got an easy night tonight. Sound, we're not taking it easy on this guy. We know he's a previous DFC champion, working his way back up the ranks, all right? But also, Foozer is a savage player. This guy is just really good. All right, so, okay, it looks like, let me see. I think Law is trying to let us know that he's ready for his match. Let me see what this looks like, where he's at. That is Trafalgar, I believe, and that's versus Polytheist. So Polytheist usually doesn't get home from work for about another hour. It's usually, he'd usually communicate this on Discord, Trafalgar. Trafalgar doesn't believe in Discord. It's against Trafalgar's inner beliefs to get Discord. So this guy is used to getting our attention on stream, and he has done it. I would guess it's probably be about another hour or so for Polytheist. I'll reach out and message him, though. Let him know. All right, Polytheist. Yo, bro. You able to duel? Yeah, I let him know. We'll keep you posted, Trough. And here it is, the first round. We've got Foozer versus Sound. They get these guys doing this in the Bloodmore. Sound going to be looking for his opportunity to get in here with the VT. He has landed a couple of shots versus Foozer early on. Accidental Town there from Sound. This is a new sin for Foozer. Looks like he's still leveling this guy up. He's not quite level 99 yet. I didn't actually see what level he is. He's got that Canadian ping, though. 31 ping. That's some Canadian shit. Sound on that Canadian ping. Foozer on that Canadian ping. These guys didn't come here to fuck around. Lag is not going to be an issue for these guys. So the thing that Foozer wants to do versus basically any Din is keep the pressure up, right? And when they get in trouble, that's oftentimes when you'll see them kick back, maybe sit in 5 stacks. But the thing with Sound and what we've seen him do before, and that he'll likely, I'm going to say, have to do here versus an opponent such as Foozer, is he's going to have to, in my opinion, bust out the bow. The Widowmaker is a way that you can essentially change your opponent's approach to the duel. It makes it so that the Sin can't necessarily sit in 5 stacks. She can't necessarily keep the distance, right? Versus a typical VT, she can keep the distance because she knows her traps will outrange the FOH, which isn't going to do much damage versus a Sin. You know, it's oftentimes going to be claw blocked, but it is going to be annoying if they haven't prepared for it, right? If they don't have, well, they can't have as a dual claw Sin any added max light res or anything. But even then, I mean, it's probably not going to hurt much. So they can kind of sit there, they can take the FOH. So unless you really punish them with that smite early on, it's tough. It's tough for them to, you know, to give up their spot like that. They love keeping that distance, and down goes Sound in round 1. Not everyone has access to this or knows about it. That's why it shouldn't be allowed. I don't care how blind you are. Wait, what do you mean? Is that, are you talking about the mouse? Like the color change of the mouse? Yes, please, Max. Wait for us to tune in. We'll pop in next. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Gertie versus Max is going to be an interesting one, dude. Max, I gotta tell you, you were one of the hardest people to get a good matchup for every week. Like, you're one of those people that I often save till last on making the card. I'm like, who the fuck do I put against Max? Gertie was against somebody else, but I was like, nah, this is the one. Like, previous DFC champ Gertie. And if he's gonna get a shot again versus the winner of tonight's match for the title, he's gonna have to beat a big name. And Max is a big name, the grandfather of the kick Sin and one of the most savage Sin players in D2R existence. Yeah, Foozer playing very well. See, we didn't underestimate this guy. All right, we didn't underestimate this guy. We knew he was quite capable. Quite a capable player. By the way, another big cheers to Kyle, bro. I appreciate how generous you are always, brother. I feel like I can't thank you enough. I don't want to always wait to thank you with donos and all of this stuff. Just out of the blue, man. Let's tip one back to this guy. Big shout out to Kyle. This guy always super generous, keeps the spaceship running with all of his generosity. Yeah, I think we actually put an exception into the rules for that route. Honestly, like, the spirit of having a rule that says no mods is, the spirit of it is with Gmod in mind, right? So when you have things that are automatically doing shit for you, such as macros or, you know, auto aim or some shit like that, that is the spirit of a mod, right? If you have peripheral mods that make something easier to see, there was certainly a gray area at first, but I think we have to look at the spirit of what mods are and why we ban them. Right, and I don't think a different colored cursor is in the spirit of that. In some games, they just allow you to change the color of the cursor. Not in D2. But it's one of those things that, in my opinion, and in the opinion of a lot of people, not necessarily a huge advantage. Advantage? Sure. Yep. But against the spirit of what mods should be? No. Widescreen, yeah, that's an interesting one. That's an interesting one. That one is probably more... It doesn't do... I mean, you can say the same thing, right? It doesn't necessarily do anything automatically for you. It still requires you to make all of the movements. Slight advantage, yep. But it's also under the same spirit why that's not banned. And also, Blizzard addressed the big widescreen issue prior to D2R release. So, like, Yeah. It's another one of those things. So what sort of huge advantage does it give you though? You can CT tele further. Okay. CT cast further. Okay. And there it is, round 2. Going to Foozer. This guy playing like an absolute champion, full of promise. More pixels. You can't corner name lock chasing people when they have different aspect ratio. Yeah, increased field of view, yeah. Yeah, if Blizz ever decides it's a no-go and they start sniffing that shit and they're like, yeah, you're running some mod, we don't know what it's doing, but they ban for it, that's the risk. Foos is on point. Sound with no easy matchups here tonight. 2-0 so far in favor of the DFC newcomer, Foozer. Showing and proving against previous DFC champion here. Sound not busting out that bow, going full VT style here. I'm surprised. The bow was one of the tricks that Sound would bust out in his arsenal every once in a while, and I really thought we would see it here. I really thought we would see it. But also Sound is very good at getting on the inside and capitalizing on those chain locks, and that is the skill he's going to rely on. Getting there in round 3. Now, trying to turn these tables on the Foozer man himself.
Not in town. Hello.
Yeah, theoretically you could. Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. Root is making the slippery slope argument, which is, I think it's fair, but it's also why we kind of went back and revisited it to hopefully stop the slippery slope from happening. Put some salt on the slippery slope, right? The spirit of modding is having things done for you automatically, having some sort of macro that recenters your cursor, right? That's bannable. Right? Like, but having these peripheral mods that, like, theoretically anybody could have, that at this point, especially with this one right here, Blizzard clearly isn't banning for it. It's doesn't do anything automatically for you. I don't think it's in the spirit of what a mod is, and the same could be said for widescreen. Sure, it gives a slight advantage, but there's also that point, and I think widescreen is probably higher up on the risque list, I would say, because there is a more clear advantage than the colored cursor. But again, it's just sort of something you have to look at, and just know it's a good rule of thumb. If anything is doing something for you, such as auto-selecting a target, such as a macro that's pressing buttons for you, even if it's just battle orders, if it's oh my god, savage pressure from Sound, and he's able to land a smite. Foozer forced to reset, stack up some traps, and grab some of that mana. Yeah, a good rule of thumb is if something is doing an action for you, that's the line, right? Out of 100 DFCs almost, I fail to see that how huge of an advantage widescreen monitors are. I fail to see how huge of an advantage. I do agree, slight advantage. Game-breaking, game-changing advantage? No. It just remains to be seen. Yep, the black areas are clickable in the widescreen. Yep. Oh no, I sat there with Doombringer doing some far casting with not far casting, but like CT casting with the widescreen. And yeah, you get a slight distance advantage. Yeah, for sure. With the widescreen, slight distance advantage for sure. I'm not saying it's no advantage. It's just remains to be seen as a huge advantage. Sound getting some damage in, but so is Foozer. Sound is very low right now. Sound has got his work cut out for him. This is gonna be tough on previous DFC champ here. Let's take a look over at his screen. Yeah, very low, almost to the point where he's Mind Blast PK. Not quite there, but man, oh man, it's tough. Beautiful CT casting from Sound. Also, Sound on slightly wide screen here. It's not really giving him much of an advantage. And there it is. 3-1 in favor of the Foozer man. Yeah, you can teleport further for sure. You can break locks easier for sure. Yep, there is a slight advantage for sure. Don't disagree. Yep, I don't disagree with that. Yep. I think right now, the current kind of standard check for mods is good. Like, is it doing something automatically for you? Yeah, you can see a little bit. This is just regular aspect ratio. You see a little bit of the black lines down here and up top. It might not be widescreen in the typical sense of it, but it is slightly bigger than usual. Could just be the aspect ratio choice, but again, that's something you can adjust. NVIDIA, even to some degree in the game. Nice hits from Sound. And he's done a great job at avoiding a lot of damage here so far. So he's still looking good. Still being very patient. Wow, getting right in there, dancing with death with those traps, but remaining unscathed in that exchange. The accidental town teleports here for both players is hilarious. Not even setting up that FOH, not even leading with it. See, this is a matchup right here where Sound is making the right call. We were talking about this earlier, where sometimes leading with FOH in certain matchups is good. This is not one of those. If you lead with FOH here, especially with the evasive sin, where it's a big punishment for, you know, if they know you're coming, it's big punishment with those traps. They'll teleport into them, like they'll really make it rough for you. Sound is not leading with FOH. He's trying to get right in there, find a name lock as fast as he can. Just like that. Wisely chooses to get out of that name lock, though. That was a dangerous one. Walks just out of the way of those traps. It's a game of give and take in this matchup, and it's certainly one that doesn't favor the Din. If anybody in the game wants to pool for these guys, that would be awesome. Nice chain there from the previous champ. Amazing double telly. That was an amazing chain lock there. Crazy series of events. And he gets there. Evening up the score. Make it a little closer to even here. 3-2 now. Slightly in favor of the Foozer man, but an incredible performance from both players here so far. Sound really showing the skill on a smiter. I can't stress enough how difficult this matchup is for the smiter, for the VT. Very difficult for him to get on the inside. You gotta have a quick eye. You gotta have the ability to grab those name locks so fast and capitalize on them when you do. You notice a very crucial chain of events there that happened with Sound. He was doing the left click chain locking there for a while, trying to get that smite in there. But when he noticed that Foozer man was a little too slippery for him, he actually switched to the double telly, like the telly lock, which got him in close. It was able to break Foozer's his evasiveness. It caught him off guard, and he was able to punish him for it. That was very good, very nicely executed from Sound. Playing on the Din, man, I'm telling you, you got to be a good pilot, and this guy is that guy. 100%. It changes it if you have a good pilot on the smiter. That's for sure. Like, if you've ever seen Marvel play on a smiter, that is god tier smiter play. It's something that there's no other person I've seen that can even pull the shit off that Marvel does. Right, that's god tier. You also have Joby, even Gabe from what we've seen. Sound, Serenity, also good smiter players. Those guys will make it look like the smiter is a very, very powerful class, but really they have very powerful pilots. Joby's current GOAT. I think we're gonna get to see Joby and Maddie for DFC 100 too. That's another secret stardom match there. I think we're actually gonna get to see a duel of the Canadian Terrors. I think it's going to be a brotherly grudge match with likely a lot of shit talking, but certainly a whole lot of action. Yeah, Marvel's just a different player. God tier untouched. Jovi is gonna unplug Maddie's Ethernet mid-duel. Can you imagine? I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, it should be a fun one to watch. Nice name lock there from Sound, but he's now charge locked, I believe. That's dangerous. That's something you don't want to see, but he's making a big comeback there. A couple of nice smites. He took some big damage early on, but man, that might have been the opportunity that he needed to potentially have a big comeback. You know what? I think I meant to actually reach out to him, Kyle. I might actually do that still. I would love to see Elite back for DFC 100. The thing is, all of the cool people that are coming to DFC 100, Llama, like he wanted to duel me in particular. He didn't want to duel anybody else, all right? Wanted to duel me in particular. I want to duel Barricade. I also would love to duel Elite. Remember that time we couldn't quite set up when I was the champion? I actually reached out to him to see if he would bring in his Necro to go up against Santiana. Because, oh, there it is, man. Foozer gets there in a 4-2 victory. Incredible match between these two right here. Let's put that one down for fight of the night as well. Sound versus Foozer. That's insane. Very nice back and forth. And without keeping these guys waiting any longer, let's cut over to Gertie versus Max. Virtual round of applause for Sound and Foozer, man, though. Wow, incredible match. It's so crazy to see. So crazy to see. Two very skilled pilots on their builds kicking some ass. Now, here it is. Gertie on the widescreen. Gertie on the widescreen, cold Sork. He ain't fucking around. Now we're gonna see. Now, I'm ready for the shit talking of the widescreen already. It's Gertie on widescreen. Gertie's a savage player in general. I'm ready. My body is ready for this widescreen shit talk. Just keep it going. Let's go. Yeah, duel hasn't even started yet. I'm ready. I'm ready. Yeah, good duels to those guys, man. That was incredible. Max says, please get it banned. Elite known cheater, LOL. Yeah. Dude, I think that would have been good, though. We weren't able to get him for that. He was wrapped up doing some other things. But, yeah, I'll reach out to him, see if he's free for next week. I want to have the event up and ready so that people can sign up for it before I reach out to him, though. But yeah, I'm gonna reach out to him soon. It would be so good to see it. I would be surprised to see him return for it. He's pretty wrapped up in the game that he plays now. He's of course at the top of the top with his league. So is what it is, man. I hope to see him. It would be sick. But I want to duel him. I almost wanted to get to Santiana versus his Necro. I feel like I would lose, even though I have the technical advantage. All right, a little bit of fucky aspect ratio here. No, I think we're just gonna go back to this one. It's a little bit widescreen cinematic effect here, but Oh man, I'll make a note of that, dude. Reach out to Dazer and Elite. Yeah, I think that would be sick, actually. That would be sick. Yep, good point. We could get an all-star roster for DFC 100. Thanks, Brody. I appreciate that, dude. Yeah, it's a good idea. The million forum gold sin. All right, here these guys go. This is Max versus Gertie. Max with some early damage. And he is going to make Gertie... Oh, my God. And a nasty cast from far off screen. Bring it in, boys. Bring it in. Oh, and there it is. Max almost got there, though. Holy shit. ICT got a lock. Out of your range. Out of your trap range. Look, all right. You know, I'm going to say this, all right? I'll say this. The rules are the rules. However, as you guys know, the underlying principle of the DFC is if it's broken, show me. All right? If it's broken, show me. Gertie just taking full advantage of it. Gertie just jamming. And he could get punished for it hard here, though. Max is keen on this stuff. Big hits from Gertie there. I think he might have actually landed a Blizz. Hard to tell, though. That could have been off Shadow Bay. Big hits from Max, and now Gertie's stuck. Eating some massive hits from those traps. Laying those CT blizzes. He's also just kind of dueling off screen, and like, really that's... I mean, it makes sense. But at the same time, the range of the Cold Sorceress, you shouldn't be able to duel off screen. Just a data point. Small data point. Another big hit there from Gertie. Terror about to be unleashed on Sanctuary. I'm getting ready. I'm getting ready for this. We ain't gonna be caught off guard by this D-clone. Yeah, big hits. Big hits, and now Max is in trouble. Screen shake activated for Gertie. See, with the widescreen, the screen shakes more too, you know? It's just a drawback. So when D-clone spawns, you know, it's bad. It's really bad. Fucks up all your CTs. See, so another data point. Yeah. I will say, though, in all honesty, I think there are certain matchups such as this one that can abuse it and make for less exciting gameplay. That's for sure. That's a data point to be collected. I'm going to take a note, all right? I'm going to put it next to the note to reach out to Dazer and Elite. I'm going to put... Yep, we've taken notes. Just data point notes, okay? Just taking notes. Just putting it out there, okay? I'm a man. I can admit when I'm wrong. All right, we'll see. We'll have to weigh it. His cold sork name is so good, PKer. I love it. I think I sense a bit of sarcasm about this build. Max trying to lure him into these traps. Oh, temp is super underrated for sure. Used to be very, very highly ranked. Yeah, Dazer was one of the best performing DFC duelers ever that never quite got a title. He was around predominantly in the Vamp the Champ era. And that was a guy that is extremely hard to get the title from. The type of player that will pride you out, right? Especially in these Neck v Sin matchups, right? Beautiful CT cast there from Gertie. The real question is, and what I wonder is if you use the Marrow Walk glitch for the auto aim on the Blizz, if you can grab that from even further off screen. Now that would be interesting. Gertie got to engage though. Gertie got to come in a little bit. Can't be trying to snipe all the way from the outside. Your range is shorter. Gertie eventually has to go in. His range is shorter. Gertie MFing in the more. And there it is. Max gets there. All right, yeah. So just a something to look out for. The technical range of the sorceress is shorter than the range of the sin. So if the duel gets a little late, the sorceress has to go in. Yeah, very close one. Both are almost dead. Find ID scroll, Gertie. What, on a chainmail? That can't even be anything good. Gertie trolling. Trying to find range. So good PKer, but he must be new. This guy, I'm not sure who Gertie is. He must be new. Has this guy ever been DFC champ before? I can't remember. Must be new. Beautiful name lock there from Gertie and a nice follow-up from Max. Pushing the pressure, closing the distance, sensing that Blizz is coming right down. Now, that's the thing to do is when your opponent casts that Blizz, you know that there's a delay in the time that they can actually get on the inside, and that is the chance to punish. Max did a great job right there. Scored some pretty nasty damage early on. He's still kind of just kiting Gertie to come in. Can Gertie do it? He did land a big hit, though. Max's life is very low. We just saw a slight life check there. He actually did land a shot. We didn't even see it. Didn't even see it. Now he's getting in, knowing that he has a pretty decent life total. I like Gertie's approach here. He's actually getting in and trying to, like, just force a Blizz, just like that. And there it is. I forgot you died in like 2 Blizz. Yeah, exactly. That's why we got it. That's why we got to get in there. Got hit with an invisible multi-hitter. Holy shit. Invisa multi-hitter. Well, that's also the drawback to having it's also the drawback to having like these long range duels, especially when the Sin is trying to stay slightly off screen and kite the cold sorceress in. And when you have a cold sorceress that's CT casting Blizz, it's so often that they're going to cast this off your screen and you're not going to see it. He's using Shadow. That's a mistake. Well, yeah, Shadow could technically become immune to cold, but it also gives Gertie the ability to get a name lock, and that is there's still debate, or I'm still unsure about how well the double tick blizz works off from the shadow or off from pets in general. Some people say it's still pretty nasty, but some people say it's been fixed from how bad it was. But regardless, even let's assume it's, you know, best case scenario, it just gives Gertie another target to name lock, which is bad. Still double hits, yeah. Blizz is thrilling to versus, yeah. Dude, Blizz, I'm not gonna lie, just full transparency, fucking hate dueling blizzards. It's like when I see a blizzard in a pub game, I'm to the point now where I don't even switch my gear. I just let them kill me and feel good. Because it's just like, it requires such a gear swap that nerfs you to every other dueler in the game. Oh my god, and a quick closing of the distance there. Gertie getting caught looking for that CT, not noticing that Max was right on top of him. That was incredible, dude. Gets in there, fire blast finish. That was nasty. I lost to Trapper and 2x Blizz. So ban Trapper and Blizz, please. Yes, I agree. Writing that down as a note. Yeah, well, ban Trapper, Blizz. I'd be okay with it. I'd be all right with it. That would work. Yeah, good suggestion, Gabe. Spitting the real facts. Max making a big comeback. I believe 3-2 right now in favor of the previous champ, Gertie. Max putting on quite a show here against previous DFC champ, though, as we would expect, no less. Would expect no less. A back and forth battle so far. Gertie finally using the no pickup. Must be getting in the way of those CT casts. Getting jammed up on those mana pots. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Max noticed that and actually just stacked up pots there and stayed by them. Just so that he could jam them up. I wouldn't. Max is like an observant player. I would not be surprised if he noticed it. Well, don't be talking that kind of bullshit, Kyle. Don't be talking that kind of... What are you, crazy? Widowmaker? Widowmaker is good. A skillful weapon. Fuck out of here with that nonsense. Ban Widowmaker. What is this? What do you want? Not want skillful builds in the DFC? Everybody loves Widow. That's a good thing. The ultimate equalizer. It's like bringing an atom bomb to a gunfight. Ban everything except Dins. That's it. This is DFC is now the Din Fight Club. That's the real note. Get good on Din or don't play. Bro, you know what I want to see more of in DFC is melee duels. I actually just built a melee dueler, and it's actually kind of cool. Very, very chill style of fighting. It's like nail biter as much as it is click and hold. It's kind of cool. If we get a lull in the action, I might actually pop into ZPK real quick. Oh, I just built I know there's different rule sets. I'm not quite familiar with them, or different formats. I'm not quite familiar with them. I'm no tap on my melee zeal. I did it mostly with budget gear. The only thing that isn't budget is I'm still borrowing Legaliz's 32020s, but I'm just gonna swap those out with shit charms when I give them back. But the rest of the gear is practically mine. I think I still have his dungos, but it's not a huge thing. But all of the melee gear that I have on mine now is actually mine. With the exception of that. Yeah, it's kind of sweet. I like it. Melee dueling, kind of fun. All right, so we got a slight snapshot of Gertie's resistances there. He is stacked up quite a bit on the light res, but that fire res, a little sus. Max punished him for it before. Now Max in trouble. Max very low. But so is Gertie. Oh my gosh, and Max getting in there, likely trying to finish with that fire blast. There it is. Name locking that shadow. That could be deadly. He's got that shadow name lock. It's right down there in the corner. Might not have been able to see it with my fat ass in the way, but it was there. He had it. That's why he was holding it. And Max teleported right as he got it to him. Surprised that didn't end it. But Max still choosing that Shadow Bay. There must be something. I think Max is just one of those Shadow Bay believers where you never give up on Shadow Bay because she'll never give up on you. So no matter the shit that people talk about the Shadow Bay, Max ain't never gonna give up on her. Shadow Bay believer. You try out LLD duels again? Can't find their Discord, unfortunately. You have invite to it. I'm probably in it. Jess actually had probably one of the most active LLD Discords in recent history. I'm not sure if he's still... I don't think he's still putting on tournaments like every day/week like he used to. But he was doing that for a while. Yeah, I'll see if I can find it, dude. Just send me a message on Discord or something. I'll see if I can find it and invite you to it. What's your high score of Minesweeper? Strategic shit talking here from the previous champ. See, this is unsung hero champ skill right here. Trying to get his opponent to type in the more, asking about the high score in Minesweeper. Wisely gets out of there. He's a little scared of Max at close range, but boom, nails it. And there it is. 4-2 victory, I believe, right? I think that's over. 4-2 victory for the previous DFC champ in Gertie. Yeah, he's able to cast the Blizz so far with CT casting, combination of CT casting and the widescreen usage here, which is a very interesting observation. Yeah, I think it's... He says, maybe 3 seconds on easy, forget what score on hard. We're going to get another D-clone pop here. Holy shit. Yeah, I gotta say, an interesting observation here, because there certainly are builds that can really benefit from the widescreen casting, that's for sure. Yo, let's see if we can actually just gank this guy real quick. We got a D-clone that spawned in this game. We got to go make another game, because it looks like he's about to go again. Let's see if we can gank him. All right, let's ID it. Get in there and get out. My button presses were so sloppy there. Gosh, I haven't jammed on this guy in a while. Ever since the world record run. Oh, we missed it. Damn it. Could have had two. Well, maybe this will be the 2020 right here. Could be the one we were waiting on. Well, let's see what we got. 15, 16. Trash. Absolute trash. That's too bad. We could have had another bite at the apple there if we were a little quicker. Well, that's just too bad. Look, just in case they pop this game again, let's just make next game, huh? You gotta be ready. Gotta be ready. All right, let's check the Discord. See if anybody else... I do see Elk Brew streaming it live here. He might be ready. He was worrying about going up against the Barb earlier. Let's cut over to this guy. Oh, going up against Punch. Is he getting some practice duels in? I would imagine that's what he's practicing against. Punch, one of the most savage barbarians. He's trying to get some practice duels in. Yeah, I believe... Let's see. Elk Brew going up against Montreana. This is gonna be a match. Can Montreana pull it off? This guy's been practicing against punch. That's nuts. That's nuts. He's getting ready. Look, by the way, while these guys get set up, I can see you, Kyle. Clearly, by Quill Rat, what he means is the player named Quill Rat. There's no space in between. It's the player named Quill Rat. There has never been a time in history where I have been killed by a Quill Rat. That's nonsense. Don't believe that. Okay? That's some bullshit. If anyone says that, including Kyle, don't believe him. He's making shit up. All right? There's nothing, there's no truth to it. That never happened. There's no proof, no nothing, no video, no nothing. Okay? But if you really want to set it up, we got to find the guy named Quill Rat, and we'll see what we can do. But yeah, we'll try it. We'll see if we can set it up. I'm not sure where he's at or if he's busy. But yeah, big cheers, brother. Thank you so much for 11 months, my dude. Not sure when it's gonna come in, but when we travel so fast, you know how it is, bro. Appreciate that, man. Big cheers. Quill Rat is Johnny Dubs. Is that really him? You trolling me? Yeah, that'd be great. That'd be great. All right, this is our boy Elk Brew warming up for Montreana. You know what? I think if you're gonna prepare for Montreana, you got to prepare for the barbs that are different, right? You gotta be prepared for barbs that are different. Because Montreana is a different barb player. I think we ought to get in there on the brawler barb. Just show them what's up. See if we can crack the code. I'm so good at password cracking, it's not even funny. All right, here we go. Let's give this guy. I know Punch is like an all-right barb player. He's okay, but we've got to get this guy ready for real barb players, right? Like, we got to get him ready for the real ones. I hate to see him practicing on Punch and not really being ready for real barbs. Good luck versus Midas. All right, hold up. I got to set up for Druid here. You know how we do that? We swap to cold. We swap to massive life leech. Where's our life leech ring? Is this it? Oh, but that is. Good enough. We could swap to this too. I hate to give up the attack frames, but all we need is 70. Oh yeah, we actually have better attack frames. Hold on. We could go with... Yep. And double life leech here. There we go. All right. Looking good. Is it a BM amount of life leech? No, not at all. Not even close. Not even close. All right, let's jam it. Go Storm. I hate to do him like this, but this is real barb practice. He just beat Punch. But now it's time for a real barb player. Oh, bullshit. Defensive NATO in me. Come on, baby. Duel's right here. Good stomp. We'll just be right here. Oh, beautiful stomp. Close duel, though. If you just aim and stop whirlwind, you might actually hit him. No, you actually, with this build, so this is a bit different than a regular barb. I'm not going to stomp and smash him with a whirlwind. A whirlwind is a backup skill for this barb. You would rather hit him with throw. So that's where all your damage is going to come from. That's where 90% of that damage came from, was from throw. So you're whirlwinding defensively, because their best strategy here is to actually just get aggressive with you.
Not here.
Get in there, stomp, put the pressure on you. Put the pressure on you until you exchange densities. That's the goal. So you wanna whirlwind defensively with this guy. Yeah, you see that? Like, if he gets in, you want to hit him with the throws. We need more life leech. Yeah, see, just like that. That's how to do it. Yeah, whirlwinding does nothing. Like, I hit him with 17 whirls, and it really doesn't do much. It's more to, like, discourage the stomps. Yeah, the spears is what you want to hit him with. All right, let's stack up the life leech. I'm wondering if we can do even more. I'm betting it's possible. There's got to be a way. What's the most devastating life leech that we can possibly pull off? I don't think the 6 is worth it there. Maybe it is. Oh, tracks. Yeah, this is how to do it. I got you. We got this. This is how to be. Technically less life leech. But this is where we want to be. Alright, Ghost. Oh, no, never mind. He's dueling Tempest. What the? Tempest ain't a barb. This guy wants some barb practice. I'm on 109 ping. That's the only reason I lost. Actually, there's no room for DR on this build. Just don't get hit and try to life leech. That's how it is. It's a sacrifice you have to make. You have to play to win on this class. You can't play to not lose. Yep, it's a thing. This is 1 billion hours of testing the throw barb. Yeah, there's no room for a lot of DR. You can throw in a little, but like there's just the breakpoints are not there. You need IAS, you need cast. Yeah, it's tough to balance everything and give that shit up for DR. Don't get hit, cheese the fuck out of them. Like that's how you got to do it. Drax is pretty good though. 100% P Drax right there, courtesy of our boy Muchez. Tempest says I can bring Barb.
I can't carry anymore.
Go Storm when ready. Getting him all practiced up. All right, we have even less life leech now, so this should be interesting. Our range is going to be there, though. I'm loving this Jav for the range. Oh, feels good. All right, go. Just don't get hit. Defensive NATO shit. I tapped out to the defensive NATO.
I am overburdened.
There's got to be a way to stack up ridiculous life leech and Drax. I think we can do it. We got to put this here. We give up the breakpoint for massive life leech, I think. I think that's the only way. As much life leech as humanly possible. Give up every breakpoint. Or is Doom versus Foos? Let's fucking go. That's the fight. That's the fight in the Sneck Valley. That's the one. I feel like Necro, Druid, or VT would be as good as starter builds for PvP. I would agree. Druid is a fun starter build because you have a good matchup versus a lot of things, and it's a very simple game plan to learn, but you can also grow quite substantially on that type of build too. Like learning chain locking, tele locking, aggression. Like, it's a really good build, I think, for a starter. It's a Druid. It's also just a tier or S tier build too.
I am overburdened.
Also Fireball. Yep. Good point. Good point, Kyle. Yep. Great. Listen to Kyle. He's actually got some good points. All right. We've got him this time. How much life leech? We've got 30. We're almost capped. All right, go Storm. This time we're never aggressing him. Never aggressing. The defensive NATO is a never aggress.
Good day.
Yeah, it looks like Montreana's here though, so all right. Go Storm. One more. Never regress. Oh, nice stomps. Good timing. Yep, Montreana, you got your work cut out for you. Good timing on this guy. He's got some great timing. Waits till the end of the whirlwind.
I can't carry any
It's good stuff. It's good stuff. Easy. Just took out Tempest.
Yes.
Yeah, easy. AFK 6 hours. We have got to tune in to the Elk Brew versus Montreana match. This should be an epic one, boys. Buckle your safety belts. Or buckle your softy belts. Because this one is going to be nasty. Let's check it out. Who's your money on? Is it on Montreana or Elk Brew? The savage that we've seen here so far. And in this corner, we've got Elk Brew, the druid that we were just getting our ass kicked by. This guy's timing, pretty fucking insane, I gotta say. I'm not gonna lie, his timing's good. He's got it down. He knows how to address a barb and how to aggress a barb when he needs to. Thing is with a druid, especially if you're going in no max block, which I think you certainly can't have versus a barb. You can only go to 50% versus a barb at best. However, when you're choosing to aggress, getting on the inside like that, your timing's got to be clutch. You got to realize when your opponent is at the end of their whirlwind, and that's when you get in there. That's when your pets are going to block whatever hits are coming from that whirlwind, and you're going to get a free hit, basically, if you can time that perfectly. And Elk Brew, very good at doing that. Gotta say, just in the few duels that we've had, very good at doing it. It's also, I mean, to be fair, versus the brawler barb, if you get a semi-good druid, you can't beat them. If they know what they're doing, you can't beat them. But they got to know what they're doing, and Elk Brew does. So this will be a fun one to see. Yeah, after I got him the one round, I should have AFK'd 6 hours. That would have been the champion thing to do. One round, kill him, AFK 6 hours. That's what you got to do. Brody's speaking the real truths. He knows how it goes. I can only imagine when Coolio is in a pub game that's also, I could just see him dueling like that. He gets the one win. Like, I can imagine it's in his repertoire of things to do. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, AFK 6 hours. Yeah, it looks like Elk's ping is trash here too. I'm not sure if these guys are going to try to go for another game or if this is central, if it's like equally as bad. That's actually surprising that he was that good on such shit ping. You can see the ping from Elk Brew here. Might be able to see it just like a little bit in that corner up there, but I'm seeing like 172, 140, you know, like it's bad. So this will be an interesting one to see. It might be a central game. Depends. I'm not sure where he's playing from. Montreana is east. So if Elk is also on East, I say they just make an East game. But if it's West v East, probably could stay in this one. I also think that Montreana should just make the game. The Barb needs all the advantage they can get. This is the best ping I can get on NA, though. Oh, I see. Where's Elk Brew playing from? He must be playing from over in EU? Damn. Hells yeah. Also, speaking of that, Kyle, new note. Playlist for DFC 100. I wanted to put together something special. I see you. See, I was in the future.
Got to say, I like that you have a new set of music.
Big cheers, brother. Glad you're liking it. Div Kid, man. This retro shit. I'm a big fan. Appreciate that support, man. Big cheers to you. We're polishing it off. Look, I'm fresh out of coffee and whiskey, so just gonna have to go straight whiskey, I think. I mean, it's the only logical answer. This big cheers to Kyle. Coffee mug with whiskey. I mean, this is life. Gonna mod for mana pool, still on last duel. 4-4 V Gertie. All right, yeah, for sure. We'll do that. Thank you, Max. Hold up, let's pop over to this real quick. I actually didn't know this one was still going. Sorry about that. All right, so mod and mana pools for this. Yeah, I'll see if I can join up on your game for mana pool. My bad, Max. All right, we in this. We see Gertie's stream here. I'll keep the mana pools flowing. All right, yep. So basically, I assume they're calling in mods, not just for mana pools, but for Gertie lates. All right. Gertie technically has to aggress if the duel gets low. Regardless of whether his widescreen is there or not, whatever bullshit that brings, the range of the Cold Sork is shorter. So he has to come in. All right, here we go. This is the latter part of the final round. Max, trying to get him from that range. Stay out of the range of this CT cast on the wide screen, which makes things very interesting. Haven't got a life check on Max, but I would assume he might be low. All right, Gertie doing a good job of like coming in, hunting for a target. All right. Gertie staying on the outside. Trying not to get picked apart by the traps, but I still think he's actually very good to be able to get on the inside and try to land something, regardless of if Max is high in life or low. He's got to land something. He can still survive quite a few traps. His stack is pretty on point, as we've seen. Yeah, there we go. I mean, he's getting in, dropping him close. That's what he's got to do. Like, drop him close, get out. And the big thing that he's got to do, and Gertie's very good at this, and that is figuring out the angles at which his opponent is casting these traps. Oh man, and a solid trap there from Max right at the mana pool. Gertie wisely gets out of there. Big hit from Max, but still, even with that solid hit, Gertie only took like 100 damage from that. He's still got the ability to get in there. Whose character is that named Sin Needs Buffs? That's fucking hilarious. A joke from way back in the day that's still relevant today. Gertie trying to keep Max guessing and circling around him from the outside. Max just hoping he comes in. Nice trap there from Max right on the corner. Shadow Bay doing some work. Dude, that was actually a big hit from Shadow Bay there. That was like 70 damage when you put it into perspective with like a low roll trap there versus Gertie. Shadow Bay doing work. This is why Max never gives up on the Shadow Bay. Whittling his opponent down. Yo, what's up, Carson? Yeah, it's we switched it up. We did put him on for a round of the Jess duel in case they made us play better, but we actually played worse. So we had to give it up. By the way, big cheers to you, Kyle. Man, that's strong. That's some strong coffee. Max with a widespread trap setup here. Having trouble seeing where Gertie's going to come in from. And honestly, Gertie's coming in from all angles here. Teleporting around. It's a very long distance duel here. Looks like these guys have kind of like passively cut the map at like the first box, which I think is good. I think that's plenty of room. I have no clue if I have hit you yet or not. You better get in there. Better get in there and check. Big hits from Max. About 400 damage there. Oh, and another hit. Gertie getting low. I'm gonna see if I can get a life check on Max. If he gets close to town, I might be able to see. Yeah, Max is probably at about 35 to 40% life. He just kind of walked up close to town. I got a little bit of a life check on him. He's probably one blizz away. One two-tick blizz, that's for sure. So both these players are at basically one big exchange here. From both players could end it. From either player. Another hit from Shadow Bay. Shadow Bay doing work. Yeah, I gotta say, I can't disagree about Shadow Bay being actually good. Gertie trying to stay on the outside here. You can't do that. You can't just CT cast from the outside blind and guess. He's got to do something. He's got to move in. I'm gonna let him know this. And the sad point is Gertie kind of has a point with the widescreen. Like his range is pretty comparable to Max. Like that's the thing. His range is pretty comparable. This is real duel, Max says. All right, jam it. Oh shit, Max has got some serious life rep in that shield. 4 duels in that shield. This is a real duel. One sec, girlfriend call. Oh my fucking word. Max says KK. We don't have anybody streaming it. All right. Just old school chasing. Old school following these guys around. Blizz has to aggress though. Like regardless, I know it sucks, but like this duel is ass. Max trying to get in there with Shockweb. That or that's Shadow Bay. It's hard to tell. I can't imagine he would use Shock. Oh, he is using Shockweb. He's actually checking. He's chalking him. Oh my, was that a Shadow Bay PK? The wall trap. That's what it was. Max gets there. We got new elite style PvP player. Like I said, I mean, Gertie kind of had a point, like with the range, to be completely honest. Like with the widescreen, his range was pretty comparable. He says Shockweb is GG now. I have 6k Shockweb. It's instant. Yeah, but the reason I said what I said is because at that point, like, we kind of have to go by...
We got a new Ellie playstyle PvP player.
Yeah, exactly, right? Yeah, like, you kind of have to go by what should be allowed without the widescreen at that point and kind of make a call. So, yeah, certainly something to note, but, yeah. Gertie did have a point. Like, his range was very similar. All right, let's cut back over to this. Thank you for the heads up. We got Montreana versus Elk Brew. Duel looks like it's still possibly going on. Good. I hope we didn't miss it. Montreana looking to get in there. Looking to deliver some damage. Stack up some wins. Certainly got a savage opponent. Big cheers to you, Kyle, by the way. Appreciate that support, brother. Much appreciated. And yeah, look, it's how it happens. Gertie is a top tier dueler, bro. And sometimes you see that. You see that, like, they'll keep the distance. They will go the distance in the duel. It's like Max said, it's a real duel. You know, it's a real duel. It came down to it. You know, we just had to make a call if we're going to be the ref watching it. Technically, the Sork should aggress. We even had in the rule set at one point. I'm not sure if it's still there. But we had it in the rule set at one point that, like, if it comes down to it, the Cold Sork has to aggress. Mainly because, like, you know, it's ass to duel a Cold Sork. It's especially ass in that situation. You know, and it's in so many situations, the Cold Sork just, we've seen it before. They keep the distance and they don't really aggress. They kind of try to make people run into Blizz. But in that case, to be fair, Max is kind of trying to do the same thing with traps. It's a very long range duel, and it's a duel in which, like Gertie said, his range is pretty comparable to Max with widescreen. So yeah, that's some whiskey, dude. Some Evan Williams whiskey. We just finished up on the coffee mix, so we just went more of the mix and less of the coffee. Big hits there early on from Elk Brew. This is underway here. Montreana versus Elk Brew. Yeah, he got some big hits, and he's very good at timing that whirlwind. Montreana, oh man, getting close on the inside, but unable to punish him. He's doing these defensive whirls, Montreana is, and that could be very dangerous. Defensive whirls are good if you're not able to predict your opponent, but in this case, I think you want to give Elk Brew the least amount of time to set up, especially knowing that he's very good at timing those defensive whirls. Oh, it's 3-0 so far, it looks like. .3-0 so far, match point on the line. Is Elk Brew going to be able to rack up his first DFC win? We also have Muchez live here. That might be ready to go versus Dio for the title match tonight. That'll be an interesting one. I hear Vamp the Champ talking. Maybe these guys have subbed out. It's Vamp the Champ playing over there for Gertie. It's Vamp the Champ. Oh, I hear you, Bruce. Like, yeah, the old Western style duel. Well, the truth of it is like at that level, it gets very competitive, and that's kind of what Max means by it's a real duel. Like at the highest level of competition, when you have good players like Max, you have good players like Gertie going at it. These guys will go the distance if need be. Like they're not going to needlessly push the action if they don't, like if the risk is too great. They're just too calculated of duelers to do that. And like I said, Gertie had a point. His range is technically good. Like, you know, it's technically equal. But Gertie also trolling the whole match too, you know, there is that. Big hits from Montreana. And now Elk Brew very low. Montreana looking to get in there. Kind of doing a little bit of defensive nadoing, and there it is though, he gets there. 3-1. Could Montreana turn this whole thing around? Montreana trying to rack up that first DFC win. Can he do it? He's got it. He's got a mountain to climb. But this boy can do it. Very interesting barb. This is a very unique style of barb player. The guy that theory crafts a lot on his barb builds. This is the type of guy we see him using Hazaris set for IAS breakpoints, for like weird breakpoints that he sets up with his sword wielding barb, which is just nuts, dude. Like trying out the most ridiculous shit, everything from death to dual grief, always mixing it up. You really never know what's in store for you going up against Montreana. He's always just got these very odd barb builds whose breakpoints are just off enough to confuse most people. That 5% Firebolt proc on Shadow. Though you can mix it up every week, but Coolie will always give you a counter matchup. Yeah, like you can play anything. Like we literally make matches depending on what people sign up on and what people's score is in the DFC. That's usually how matches are made. Like you typically get matched up against people with similar amounts of wins as you, typically. Except in the top 10, then it just gets weird. Top 10, you could get matched against a newcomer. You could get matched against the champ. You could get matched against someone that just seems like it's going to be a shit show, but it's not. Yeah, that was bad. That was bad. I feel bad. The Sin v Din matchup is one that I hate seeing. There's technically a way around it. Like, there's technically something that Din can do, and that is use Widowmaker, which is something I thought we would see from Sound for sure. Oh shit, yeah, y'all could restart that. Yeah, y'all could restart that. I saw it go, but it looked like Montreana was just frozen in place there. Oh no, somebody else said go. Trolls in this game. I was hoping for Versus Doom. He's not available. He's stuck at work. Ah, shit. Damn, foos. In the Schneck Valley, dude. That was going to be a good one. Looks like Montreana is just looking for... Oh my gosh, he got the war cry there. Which puts those swirlies above him, making it so he can stun his opponent there with basically any hit, any amount of damage. Nice hits from Montreana. Montreana, you see him being a little flat-footed there. He might be looking for a name lock. Or he might be crashing. Yep, he could be crashing there. Looks like he crashed. No worries. You can always rejoin. They can redo it. It was early on. Yeah, I think he might have either lagged out or crashed or something. No worries. If he doesn't heal, you could just pick up from where he left off. Well, actually, no, you couldn't, because he's going to be full life after Bo. We'll just redo the round. Make Blue fight him? That would actually be interesting. If he's stuck at work, I would say Blue versus Foozer would be a fun one. So Foozer Blue is also a Sorceress player, Lightning Sorceress, I believe. That could be a fun matchup, dude. He's very good. Very good. We saw him duel Doom off stream a couple DFCs ago. Guys, he's funny. He's a good dude. Very good on the Sorceress. I think it'd be fun. By the way, Polytheist, what's up, my dude? Your opponent has been anxiously anxiously waiting for you, bro. You know, in these games. His name is Law. He might even be in this game. Yeah, I think he is. We'll get there, no worries. We might have a Muchez versus Dio match right after this. Looks like Montreana running into some problems here. While he gets this figured out, I'm gonna cut us over to the Muchez fight. And there it is. Look at this wide screen. All right, bros. I'm not gonna lie. We might do something. All right, we might do something. Just be prepared. We might do something about it. Just so that we never have to see such a late matchup from a Cold Stork ever again. Which is really the most, like... like, that class has always been at the heart of abusing widescreen. Also something to note, right? He has 1,000 ping? Oh, shit. Bro, I would say Montreana should just make that game. He's already behind. It's already hard enough for the Barb. I think Montreana should just make the game. Like, and they should finish up in that. I don't even think they're hostile. LOL. We now have a DFC, boys. Happens once every event. No big deal. No problem. All right, let's check out Dio's skills, the champion skills on the Necro. Let's see how good this guy is, huh? Let's see if he's stepped it up. Gonna unmute here, unless we get an echo. We'll see. Yeah, a little bit of low volume from on this end, but we're gonna see what it looks like on Dio's end. He does have max block here, or maybe close to it. I see an SS here. That could be a thing. Now, Dio's strategy is going to have to be this. He's going to have to get in and kind of harass Muchez a little bit. You have to make the Zon move by getting in and chucking a couple of bone spirits. Make a move, right? Chuck those bone spirits. And the sad thing is you can't teleport too far out. You gotta let those bone spirits do their work and chase down their opponent, making him move, and, you know, forcing some action from him instead of just like sitting there. Nice bone wall usage from Dio. The train will rarely work against the Zon. Dio re-upping on that mana. Using that spear too, very interesting. He's a little, looks like he's a little timid of that impale from Muchez, and that's certainly a thing that Muchez has in his arsenal here. He can get in there, he can impale, because the Necro is not an IAS based character. Nice shots there from Dio. He did eat a little bit of damage. Also, Muchez very good at swapping up and dealing with his opponent at close range like this. Those spears are interesting. An interesting choice here. Let's cut back over to Muchez, see how he's looking. This is the championship bout. Will Muchez be the new DFC champion, or is Dio gonna figure him out? So far, Dio hasn't dealt any damage to Muchez. He is throwing up that bone wall, which is good protection, but it drops very quickly. The thing is, Muchez also is on Telly Boazon duty here, so getting in close like that and throwing those bone spirits, the typical strategy versus the Zon, might not be as effective, because Muchez does have the ability to move far out of the way. Muchez, an undeniable contender for the DFC crown, however.
I can't carry it.
This guy has not only been the gatekeeper of the DFC, but the boogeyman of such. Very, very tough to take down. And he is looking to be the first ever Zon champion of the DFC tonight. Looks like his battle orders has run out, which this is going to be Dio's opportunity. And a quick recast on that battle orders. Some nice bone spirits there from Dio. That's exactly what he wants to do in that close quarters combat. He wants to have those bone spirits going, because that's going to force Muchez to move. No matter how tough you are, you do not want to take those bone spirits. Nice damage from Dio, finally getting some licks in. And there it is, some beautiful footwork from Muchez, and he takes round one. I feel Dio, I'd never seen him on a Necro, yeah, for sure. Zon is pay to win plus widescreen lame. Nah, Zon is not pay to win. Zon is a very, very skillful matchup. It just so happens to be that Muchez also has a decked out Zon. However, there's so many calls that you got to make on a Zon. It's very easy to see a bad Zon player, you know, versus a good one. Very clear differences that you'll see. And the biggest thing, much like timing is the final thing on a Necro, the final sort of test, the final tier on a Zon is their ability to so quickly and seamlessly swap between close range and long range. And it's also something rare to see on a Telly Boa like Muchez. Typically, you would figure that when you're going up against a Telly Boazon that they're not going to have much on their short range game, but that's not the case with Muchez. Muchez so easily can swap between those long range shots and the short range jabs when you get up close. Even being able to chain with those nasty impales too. That's certainly something he has in his repertoire. And yeah, it's big. It's big. He's certainly a good Zon player, and we've seen that over and over. Nice closing of the distance there from Dio. Hard to tell if he landed any damage, though. Beautiful spears so far. He's got to keep those pets up, and he's very likely going to keep that bone wall up, especially on the approach. It's something that we've seen him do here. I'm not sure how effective it is. We don't typically see that from a Necro. but it could be very good. It certainly has blocked a lot of damage from these multis. I'm pretty sure he's max block. He's got to be max block. Getting cut open with a little bit of poison there. Wondering what that poison resist is at, to tell you the truth. Because that is a lot of damage that he's taken from poison. And it's, we know Muchez, he's got the 1,451 on there. Yeah, he quickly showed off the gear there, but it's hard to tell exactly what the poison res is. When he CTs away, we might get a quick glimpse of it when he brings up his C screen. Oh yeah, it's maxed. Okay, yeah, wow, it's maxed, 75. That poison is just vicious. It could also be a mix of that and open wounds. Bone Wall makes them waste mana and arrows. Interesting. It's hard to tell. He might. Very hard to tell. I guess he's taking, I think 10 damage per tick. Pretty consistent with 1,451 or close to it. It looks worse, I think, because Dio is on a Necro with 3k life. He doesn't have Oak Sage up, which is a good pet to block multi-shot, but also gives you a little bit more life. And, like, limits a little bit of that poison damage. Okay, there it is. All right, he does have it. It just keeps getting blown up. It's a pet that gets blown up quite a bit. He's trying to circle in on Muchez there with the Bone Spirit, but the problem is, in doing that from such far range, is that multi-shot is always going to outrange that Bone Spirit. And when you're going up against an opponent that can teleport away like that, it's easy for him to, once he realizes that there's a lot of spirits coming in at him, it isn't like he's stuck. Like, he can get right out of there. But Dio actually pretty impressive on a Necro here, I gotta say. He certainly has a good strategy for this. He's certainly thought this out. You have to chain lock and spear versus Zon. That's also risky though, because the Zon can impale you, which is like, you know, and we've seen that with Muchez. But then again, the trade-off could be very good. You know, you could get a spear in there, and then if you notice that they've switched to that chain lock, you just reset. But yeah, a good point, Kreider, really. You certainly do have to close the distance. It's not necessarily a duel where the Zon is going to chase you into like a Bone Spirit train necessarily, right? Like the Zon is always going to have the distance on you, so there's going to be no incentive to chase. Theoretically, you get ripped up by multi on the outside. If worse comes to worse, if the duel goes long. Let's swap back over to Muchez. See how this is looking. He has eaten a little bit of damage, but not a ton. Not a ton. Still looking good. The thing is, on Bo's side, he doesn't have a lot of rep life, and it doesn't look like he has a lot of rep life on Jav's side either. So that damage is pretty much there, right? Like, the only life he's going to gain back is life on kill when he kills any of the pets. And even that is going to be very limited. So theoretically, Dio could take his time, and if he's consistent on his damage, possibly doing what you're talking about, Kreider, getting in there and maybe even throwing a couple mixed up chains with spears, that damage is there. You know what I mean? It's going to be there. Also, something to note, though, I do see Muchez gaining life, and it could be off from killing the bone walls. Some savage spears there. Looks for a name lock, but doesn't quite get it. And he's got arrows stacked up in the moor because he knows this is going to be a shootout. Oh, big damage from Dio. And going in for that impale, dude. Looking for that chain, but wasn't able to get any fruits from it. Gets nailed by an IBS. That is short for irritable bowel syndrome. It's when a necro shits all over you from all the way across the map. It's pretty insane. Feels bad, but is pretty effective. Would you want to duel an opponent that's shitting themselves from across the map? You probably wouldn't, right? Feels bad. You might just think twice before approaching. Now, in all seriousness, IBS is Invisible Bone Spirit. It happens when bone spirits are launched from off the opponent's screen. They go invisible. You don't necessarily see them like you did on screen like that. They're still there, but the graphics for them don't show up. They won't show up on Muchez's screen. And look at this, Volk paying some dividends there, blocking a bone spirit for him. Muchez hunting from the outside, looking for Dio. Dio trying to stay at safe distance and see how much damage he can score with bone spirit from the outside. It's certainly an uphill battle, though, because this widespread multi-shot that you see Muchez shooting here is more often going to connect. And here it is. Muchez trying to bow, but quickly switches back. Gets the bow off and switches back. But wow, that was a big opportunity for Dio right there. He does push a little bit of that pressure, scores some damage. Those bone spears are actually doing some work. They're a little harder for Muchez to get out of the way of, because as soon as Dio comes in, Muchez has this tendency to stay shooting, right? To stay shooting and to look for that name lock. So I think you might have a point, Kreider. Like, getting in there with spear actually seems like it might be an answer. Like, that's very interesting from Dio. I like that approach, and that certainly might be the way to get there. Who will win this championship match? This is going to be a real duel. Cooliolo, or should I say Dan Cormier, if that is your real name. This is going to be a real duel, a duel of attrition. Two of the biggest distance duelers in DFC, in Diablo 2. But this is what Azan does. They hunt, right? They hunt from the outside. Just imagine stepping out into the forest, hunting for small fauna, right? And having a skill like multi-shot at your disposal, being able to mow them all down from across the map. That's what they do, but also Muchez has the blessing of Enigma here. Sometimes what you'll see with Zons is you really see two types these days. You see Telly Boas, which are doing exactly what Muchez is doing here, using that Enigma. Nice shot from Dio, scoring a spear in there. Or what you'll see is, them switch to the more typical fort-style walk Zon. And both are probably equally as common in this matchup. The Fort Zon can hit very hard. However, she's very limited in her mobility. The drawback that she has in this matchup, if Muchez was a full walk Zon here, the strategy would be a little different for Dio. What Dio would be able to do is teleport in, throw a couple of bone spirits, and let them do their work, right? As the great Drew G once said, that is gaying a Zon. Right? It's when you get in there, you know they can't chase you with Telly, they can't get out of the way. You get in, you launch a couple of bone spirits, and you get out. You let those bone spirits do the work for you. But unfortunately, when the Zon has Enigma, they can get out. They're not necessarily confined to that space. They can teleport away and immediately start shooting again, making it so that, much like Kreidershot says, the answer here is going to have to be a couple of well-placed, well-timed, aggressive spears. Yeah, I think he's actually getting the life rep off from killing the bone wall, because I'm pretty sure each segment of that bone wall counts as a kill. And a nice lock and a nice chain there from Muchez, looking for it and finally gets it. Unbelievable. Done many a duel versus Drew, ZVN. Yeah, Kreider, I can tell, man, that's certainly, now that you mention it, I didn't really know the answer to this. We haven't seen this much, especially at this level of competition. I really didn't know the answer there. I appreciate you telling me that. But as soon as Dio was doing that, he saw a lot more success. A lot of those hits, there was one big one that came from a Bone Spirit, but a lot of those came from Spear. That seems to be the answer. Fucking A, man. Still fighting that flu A off, you know? It's defeated, but now it's got to get out of here. It's going to take years, I think.
What can I do for you?
I'm going to use the little ladies' room real quick, boys. I'm going to leave you with this duel here. We're going to see Muchez stacking up, getting ready for the next round. But wow, off to a great start so far. 2-0 in favor of the challenger. This is quite an epic match. We're going to see if Muchez can pull it off, finally become the DFC champion. Dio switching it up on this class.
Good to see you.
The Druid was certainly a death sentence if he went with his typical Druid setup.
Good day.
But man, oh man, he's got a chance with a Necro. We're going to see if he can do it. BRB.
Good day.
You know what, though? I mean, look. We had to come back. We had to come back for Lyle at Legend tier, my dude. We're not going to miss that. I see you. I see you, Lyle. We ain't missing that. We're coming back for it. Big cheers to you, brother. Sipping on the whiskey, and we're tipping one back to you tonight. Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate that support. Means a lot. I'm going to go piss this cheers out. BRB. And we back. Yeah, sorry about that. We actually did it through the canister ejection mode in the spaceship. yeah, it's all we have. When you do that kind of thing from outer space, you have to fly over a random planet for gravitational pull. This time we chose Earth, and so what we did was we released the canister from probably just only 50 miles above the atmosphere. So I don't know where that's fucking coming down, but yeah, watch out for it. If you guys get some acid rain or what looks like acid rain, just go inside for now, okay? By the way, thanks again, Lyle. Appreciate you, man. That's awesome. Really appreciate that, brother. And here we go. Round 3. Nice spear from Dio. I'm telling you, Kreider knows what's up. Okay, that is certainly what's working here. That is certainly what's working. That's getting the damage in there, and it's also punishing the Zon for having such ass cast frames, right? Like in case you didn't know, different characters cast at different speeds, and the Zon is one of the slowest casters in the game, just inherently by frames, breakpoints, everything. And it's also one of those touchy classes where even if you have teleport on your Zon, right? The question is, do you want to give up certain IAS breakpoints, certain weapon choices, offensive, defensive choices for cast? Doesn't look like Muchez has. He's got a little bit of cast from his helm, maybe his belt, but regardless, he is pretty slow caster. So in that case, Dio getting in here with spears and shooting quickly really punishes him. If he tries to chain, if he tries to get away, having a very close clutch spear is really paying some serious dividends for Dio. Slightly off with that aim, but that is certainly the strategy. That was probably still the coffee mix, I would guess. Honestly, Kyle, that's just based on the smell of the tube. Depending on where it comes down, y'all might know. Holy shit, Lyle. I only see it because I'm from the future. It hasn't come in yet, but I only see it because we're from the future. But y'all better get ready for this. Holy shit, bro. My guy. That's fucking awesome. I'm just going to give a cheers right now. We're just going to give a preemptive cheers till this notification comes in through the stream. It's tough living in the future, man. So much anticipation. Nice name lock there from Muchez. Gets it from far off screening. He's done a great job of it at making up for the damage that he took by blowing up some bone walls. Who needs rep life when you got life on kill from that Enigma? And there it is.
Here's 99 for your 99. Keep the change.
Bam, baby. Holy shit, Lyle. Thank you so much, man. Big cheers to you. We're going to go back to the spaceship after this round right here for a special cheers. I can't even believe that. Holy shit, man. That is crazy. Bro, you're too kind, too generous, man. Big cheers for that. Look, if y'all are sipping on anything tonight, I would highly suggest tipping one back for Lyle, because now we're going to put that right towards, right? I'm going to let you know this all goes to a good cause here. All right, we're going to put it right towards more spaceship fuel, right? Look how low we're getting. That's where that's going. All right, and thanks to a generous donation like that, this spaceship that we have will be able to fly so close to planets at such gravitational pulls that we can piss in tubes and sprinkle it for fucking years to come. Like, I'm telling you, bro, in all seriousness, that means a lot, man. That is so generous. Keeping us flying, man. Bottom of my heart, I mean that. That is so cool. Big cheers, brother. Let's tip one back to Lyle.
I am overburdened.
I hope Dio doesn't think invisible spirits are better than multi. I hope he doesn't either. Yeah, I hate multi. I'm not gonna lie. There was a time where we had considered banning multi, but it's just such an iconic skill for the Zon. You couldn't do it. Like, and also the Zon has always kind of been slighted, but it is also the gayest skill to get hit with. Let's be real. Like, oh, it's so annoying. Like, it's so annoying from all the way across the map. There might be some merit to that, Coolio. There might be some merit to it. It's also a duel we don't get to see much. We don't have a lot of data to it to know how it could go. First of all, not a lot of Necro players these days, right? Especially at like top 10, top tier, right? But also, Muchez is one of the most dominant Zon players we've seen in the DFC in a very long time. So anything at the highest level competition is, in recent history with recent rule changes, a recent observation. But I think there's probably some merit to that. Could probably do it in a smaller arena. Honestly, like, I like Zon and Outer Cloister always. But it's not really something we can do, but... We do, dude. We technically do get to see Root on Broken Sorceress class. We sure do if that ends up materializing. I would love to see Root duel tonight. Root is one savage of a Sorc player. He actually was the one that inspired Santiana, by the way. When I saw him, I think even in the Santiana video that we put together, I'd mentioned Root. Like, he was the inspiration behind building her. He really showed it off. I was thinking about making a Zon again, but everyone always bitches and complains when they duel Zons. Yeah, bro. And then you run into Zon players like Muchez, and I'm not sure if you've ever dueled Stadium on a Zon. He is one of the most demoralizing Zon players. And you want to know the funny thing is, he's new to playing Zon. Relatively new to playing Zon. And he's so demoralizing. Like, the type of player that will smash you with jabs as soon as you come in. Before you even think about getting on screen, you got a jab in your face. He's insane. There's like 6 of us. Drew G, also a Zon player. Bro, we were just talking about your strategy on Necro v Zon. I always remember this. It's stuck with me. There's been very few pieces of advice in DFC or PvP dueling history that stuck with me. But gaying a Zon is something that just stuck. I'm like, oh, I actually apply the term to a lot of the ways that I duel. How can I gay this match? CJ, best Zon. Dude, I was going back through and looking at some of CJ's clips, and his Zon play just feels different. Like, even looking at Muchez and the way he's moving around, the things that he's doing, just seeing CJ teleport on his Zon, he focused on different breakpoints. Like, he was fast, dude. In his duel versus Elite back in the day, that was a fun duel to watch, man. He was a different Zon player. Yeah, he was also GG, TFC Priest, yep. Different game. Different game. We have not seen TFC Priest on LOD or on D2R. But he was the best LOD Zon, and it wasn't even close. Different game back then with the weapon swapping. A different kind of play for a Zon. Dio in a lot of trouble trying to get on the inside, but somehow Muchez keeps healing back, dude. I think it's the life on kill, either from the pets or the bone walls. But yeah, basically Dio has to... He's getting picked apart from the outside. He has to get up close. And when he does, that's the risk that he runs right here. Some beautiful chains from Muchez. Muchez is just a savage at every range, man. He gets about 90 life per hit. No shit. Is that off of the... Slava, is that off from the bone walls, or is it off from his pets? Have you noticed, like, what he's taking out to get that life? Yeah, evade's working differently in this game. There's a lot of things. There's bonuses on multi-shot and guided, like the fucking Zon ever needed that. Still not even good in PVM. People are never using the boa Zon in PVM still. And the damage is just savage in PvP. By the way, big cheers to Lyle again. We're still going back to that spaceship. We're still cheersing to this guy. Holy hell, man. I can't believe that. Lyle, that's super generous, brother. Yeah. And now that they got the damage buffs, they can stay evasive. They can stay at the range. They don't necessarily need Fort to deal vicious amounts of damage. Zon is a contender, dude. And you know what? I gotta say, you love to see it. Like, it's easy to say they shouldn't have made this change, they shouldn't have made that change in D2R, but D2R is a different game than LOD. And it's good to see that the Zon has the ability to be on top like this and contend with some of the nastiest builds in history. It's also very rare to see Zons just trash on barbs, so that... I don't think it ever used to happen at the rate that it happens now. But you see that. You can make a sick cold boa in PvP or in PVM. Like, I'm sure the cold boa works in PVM, but like, let's be real, right? Like, for the real players like us, you're only playing a class like to get it to level 99, right? If you're PVMing, and you're someone like us, you're getting to 99. Or even if you're a magic finder, right? You're just going through and grinding, looking for gear. You probably want to do it as fast as possible. And there's just no fucking shot that any Boazon beats a Javazon. And pub duels, no shit.
I am overburdened.
I want to join on Din, but I scared of elephant. Yeah. Bro, I'm going to try to never make a Din v Sin matchup ever again. It's just tough. There's certain players who I know use the bow on the Din, and we've seen the bow beat Sins before at range like that. So, like, usually when that happens, when I know that a Din has a propensity to bust out a bow, I might put them up against a Sin. That's why we put Sound versus Foozer tonight. That's why we put Sound versus... I thought we was going to see that bow, but we didn't. Because I think that's the only thing that makes those matches even winnable for a Din. Otherwise, it's extremely bad. Yeah. Yeah, it just feels horrible. All right, boys. Muchez off to a good start. So far, 2-0. He's looking to go for a third round win here. Dio certainly has an uphill climb. The damage that he has done to Muchez has certainly been negated by his life after kill. And what can Dio do with the sliver of life is the question. Is he going to implement a new game plan? Or is he going to be felled by the long-range multi-shot that has carried Muchez this far? He's still casting up that bone wall. It might be decent protection, but it's also giving Muchez some life after the kill. Muchez very vicious at any range. As soon as Dio comes in, he runs the risk, if he kicks around too long, of catching that chain lock and that impale. It's getting tough, but it looks like Dio has a name lock. Here, he certainly should be bone spiriting with a name lock. Yeah, he's incredible. I mean, it's like we were saying, that's the next level thing for the Zon. Are you able to switch ranges, change gears extremely quickly when your opponent closes the distance? And Muchez can do it. Let's take a look at Dio and see how he's looking. This guy might be in dire straits here. 400 life with a number, quite a bit of life rep here. But it's not going to be enough. Even with 0 life rep, he still won't be able to out-rep Muchez. Now he is launching trains of bone spirits across the map in desperation to try to land some devastating damage against his opponent. He's trying to outrange that multi-shot. But as we've seen before, it likely won't work. It's likely only a matter of time before that multi-shot just inherently does more work than these invisible bone spirits. Now Dio gonna need to rebow here. His battle orders is out. It looks like he might be casting the weaken skill versus Muchez. Something that certainly allowed. We have seen Vamp the Champ cast that against his opponents in the past. It doesn't necessarily do as much as you would think it does, though. And a lot of this damage is coming from open wounds, a little bit of poison here and there. It's just chip damage from that multi-shot from across the map, and Muchez so good at switching gears up close. It's looking dire for Dio. But man, he might have actually scored some damage there. Just got a quick life check on Muchez. He might have actually, he did. Hard to tell if he scored that damage. Sorry if that was a little zoomed in there. Different aspect ratios for these guys. But he did score a little bit of damage. And he has repped back a little bit of life. Now I think he's got to stop casting that bone wall. I think that's what's healing Muchez so much. Is just life after kill after every segment of that bone wall.
I am overburdened.
You should be using Fire Golem. Blood Golem, wrong play. Okay, thank you for that, Max. That's a kind of a great point. So the Fire Golem, I do know that you cannot leech life off from the Fire Golem. And you can leech life, I would imagine, off from the Blood Golem. So that's also something.
I am overburdened. I can't carry anymore.
Yeah, clay technically not allowed. Not allowed in the DFC. Single-handedly a change that I think practically fixed the Necro. Nice Bone Spirit train there from Dio, but Muchez already has healed back 600 life from these hits. Oh, and a nice... Oh my god! Dio might make a comeback here! Now Muchez at 800 life. He's certainly one spear, I believe.
I am overburdened. I am overburdened.
Wow, man, this is huge. Big comeback for Dio. How is he looking? He is one, though. This is bad news. This is bad news. It was certainly an exchange there that profited him greatly, but cost him greatly as well. With practice, Dio wins for sure. That's awesome, dude. I'm actually happy to see that. It's good to know that it's possible to take down a Zon on a Necro. It was a good choice from Dio, I think, to switch it up, because the Druid was a death sentence. I used Iron Golem versus him. Yeah, really? So just load the more up with, like, junk items and just Iron Golem them? I guess it has thorns. And if he accidentally impales the Golem, that's kind of not a horrible choice. Didn't think of that. That's interesting. Interesting call. Wow, that's smart, dude. Just plant Charcy weapons in the moor and Iron Golem it? That's genius. Dio has repped back to 250. Hard to tell exactly what Muchez has repped back to, but he was at 800 life not long ago. It looks like he hasn't really repped back much. Since Dio... Oh, man, he got a big hit there, though. He got a big rep there. Now at a little over 1100 life. Nice predictions there from Muchez, knowing where his opponent's going to be. Looking for that chain. This one's a nail biter, very close. Oh, hell yeah, Kyle. You know, we put out two parts to that. The original one on LOD, and then we redid it on D2R. That was a fun one, man. I enjoyed that.
Can't carry anymore.
Fun video. Yeah. Kreider, that's awesome, man. That's really good to know. It seems like this is a winnable matchup for Dio. It's just that Muchez he's one of those players that I was worried about this with Dio, that if you're new on a class, right, and you're still learning these high-level matchups, Muchez will punish you for it, even if you have class advantage. He's just the type of player that will punish you for it. Root versus Tempest could be a very good duel. I would love to see that. Let me see. Do I see those guys? I do see Root in the Discord. By the way, I also see you, Brand, getting his subliminal messaging in here. I gotta say, I'm in the future. I can see it. Look, I mean, we don't censor nothing on these, right? Like, if you don't know anything, like, the message will go through, you know?
Still trash woman shrugging.
Randall, thanks so much for that 5 spot, man. Appreciate you. He's still trying to set that matchup. I'm telling you, Brand, we actually mentioned it to Coolio. We said we need to get that in there for DFC 100. Just do me a solid. As the Dan Cormier of the DFC, do us a solid. Get in there, get on the card, go up against Brand L. We'll see if we can get the same 6K wager on the line. I think that would be some entertainment. Big cheers, brother.
I am overburdened.
Long round here. Kyle.
Still looking for that grudge match Brand v Coolio.
Still looking for it, man. I hear you. Yeah, we're still looking. We're still waiting. We want to see it DFC 100 for sure. Kyle, thanks. Big cheers, brother. Yeah, we definitely want to see it. I think that would be a really cool DFC 100 thing. It's a good story, Coolio. No way! Are you actually... Dude, if you sign up, I think that would be sick. Bro, it's a story we could tell. There's a story behind it. There's a wager on the line. That shit would be so epic, dude. There'd be so much hype behind it. Let's fucking get it. Fun match to watch for sure. It's one of those like in demand. I mean, we already have like the all-star lineup. That would just be part of it. Like non-stop epic duels. And there it is. Dio is felled for the 3rd round there versus Muchez. And I gotta say, man, what an epic match it has been so far. I want to give a special shout out. Big cheers to Lyle, bro. Thank you so much again for that very kind, very generous $100 donation, bro. Big cheers. Can't thank you enough. If anybody's sipping on anything, you gotta tip one back to this guy. Thanks to him, we're going to be able to fuel this thing. And thanks to Kyle and all of his generosity, we finally got the piss shoot up in here. Yeah. It's fucking good. Like, I'm fired up about it. So, dude, big cheers to you, Lyle. Can't thank you enough. Really appreciate it from the bottom of my heart, brother. Let's tip one back to this guy. Hell of a dude. That wasn't it, was it? That wasn't... Is there another round?
Yes.
I'm sure there's another round, right? Unless the last round ended... Oh, yeah, okay, it is. It's 3-0. 3-0, and Muchez is looking to become the next DFC champion, and what a dominant one he might be with his performances so far in the DFC. He's playing on a very interesting class because the Zon is so divisive in the types of matchups that she has currently. some of the matchups, if you like, you can't necessarily just put a Zon versus a Smiter, right? Because it's just an instant loss for the Zon. The Zon can't win. It almost doesn't matter how good you are. You get put up against a Smiter like Gabriel, like Joby, certainly someone like Marvel. You're just dead. There's nothing you can do. You can't escape. You can't get out of the way. But then, it seems like every other matchup, there's very few that are even close and, you know, and worth it. Because the rest of them just seem like such shutouts in the other direction, man. Zon, very, very powerful. But we're going to see if Muchez can pull it off. He's off to a good start here so far. This is what could be the final round for Muchez. But Dio, you can't count this guy out. Just because he's down in the scorecards doesn't mean that he's not willing to make this a long match, turn it around, go the distance, and get one of the most savage title defenses the DFC has ever seen. That could still happen. We've seen crazier shit happen in the DFC. Right. It certainly is. Zon is very tough to play. There's a lot of tricks. There's a lot to the trade here. And Muchez is making it look easy against a lot of opponents, that's for sure. And that is the key. When you have a very good Zon player, they can make most matchups look miserable. And that's what Muchez does. His use of all of the skills at his disposal, his ability to gauge range, distance, and engage players, engage his opponent at nearly any range they choose to fight at is so admirable, and that's certainly what's carried him this far. Yeah, by the way, thanks for the heads up on that, Poly. Trafalgar, are you around, bro? I know that I know you've been waiting a while. I also see Polytheist up in here. He's finally there. Yo, Paulie, just make a game and let me know, and then if we hear from him next, I'll just let him know. Yeah, and that way he just pops in. And when he's in there, just like share your screen, let me know. Root also sharing his screen, dude. That could be something that we check out. That's going to be Root versus Tempest. That's solid. Tempest, a very underrated dueler, but Root very good on that Sorceress, dude. That's going to be an epic one. Law was in game with me and Sound earlier. Yeah, we saw him begging for that match. Hope he didn't leave. Dude, I'm down for starting up the Root match while these guys get set up. We'll have to cut back over. We'll have to cut back over before too long. But I think these guys are ready to go. Yeah, we'll pop into the start of the Root versus Tempest match. This might actually be. It could actually go either way. It could be quick, or it could be a very long distance duel. With an ES Fireballer, I can imagine it's going to be distance. I've dueled this long enough to know that the ES Fireballer can do it. It's going to take a special setup. It's going to take a special approach from Tempest to be able to get it done. But it looks like, yeah, Root is on like almost full ES Fireballer, and he ain't fucking around. Happy to stay at close range with no traps. This is where it's at. Big damage early on. Root is not fucking around, dude. See, Root is looking for a very crucial clutch window of opportunity here, and what it is you notice that he stays in close when there's no traps up. By the way, Tommy Fred's Trains, bro, thank you so much for that 178. Big cheers to you, man. Appreciate you, brother. Yeah, only one way to find out, bro. He said he's going to sign up next week, man, and if he does, we going to set it up. We gonna set it up. I really hope we get to see it, man. That would actually be epic. For DFC 100, man, oh man. And we have an epic match here between Tempest and Root. Now, again, Root is looking for these crucial windows of opportunity where there's not a lot of trap setup. Okay, so we do see it from Tempest. We do see the whirlwind from Tempest. That's going to be very clutch. So what we've seen in the past is you can beat a sorceress on a, like, you couldn't typically do it on a ghost, right? Like, a high ES sorceress is tough for a ghost to beat, but if you remember the duel between Riz and I, he made a very crucial change at the end of our duel and went from 3-0 in my favor to 4-3 in his favor. And that change was chaos and fury. It cuts the opponent open, but man, look at that. Root just getting in there, happy to engage in that short window of opportunity where there's not a lot of traps up. And he's even happy to stay up close. He knows that Tempest is going to have a hard time dealing a lot of damage to him, significant damage anyway, if he doesn't have those traps up. But let's cut back over to Muchez. Let's see how this is going here. These guys just getting started up. Looks like still a little bit of a lull in the action. I was hoping these guys would have started by now. We could tune into the latter part of the round. These will typically go a while. All right, there we go. These guys starting up the final round. What could be, I shouldn't say the final round. There could be 4 more. There could be up to 4 more. If Dio makes a nasty comeback, and honestly, I'm rooting for him, man. Dio trying out a new class, really trying to mix things up to hold on to the title, and I actually appreciate that. One of the things that we've noticed about some of the top champions in DFC history, including Vamp the Champ, is the ability to switch between different classes, right? The ability to play multiple classes very well. And a lot of times we've seen Dio on one class in particular, and that is the Druid. He is good also at Din, but Hammerdin is not a good matchup here. It's certainly at the highest level. It's tough for the, or it's a good match for the Zon at the highest level. But Dio, much like myself, doesn't do a lot of comboing with the Hammerdin. You know, he doesn't do a lot of the 3-piece, and that's something that's necessary in this matchup. You know, if you go H-Din versus Zon, it's necessary. Otherwise, it's a one-sided shit show. Oh, nice chains there from Muchez and an escape from Dio.
I am overburdened.
Yeah, grief the shit out of that Zon. Well, you could, but here's the thing. Unless you do the combo, you're still going to be fucked, right? Like, you're still... Even if you slap on that grief, it technically makes it, since you're a hybrid Din and IAS matters, it makes it so they can't impale you. You have an attack that requires IAS that's significant, they can't impale you. But also it's very weak. Nice chains there from Muchez with big damage early on. This is going to be tough for Dio to recover from, giving him less opportunities to get on the inside and shoot that spear. What a nail biter. Muchez looking to pull it off. Incredible, dude. That is how Muchez has gotten a lot of his damage in versus his opponents in the DFC, is these chain jabs and these chain impales where he can do it. Like, it's such a play that you don't really see that from a lot of Zon players. CJ was the last person that pulled that off, like, pretty consistently, where he would chain the shit out of you when you got up close. And that's certainly something that Muchez appears to be taken out of, either out of his book or it's something that he's developed on his own. But either way, it's something that we first saw from CJ. Big hits from Dio! Those IBS from across the map. Holy shit. Yeah, it's certainly hard to find, dude. It's a problem we run into every week, honestly, Polly. It sucks. But, you know, trying to be inclusive of the people that don't have Discord. He's also a good dueler. He's fun to watch. You know, he's good. But, man, it would be awesome Someone better teach that boy about Discord.
I am overburdened.
Yeah, CJ gave it up a while ago. He stopped playing consistently, and I'm not sure if he still plays at all. But yeah, we haven't seen him in a long time. He decided to focus on the family. He said, I believe, that he had like a sort of an addictive style with Diablo 2, where like when he approaches a class, he hits it hard, you know, and focuses on it a lot. And that was taking a toll on some other things in his life, so he just like had to give something up. But yeah, and that's respectable. But man, he was a fun dueler to watch. Now Dio's trying a different strategy. Getting in there with a nice spear that time. His strategy was to sort of lull Muchez to sleep there, and it worked. He not only connected with a nasty spirit train from across the map, but he was lulling Muchez to sleep, making him think that he's never going to come in and aggress. And then when he does, he lands that spear.
I need mana.
Muchez back against the ropes. Oh my god, and Dio gets there! The start of what could be a big comeback for the title holder. And while these guys get set up for the next round, let's kick back over to Root and see what this is looking like, if he's making any changes. Wow, man, this could be big. I think Muchez was expecting to finish early there, but that was a big comeback in that round. He had Dio at like 10% within the first 30 seconds of that duel. Very well played from Dio. That was insane. Yeah, you were right, Kreider. There was some big hits from the IBS, but man, he finished with that spear. I'm not sure if these guys have continued with any other rounds here, but let's just assume so far it's 1-0. Big hits early on from Tempest. I think in the later part of the first round between these two, it appeared as though Tempest was trying to get in there with some fire damage and test that fire resist of Root, but it didn't quite work out in his favor, because even then, with the fire blast attacks, Root was just happy to stay on the inside. And plus, Root is no stranger to this matchup. Look at this. Root pulling a little bit of pages out of Santiana's book there, setting up and sitting in that meteor over that sin. A little bit of Santiana's book there, I gotta say. This guy, honestly, though, one of the pages I took out of his book is when I used to see him CT cast Meteor and teleport into it. I thought that was crazy shit, dude. Now he's taking that short-range approach, waiting for the Sin to teleport in, setting up that Meteor, trying to pull those Santiana the DFC champ skills out the belt. Root was also the first ES Fireballer DFC champ. This guy was a savage. Also decorated with that championship belt. Shadow Bay doing some work. So in this matchup, I actually like to have the Sunder Charm versus a Sin, because that Shadow Bay, when it spawns immune to fire, you're just never getting through it. And right there, he could have held that name lock if Shadow Bay was, if he had a Sunder Charm. SVS was among the most fun I had dueling in D2. Dude, there is a community for SVS duels too, man. It's pretty crazy. Oh man, Numa, aka Tempest, very low in life here. Might have got smacked with quite a few fireballs and having a lot of trouble getting Root down here. Oh, big hits from Root, and he finishes there again. Okay, so it's 1-1 currently. It looks like that's what Tempest typed in chat. The 11 was 1-1. Now it's 1-2 in favor of Root. Very nicely done. Let's kick back over to the championship bout. Wow, man, what a night of fights so far.
Good to see you.
Just making some notes for performance of the night, fight of the night, which is something we will vote on later. By the way, Law, if you're around, let me know. We've got a game up with Polytheist in it, bro. Just let me know if you're still around. Sucks that y'all missed each other, man. And Botosaurus ready to go. Nate Diesel versus Botosaurus about ready to happen. That's GG too, dude. G, F, and G. This is good. So I think if the Zon telly stomps with GAs, he wins pretty fast with the way Dio is playing and step shots. Yeah. Yeah, Dio is, I think, relying, or not relying, but certainly focusing on the IBS from the outside, which is, I mean, it can be effective, right? It can get you there. While these guys get the more ready, I'm going to cut back over to Root. Yeah, it certainly can be effective, but man, oh man, like, it's really risky because you are sitting there tanking shots from the outside. And Tempest off to an early start here versus the ES Fireballer in Root. But the thing is, the duel ain't over till it's over. That ES Fireballer, man, she can get that life back. And the life total really doesn't matter much on that high ES. And now she's about to get one. Root about to get one. Yeah, this is bad news for Root. This is the opportunity right here that Tempest needs. He likely can't get there with Mind Blast, even though the Sorceress is 1. The ES is going to suck up way too much of that Mind Blast damage. But Shadow Bay can still get there. A well-placed trap or even a Fire Blast at this point very well could get there. Very risky, though, because you got to be up close. So we very well could see a trade between... Oh, and there it is. Some nice trap setup. Sneaky trap setup from Tempest. That was incredible, dude. He set traps up on the upper part of the map and then approached from below, making Root think that he was free to run away. And boom, as soon as he did, well-placed traps, and it blew Root to smithereens. That was insane trap placement. Tempest, highly underrated here. Now 2-2, which is big. That's huge. Root is an incredible ES Fireballer player, and I think this matchup slightly favors the ES Fireballer. It really all depends. That was some slick Rick shit, yeah. All right, let's cut back over to the championship match, see how this is going. These guys should be ready. Right in the middle of the duel, we're catching some good action swapping over. Yeah, sorry if the last one was a little pixelated with the, I always forget to swap the aspect ratios when I switch over. But I think we still saw some pretty savage action there. What score on the champ duel? It is currently 3-1 in favor of Muchez. Muchez looking to become the next DFC champion. Dio looking to deny him with the biggest comeback, most epic comeback in DFC history. Certainly in title defenses. If he can pull it off. By the way, another big cheers to Lyle. This guy, in case you forgot, $100 dono, keeping the spaceship flying, man. Let's tip one back to this guy. Who gets the title shot for DFC 100? It all depends on who wins tonight. Even with title matches, the biggest thing in matchmaking is to try to make exciting, fair fights. Try. It doesn't always happen, but try to make exciting, fair fights. And so we're hoping whoever it will be. If it's Dio, it will probably be an epic NVD matchup. I would guess that's a pretty fun one. If it's Muchez, I don't fucking know. I don't know. That's tough. Certainly won't be against a Din. I'll tell you that. That would be too much of a shit show and certainly unfair. The only time that it really happens in title matches where you get unfair matchups is probably like this week, right? Where like I gave Dio the heads up. I told him we can't deny Muchez a title shot anymore, and you're gonna lose to him on a druid. Like, so, you know, that's just to give you the heads up. That will be the duel. It gets to the point where it's undeniable for somebody to have a title shot, and that is Muchez. So that was why I think one of the reasons why Dio switched it up and tried a different class that actually has a shot in beating the Zon, which was a clutch call. I also think that would be a shit show and also probably not too fun to watch. Well, it might be fun to watch. A lot of people, I think, would love seeing Max just get in there with a Max block build, not give a shit about what Muchez is doing. But I think it's just a one-sided shit show that just also probably wouldn't be fair. But dude, I would love to see Max get more title shots, get a shot at that DFC belt. I think he would be one of those sim players who'd be hard to beat. Because of the slow weapon swaps, it's best for the neck to walk, then spear spirit, so the Zon can't impale as quickly. So you spear first to make them move, and then you spear it so that when they do teleport in, they're gonna eat that spirit. Or they could dodge, avoid, evade, but it's there. Smart. I mean, dude, both of these classes seem relatively simplistic, right? Like, oh, it's just you shoot multi-shot with the Zon. But until you know the highest level of play, like Muchez here, that's not all there is to it, right? Same with the Necro. A lot of people think you just spam Spirit. That's really not all there is to it. There's a lot of levels to that sort of simplistic game. Zon, I don't know if I would consider that even simplistic in the very basic of any sense. But at the same time, you know what I mean? Like, they get easily summed up by a lot of players. Nice spear from Dio. That's what he's got to do. He's got to get in there just like that. Yeah, very nicely done. I like this strategy here from Dio. Zon swapped some gear to get the rep. Yep, I'm noticing that now. Might have been a response to Dio playing differently. Swapping out for that battle orders. And here we go. This long and epic duel. I mean, I would expect no less in a title match between two epic and competitive and much deserving DFC duelers. Some nice teeth there to sort of negate that life rep. But that is very risky. Not a lot of damage that comes through that. Those can also still be dodged, avoided, evaded. Not a lot of damage coming in through those, but also gives Muchez the opportunity to get that sick chain lock, which he almost punished Dio for right there. What an epic duel so far, man.
I am overburdened.
Oh, and a sick chain from Muchez. Could have finished it there. Looked like he was going to. The thing is, he might have actually cut Dio open and won him. That's very well a possibility. Yeah, he definitely did. Yeah, that's the risk. I figured that very well might be what happened there because that was so many hits so close together. We knew that was going to happen. Now Dio keeping the distance, trying to rep back a little bit of that life so that he just isn't immediately killed by a multi-shot. And Muchez looking for his opportunity. Can he do it? Muchez still looking good on the life total. Being patient, not getting overly zealous here. Doesn't need to. He's happy to stay on the outside. This multi-shot, very vicious. Dio trying a little bit of wall bang in there. Trying everything in his power to get this damage in without catching any of his own. He's very low. See if Dirty is able to come back again too for DFC for the next DFC stream. Probably a good suggestion, dude. Yeah, I'll write that down too. Good suggestion. I love seeing Dirty. Yeah, Dirty is an inspiration, dude. He actually became a DFC champion off from a win from Jess against Jess. And this is the guy that started PvP because of a video that we put out there on the hybrid Necro, dude. I thought that was so cool. What a success story. Why is Tempest not got a title shot? I'm pretty sure he did have one, and then I tore tendons in my arm, and then it didn't happen. And I think he's had one before that. I'm pretty sure Tempest has had title shots before. But I think he certainly needs to get more. Tempest is really good. If he beats Root tonight, that's a big win. I think Root is favored in that matchup. Remember Dirty just starting in the DFC, he improved so fast. It was, yeah, 100%. It was so cool to watch that progression, dude. It was so cool to watch that. And I mean top tier Necro skills. That guy got so good so quick. Dirty's a legend.
I am overburdened. I can't carry anymore.
Nice spears and great timing there from Dio. Unfortunately, didn't pay off. Dodge, avoid, and evade. Very tough. Very tough to deal with. Muchez looking to sail into victory here. Playing it safe. But in playing it safe, I think he's going to open himself up to some close range spears if he's not ready. Nice name lock there from Muchez. Dio running away to shake off those guideds because there was a couple of them chasing him there. True, yeah. Yeah, 230 was just always good, though. Even when he joined the DFC, I was actually the one that welcomed 230 to the DFC, Din v Sin. And I had my bow. Let me tell you, I had my bow. I was ready to rip up some sins. That dude was so hyper aggressive, it was frustrating. 230 was nasty. He was good upon entry into the DFC. 230 was a legend. Yeah, we'll put it down. I might just do one big tag for some people in the announcements. Chewith 30. I actually think I was the one who sold you my Perf Faith GMB. Are you talking about perfect Faith of Ice in LOD? Okay, yep, you probably were. Yep. I was gonna say I've never bought a Faith except for that one. I still have it, dude. Yeah. We don't fuck around now. Dude, that's awesome. I didn't know that, Kreider. That's cool, man. Yeah, I got that Faith of Ice GMV. I loved me those hybrids. Still got it.
I am overburdened.
That's sick, dude. I didn't know that. Ooh, beautiful spear there from Dio. Just missed. That might have clipped the nose hairs of Muchez right there. Those Amazonian bitches, too. You never know what they're growing for nose hairs, but she ain't got none left. That's it. Ooh. Dio getting in close there. That would have been a perfect opportunity. Muchez was not ready for that. Muchez keeping that Volk up. He has taken a little bit of damage here. Dio trying to mount a huge comeback. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of what he had to do. He had to stay on the outside and rep some back. Like, he was multi-shot PK, let's be real.
I can't carry anymore.
Like, if you're 1 and your opponent has a 451 poison charm and they tag you, if you're 1, you die. Like, it will go through, like, poison damage for whatever reason just always deals 1 damage. And it seems different in D2R where it's all 4 sources of poison damage. This is in my experience. This is how Riz was able to kill me by wanting me and having the, well, also he went Chaos Fury. But like, dude, wonned me and could easily kill me through ES. And I'm like, this is strange. This isn't supposed to happen. Alpha Sin? Dude, yeah, Alpha Sin is, Alpha Sin has, like, one of the most decked out sins ever, right? Who is Alpha Sin? We know him, right? Like, he goes by a different name, or is it just Alpha Sin? He actually, in, you know, the Toxic Din video that I have out there, the sin that I won life with the poison right off the bat is Alpha Sin. Yeah, Alpha is nasty. Very, very expensive sin and a very good sin player. What a close round. Is Dio going to be able to come back here? He's certainly staying on the outside. He's got to close the distance eventually. He's going to lose to that multi-shot if he doesn't. And Muchez is keeping it up. That's my boy, John. Yeah, his sin is more expensive than mine. Yeah, he's one of those, like, almost Dazer style players. Like, wouldn't surprise me if he's got, like, 500,000 forum gold sin, easy. Dude's decked out. He was actually surprised by the Toxic Din. Like, when I would shoot him with it, he's just like, shit. He's like, I need Plague and PLR to even deal with this. He's like, that's so much damage. Oh, for sure. Dude, whenever you see those, like, nasty sin players, Foozer, like the real committed ones, that's typically how it goes. Their character is worth more than your entire account. Not uncommon. Yeah.
I am overburdened.
Nice spears there from Dio. Unable to pay any dividends, though.
I am overburdened.
Very close one, a very long round. Dio trying to mount a comeback, but it's going to be hard to do from the outside. He's got to engage at some point here, though, because he can't just kick around from the outside and rep. I'm sure that's what he wants to do, but he's not really. Yeah, he's just kicking around in the corner shooting IBS. Like, he's gotta address at some point. He has the shorter range. We may actually just cut the map at that first box too. Like, I don't think that would be uncalled for at this point. Let me see if I can pop into their game.
Carry anymore.
All right, GG. Yep, map cut. All right, he says, yeah, he's won. Yeah, I figured as much. I figured as much, but yeah, at this point, you still have a little bit of the corners on the side to shoot, but at least Muchez doesn't have to guess if you're like on some other portion of the map. Like, at least if you're not going to address him, he can address like at some place where he probably knows you're at. Dio now using that fire golem. Okay, good call. He did switch up to the fire golem and is certainly making a difference. But that bone wall still allowing him to get some of that life back. Yeah, there it is. He got like 40 life off him killing that that bone wall. And there it is, Muchez, the new DFC champion. Unbelievable 4-1 victory. Dio couldn't quite pull off the comeback there. Well fought though. Dio was figuring it out, and that's the thing about Dio is you notice him making changes, making slight adjustments along that duel, which is so cool to see in the heat of the action there. So crazy. Very, very good duels. Muchez pulls it off. Let's see if we can pop in chat with the Muchez just a little bit. DJ, pause it. We're gonna see if we can chat with Muchez. I believe he's deafened right now, but holy shit. That is huge. Muchez, congratulations on the win, my dude. The new DFC champion. How you feeling?
Yeah, feels good. Feels good, man. Just like feels bad doing like such a late duel.
Well, I mean, we kind of expected that it might be. Like, it's definitely distance dueling. The one thing that we noticed right off the bat is that, like, in the typical Zon v Necro duel from the past, right, you would have the walk Zons, and the Necro would be able to go in, throw a bone spirit, harass you, and get out. But with your particular Zon, Dio couldn't do that. Like, what was your strategy to beating a Necro here?
Well, I mean, he's new to Necro, so, I mean, he wasn't going to play like Gators and just, you know, aggro me to death, and I stand no chance. I mean, I knew he was going to IPS me, so I just did damage over time, just stacking poison charms and open wounds whenever I could.
Oh, nice. How many poison charms did you have?
10 451s.
Oh, there you go. Okay, so it was more than the one. I was trying to guess it. I was like, it seems like...
I just used Gore Riders instead of Travs. You know, just to have something on my bow, even though I was mainly just spamming multi. But it's really pointless to shoot guided like randomly because the golem's just going to eat it. So there's literally no point in shooting guided.
No shit. Yeah, very interesting strategy to go with the damage over time. Very good adaptation to your opponent there too. So you use the swordback hold. Was that a choice specifically for Dio, or do you use that versus like a lot of Necros?
It was specifically for Dio.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I would use because what is it, like 30% max block is what GMPK usually. So I'll do Phoenix if it's GMPK. But since he can go max block, like there's no way I could out tank him if we traded on spears.
Yep.
I mean traded spear with my lightning furies.
Yeah. So if Dio got in there and chased you with that spear with those nasty stomps, the Kreider shot was mentioning that in the chat. Is that the strategy that's just like hard to deal with on his on?
It's really tough to deal with. Just because like you can't get in there and impale just because they're too fast, like the frames are too slow. Shit, yeah, I mean it's just like hard to get a lock in, and it did. Yeah, I mean I just can't beat like really good Necros like Gators, and yeah, it's just not.
Yeah,
it's not gonna happen.
Yeah, I was impressed to see Dio swap it up to a Necro. It was a good shot. If he played on that Druid, I just assumed it would be a one-sided shit show. Like, you know, it was so good to see Dio on a Necro and trying that out. I think that's like champion shit right there. Switching it up when you need to and learning a whole new thing. Yeah, by the way, Dio, what's up, dude? Hey, sorry that you lost your belt, but a well-fought duel. We were rooting for you for the nastiest comeback in DFC history there, but couldn't quite get there.
To be honest, I'll need a little bit more practice on the Necro. Still, compared to a lot of guys, especially out there, I was doing this week 4 days on it, so it's not enough time to get to S tier, I think.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Dio, you're a savage champion, though, and I don't doubt at some point you'll probably be back to it. So, you know, it seems to be almost a revolving door at some points with the championship, DFC championship belt at this point. But dude, I'm telling you, it's only because at the top of the top, man, there's so many good duelers, and it was only a matter of time before Muchez was knocking at the door, man. Muchez, you're an incredible dueler. It's been so cool to see you move up the ranks on this decked out Zon, and go from being someone that says, hey, look, I'm not too good on this thing, I just have a lot of money and have good gear, to someone who is actually good and understands so many of the matchups and so many of the technicalities, dude. It's been so good to watch your journey on this thing, dude.
Thanks, man.
And big congrats to you.
My first match was with versus Necro too, so it's kind of good that it comes together with me getting champ with Necro too, like V Necro.
Yeah, that's really cool. I didn't remember that, actually. It's good agreeable symmetry right there.
Yeah.
And by the way, an official thank you for the 100% perfect Drax, dude. That was I still hold those very close to my heart.
I mean, those were sitting in my stash, and like I can't use them on Zon for the tap, so it's like whatever. They were just collecting dust for like over a year. I mean, I don't care.
Yeah. They won't collect dust on that brawler barb.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, you put them to work for sure, man.
Congrats again, man. That's awesome. Congrats to Dio. That was a sick duel to watch. A long one, but man, it was worth every frame. That shit was shit was awesome.
Duel. That was like over an hour.
Yeah. Congrats though, man. Looking forward to seeing you duel again, my friend.
All right, thanks, man. Yeah, definitely see you next week, bro.
See you then. And we have a new challenger, a new champion in DFC 100. Who will he go up against? That is the question. It's going to be tough to find a formidable foe for this guy, not going to lie, because, man, it's like I said, it seems so one-sided. The duels, if you don't have the right matchup, man, the Zon either hard loses or hard wins. But that was a matchup right there that was very back and forth. Very cool to see from both of those guys. But yeah, it looks like, let me see if there's, man, just around this time, we have a lot of people that stopped streaming that might have been dueling there. We could pop into another one if people are ready. I'm hoping we didn't miss all of those. But wow, incredible matchups tonight. We got to get that one down for Fight of the Night for sure. Performance of the night, Muchez. Also, I want to put Dio down there. That was really cool, man. To see him switch it up and to go from his typical druid, he's just a master of the druid. This guy, I don't really know any better druids than Dio. This guy is savage, man. And to see him take a risk, switch it up, learn a class, learn things literally on the spot was really cool. Very good performance there. Insane, boys. Let's give people a couple of minutes. See if anybody else pops in. Man, oh man, what a night of fights so far, though. Yo, oh, this is Law. Law. You ready? Go fight Poly. We'll watch. Please tell him to get Discord. And get Discord. Kind of. I've never seen a fire druid before. Insane. He's waiting. Game up. All right, these guys ready to go. That's awesome. I'm glad these guys found each other. All right, let's cut over. Let's see if we can check out Polytheist's point of view here. Everybody's favorite shaman druid. Speaking of druid masters, this guy right here, Polytheist, a druid master of a different kind. This guy busting it out on the shaman druid, aka the fire druid, but the true technical name, the shaman. This guy does a mix, in D2R anyway, does a mix of fire and physical damage, and there's very few people that have played this build through the good times and through the bad. And luckily for Poly, we're in the best of the best times for such a build. Yeah, Poignant is Montreana. Yeah, they're just talking in game here. I'm glad we were able to finally set this up and get this going. I was hoping these guys didn't miss each other. But wow, oh wow, this is sick. I hope you guys are ready. Let's get this down. Is this going to be fight of the night? You know, something tells me that even if he gets fight of the night, if he ain't got Discord, there's zero shot that he has JSP. Like literal zero shot. We'll figure it out though. Fight of the night was Root 100%. Dude, yeah, actually we'll put that on there. That was actually a really good one. We didn't get to see the whole thing, but it was actually good. Who won that, by the way? Yeah, Gogators and Punch was very good. That got put on there very, very early. Honestly, my vote so far is Gogators versus Punch for fight of the night. That's the host vote. Root wins. Punch fight decent. Yep. Yeah. Root won. What was the final score? Was it 4-3, 4-2? It was so good to see that, dude. So good to see Root back on the ES Fireballer. The build's so notorious. Yeah, so it was just a straight slaughter fest after that. Coolie versus Toe Shank. I think that was cool. I think that was a good duel. I think it was good. Yeah, Toe Shank dueled me tonight. That was the duel we set him up with. He absolutely slaughtered me. And then I think, I can't remember, but I think I beat him on a Necro. We switched it up. We kind of did a mirror, and then I think if my memory serves me well, I think I easied him. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think he barely took any life from me at all. If memory serves me well. Which I have the memory of a fucking baby elephant. So, yeah, sounds correct. Yep. Yeah. Root best dueler on Broken Fire Sword class, my favorite. Dude, I don't know, man. Fire Sword has its weaknesses, and I noticed that from playing it for so long. Is that I thought it was broken too, Coolio, which is why I played it. I'm just like, well, theoretically, nothing can beat it, right? Nah, Zon trashes it. Like, it's unwinnable. Zon just fucking trashes it. If a good Zon. You have to be Muchez level Zon, but trashes it. And apparently a ghost, which I did not expect. I got trashed by Riz. I totally expected. Holy shit. Just want to say, holy fuck, Muchez. My guy, you know what? We're pouring out some more whiskey for that. 50 memberships! Holy fuck! Muchez for the win! What? Brother, wow. We're pouring out another one for that. Bro, cannot thank you enough, man. Becomes the DFC champion, donates 50 memberships to the channel. What? Bro, big cheers. Thank you so much, man. Cheers to Muchez. Let's step one back to this guy. What a hell of a night for this dude, and super generous. Make sure, if you got a membership from this dude, send him a good old thanks and a congrats in the chat, because holy shit, what a night it's been for this guy. Becomes the new DFC champ after such an incredible run to the top, going from new Zon player, and much like he said, with the agreeable symmetry of dueling a Necro first in the DFC and becoming champion versus a Necro. Very good duels, very good story, and just a very good supporter of the DFC and the spaceship. You know what? We might add a guest room in here now with all of that. A guest room and possibly another tube pisser in the back. That was really cool. We were floating around real close to interplanetary orbit there, dumping out piss. It might be a little... I know it's a lot to take in, guys, but got a little bit of joy out of that. I just passively thought that as we sprayed that out, the fuselage over there, that it just came down on all of our enemies, right? The people that had pissed us off. All right? Some of you might have seen some of that too, and I apologize. But same time, we're gonna add another one now. All right, that's not the point. The point is we're adding another one, thanks to Muchez. That's awesome, brother. Thank you so much. 50 fucking memberships, bro. Big cheers. Let's tip one back to this guy, boys. That is incredible. That keeps the spaceship flying right there. This guy, class. Absolutely gangster. Yeah, big congrats to Muchez. Let's get some fire going in the chat for this guy, man. That is awesome. New DFC champion. Incredible journey to the top. One of the most decked out, most beautiful looking characters we've ever seen. And an incredible player. Much, much deserved. Big cheers again, bro. That is awesome. Yep, big boy donor. That's so sick, man. Yeah, and that's a good point, Brody. Like, I remember that time in recent history, very close duel, I think, versus Muchez. I think it was very close and he was sweating, if my memory serves me well, right? I wasn't at all tilted after our duel, but then gifted an ass ton of memberships to the channel after that as well. Just an incredibly generous guy, man. Can't thank you enough. That's awesome. Yeah, recent history. Yeah, a couple weeks ago. We got absolutely flooded by flu A though, and then we had to cancel last week, but I'm glad we did. I probably still wouldn't have my voice this week if I tried it. Like, it was already gone. I figured somebody would outdo my contribution today. Good job, kudos. Congrats in multiple ways. By the way, another big cheers again to you, Lyle. Appreciate it, brother. That's awesome, man. Thank you so much. Muchez, you're incredibly generous. Just good person. Cool to talk to. You know what? As tilted as I get versus that fucking Zon, I'm happy you kicked my ass on it. I feel like I get better as a player. That time that I busted out the poison charms on the Brawler Barb, I think was some of my most beautiful gameplay ever. I beat Muchez a couple of rounds, and I almost retired from D2 after that. Almost went AFK a couple of years. That was big. Didn't think I'd ever do it. He could have prepared for the PLR, you know, with PLR and shit. But I'd like to think it was all skill. No. I don't use poison charms because of lack of skill. I don't want to hear that shit. All right? That's not even true. Has no merit. All right? Poison charms are skill. But what do you get with this? You get some sick emotes. You get some, you get the runes by your name, and depending on how long you keep it going, your rune upgrades. And this is honestly what I've considered doing, right? Not gonna lie. All right, I'll let you in because that's a very good, very deep question. And I've never explained this before, but you know what I was thinking about doing? I'd be interested to hear you guys' thoughts on this. Is like having this channel be committed to like interesting videos that are members only. Like posting videos that members only that might not ever get many views, but that are the shit that like I wouldn't main channel, but like people might request and ask for. Right? Like, hey, can you do a video on breakpoints on a barb, for example? Like, someone asked that. I would never do that on the main channel. I don't think it's interesting enough for people that are like, that don't give a shit about D2. And like, you kind of just have to be weary of that, I think, as you grow as a channel. Like, you have to tell good stories. You have to tell stuff. Like, every video we put out there on the main channel is like, whether or not you're interested in D2, the story is captivating, right? Like, it's interesting. Even if you played D2 once in your life and you're just like, wow, didn't know this. Like, this is really cool. You know, stuff like that. But I was thinking about doing that. So stay tuned in the near future for that. Like, I shouldn't say in the near future, but in this year, my goal is to do something like that for members only. And I think it's a good way to reward generous people like Muchez, who like gift people who are here watching DFC, who might also very, very much so care about topics like that. So that could be something in the future, like in the immediate future, that I do. So yeah. That's how it works on the train stuff during the non-regular stream days, Coolie. No shit. No shit. Wow. Okay, Polytheist takes round 1, and I gotta point this out. I actually didn't expect that to happen so fast. Caught a little off guard there, all right? Let me just walk you through this matchup here. Let you know what's happening, what's going on, all right? This is a matchup that technically favors the Necro. Why, might you ask? Because the Necro can outrange the Fire Druid or the Shaman. It is on Polytheist to close the distance and to deliver vicious damage to the Necro at closer range than he's comfortable with. And that Necro can stay on the outside, can do bone spirit trains, spears, all of this. It's very tough for Poly to get on the inside and deliver some vicious damage like this. And he's hit or miss with Necros over his career, all right? Let's actually check this out. We might even be able to show and prove here. Show and tell a little bit. Let me see if we can bring up the all-time stats for Polytheist, right? Look at this. This guy is savage. Previous DFC champion. These guys are underway with round 2 here, so I don't want to undercut this. But after this, we'll take a look. And I think you'll be impressed. Like, it's hit or miss. This is one of those matchups that could go either way. And Trafalgar, believe it or not, is actually a pretty skilled Necro. We've seen this guy play. He dials into D2, doesn't give a shit about much else, but be it Discord, be it JSP or anything. Just dials in and, you know, kicks some ass in D2 PvP. An old school player, if you will. One of those players that has loved D2 and D2 PvP and didn't really care about the development of the first world. You know, and just said, hey, look, fuck it. I like this, I'm going to log in and play. And I got a lot of respect for that, right? But also, this guy's pretty good. And look at this. He even stays in the pocket there and lands some pretty significant damage against Polytheist. That's the risk that you run if you're Polytheist in this matchup. You almost have to get close. You have to chase this Necro, but they can outrange you, right? So it is hit or miss, back and forth in the Necro matchup career of Polytheist. And now Law or Trafalgar is learning this matchup in the heat of the moment. Sick chains from Poly there. But that's what's happening. Lyle has a good idea. What is it? I'd like to see a top duels video on and a video on the rules and etiquette for dueling on your channel. Actually, that's probably not a bad idea because it's to the point where if you Google like rules for Diablo 2 PvP, my old video from way back in the day comes up still. And like, I think that is definitely a topic that I probably wouldn't do again on the main channel, but it's certainly something I would do here. Possibly that might even be a video that that could be tackled for the main audience, right? Like, we just put that out there as a legit video, like, so people can search it. That's probably I'm gonna write that down, dude. That's actually a good idea. You know what, Lyle? It's the least I could do. We'll do that. We'll do that. Yep, got it down there, bro. We'll make it happen. But yeah, so things like that, I think, is the direction that I want to take this channel with, like, members only and stuff. The way that I see it is, like, I'm kind of dragging my feet, if I'm being real, with some of the stuff that I want to do on the main channel because I want to get it right and it's hard to do. But, like, I want to not change direction with the channel, but do more stuff that's, like, interesting. Oh, man, big hits. Big hits from Trafalgar. Poly almost got there, almost finished, but Trafalgar did get it. Very close duel. And yeah, tackle more things like the news style videos. I love doing skits like that. They're fucking hilarious. The trick is, you're like, when you step into that sector, you're going against people like Riker, I shouldn't say all he's got to do. He does a good job of like getting the inside scoop on stories, but he does it so timely and fast that like my challenge with it in doing something like that is to be funnier and to make things watchable even past the times that they're relevant. Like, so that's the ultimate goal with a channel like that, doing like segments like that you don't care if you're watching old news. It's fucking hilarious, and there might be deeper stuff about it, a deeper dive into it, like we did with the troll at the Game Awards. Like, no one really knew who he was. We dove into it. I love that. Like, love finding out things like that most people wouldn't see, but also making jokes about it. Like, that shit is kind of funny to me. It's enjoyable for me. I want to take it in that direction, do that on top of D2 videos, maybe even tackle more D4 videos in a different way than other content creators are doing it. So it's like similar direction, but bigger. But with this channel, the way that I see it is, and like the original idea for it was the more committed Diablo 2 players that care deeply about PvP, watching PvP, learning more about interesting PvP mechanics and players. So like, I think that's the ultimate direction I want to take it, and I've always been confused because I want to reward the people that are on this channel here with us every week, the members that stick around, re-up on their memberships from donations like Mooches, all of this stuff. So like, but there's a lot to it, but that's certainly something that I've considered doing, is making like members only videos for things that people request, and interesting topics that might not ever make main channel, but that are like, if you're a member, you're privileged to know. Yeah, exactly. Also, watch DFC, everyone. Good day for a trampoline in it. Brody knows. Dude, I still have that video half edited somewhere, that like clip, and just never put it up there. But that's a fucking hilarious story. Yeah, and also, dude, like, trophy room videos might also be a member only thing too. Like, because a lot of the trophy videos now, put it this way, the next video that I'm going to do for the main channel has trophy room vibes to it, but it goes a lot deeper. You gotta do it, right? Like, that's the approach you gotta take. Like, because trophy room videos, everybody's seen everything, but I think it's still good to highlight that stuff and reward the people for being in the Discord, showing off their sick finds. Like, I think it's really cool. So that's something that I want to do as well, and just reward like the really deeper, committed D2 fans. Yeah, but that's the ultimate plan. And honestly, like, my plan with it is, like, I want to take all of this stuff in this direction in the very near future. Here's my immediate plans, though. So I need shoulder surgery, which will probably happen in the next few weeks, and it's gonna fuck me up for like months, which is gonna be interesting. But I want to use that as a transitional time in my life to do all of this stuff that I'm talking about right now, like, and make some changes in my life. I went through a pretty depressive period there for a while, and like, I want to use this as a time to like make some important changes like that. So yeah, so be on the lookout for it. That's the goal this year. Watch every DFC, Brody. Big cheers to that, man. That's fucking awesome. Big cheers, bro. Yeah, and essentially this would be like the, I don't want to say like, it's not the only fans, but it's like the only D2 fans channel right here. You know what I mean? Like, deep mechanics, people that care sort of fans. Another win there from Polytheist, and he takes it. Very close, man. He had Trafalgar low extremely early and was unable to capitalize on it, but he did. He got there with that Armageddon at the end. Absolutely insane. This is what I mean. Let's take a look at this record real quick. So as you can see, this is the all-time for Polytheist, 30-32, right? Like, and this guy was DFC champion. A lot of times people say, you should show the wins and loss records. They're often not impressive, and they really don't matter. By the way, my dude.
We need the Quill Rat video posted.
Dude, what Quill Rat video? It doesn't exist. There's no proof. I mean, it never happened. It never happened. All right? It never got killed by a Quill Rat. At all, ever. That's my story. And I'm sticking to it. All right, but look at this. So if we do a quick, like, I'm just going to highlight Necro, right? So that you can see these show up in green here. Like, you can see it's kind of hit or miss over the course of Polytheist history right here, right? Like, you can see it's back and forth. It really all depends. You lost to Primo in this matchup, to Silly, to Jammy Jams, one against Dirty, one against PK, like one against, I'm sorry, lost against Gertie, lost against Dirty, lost against PK, one against Philiac, Primo, Silly, and Jammy Jams on a Necro. Like, hit or miss, man. Hit or miss. It's certainly back and forth, but very interesting in the Necro matchup. And here we are again. Is Trafalgar, what side of that list is Trafalgar going to go on? It's currently 2-1 in favor of Polytheists. And we shall see. Do you do any team dueling, Coolie? We haven't in a very long time. It's tough to get a ongoing tournament going with team duels. And any sort of one-off tournament is typically very short. It's an interesting balance to do a stream with. But perhaps there could be a way to do this, and it is mix all of these, like the off meta dueling, like the one-on-one duels that we see here every week are really cool. But there's also other stuff that could happen that is not as popular, like melee duels would also be very quick. Melee, LLD, and team duels wouldn't necessarily in and of themselves be like much more than like hour-long events, maybe two. But combining them on a night, like some sort of DFC off-meta night, could be really cool. Now, tracking them and having any sort of long-term standings would be interesting. LLD would be easier. Melee, I guess, would be a little bit easier. But the big question is going to be interest in it. And, like, if there's not a lot of interest there, it's hard to keep it going. That's what we've seen historically with, like, LLD. Teams would be fun. Certainly hard to track over a long period of time. But fun regardless. And I think, honestly, if you do something like that on a stream, it's good to reward people who show up and, you know, continually team duel. That's sort of something I think we would have to figure out, too. Now, Polytheist very low. Trafalgar getting in there. Is he going to take this round to even up the score? How is it gonna look? We're gonna find out here. Polytheist with his back against the ropes. Even he questioning which column Trafalgar is gonna go into, whether it's gonna be a win or a loss. Certainly a back and forth duel. Trafalgar figuring out, he even said before this duel that he's never dueled a shaman before, never dueled a fire druid. And he's realizing the range, the power of the range that he has. And he's noticing it in real time. By the way, just want to give another special shout out to Lyle and a big shout out to Muchez. You guys have been super generous here tonight, keeping the DFC up, alive, running, and keeping that spaceship flying. Big cheers to you guys. Can't thank you enough. And there it is, evening up the score. It's Trafalgar. Dark Humility? I don't think so. I think Dark Humility used to play heavy on hardcore. I don't think he played on softcore much. I think every time Dark Humility played Diablo 2, and I think he still plays, I'm not 100% sure, but every time he did, he was a big hardcore player. Dark is Russia Bank? What? Is he from Russia? Really? Yeah, Mr. Llama did though. Yep, Mr. Llama did. We've dueled Barricade on stream before. Camp versus Rush, so hot right now? No shit. I've heard about that, dude. Camp versus Rush style. That could actually be cool. Hold on, I'm taking a lot of notes this stream. I'm going to take that as a note. I'll have to look more into that, dude. I've heard some good things about it, though. Do more Hell at the Forge duels? That was something that Barricade put on. That was his event that we joined up on. I loved the edits to that video, dude. I didn't actually think it would be so well received. But it was, dude. Like it was good. I thought people really didn't care about the PvP collaborations as much, but it was pretty well received on this channel. I gotta say the edits were prime, right? The visual storytelling was good for its time. For its time, it was good. It was a fun event either way. Yeah, Barricade is very fun to play with, dude. And he's gonna be in DFC 100 too. It's gonna be sick. Gonna be sick. Later, virgins. GG, man. Appreciate you. Yeah, BM duel at its finest. Exactly. No better BM duels have ever been had in D2. NVD ladder. Yeah, I've heard of that. Yep, definitely heard of that. That's a big thing. Made and leveled your Blitzork for that within a week. Holy shit, Kreider, that's awesome. Yeah, it was so cool to see you there, dude. That was probably, in all honesty, that was probably some of my best din play ever in any dueling. I didn't die at all. I didn't lose a round. Never died. Like, that was insane. Like, I could never say that again about literally anything, any tournament ever. Yeah, it was fun though. Epic match here between Poly and Trafalgar. It's currently 2-2, and Trafalgar is figuring out his range. He's figuring out the power that he has. This is what I mean. It's so fun to watch this guy duel. Trafalgar, for a guy that doesn't have Discord, shows up on stream looking for his opponent. This is what we go through every week with Trafalgar, okay? Shows up on stream looking for his opponent. Shows up in our games looking for his opponent. This guy's a grinder. Let me tell you, this guy grinds. All right. But he's also, you would think that was someone that shows up like that they would not be as good of a dueler as they are, right? Law is fucking savage. I remember we threw together a duel versus me and Trafalgar last minute, and it was Din v Neck, and I beat him, but it was like remarkably close. I'm like, I didn't expect him to be this good. He was like figuring me out as the duel went along, and like that's just been what he does. Like, he's never dueled a shaman before, and here we are. And he's figuring it out as he goes. Legend has it he's still on MSN Messenger. You mean AOL? AIM? I think he's still on AIM. Yeah, that's how we have to get a hold of him on AOL Instant Messenger. That's how we have to contact Trafalgar. And down Trafalgar goes to a clutch. I think he was trying to wall bang there, but Polytheist teleported just on the wrong side of him there and hit him with an Armageddon, finishing the duel. Console PvP? Yeah, console PvP is interesting. It's a lot different, dude, because of you don't have, like, you can't aim your teleports. So, like, teleport is less important in console duels. It's still important for some classes, but less important. I also like the controller movement where you can control how fast your character is moving. That's something so odd to see. You can always tell when someone's playing on a controller because of, like, when they move their joystick slightly, their character walks very slow. I always think that's really cool. Limited range targets, yep. Yeah, it's definitely different. Cool though, for sure. Yeah, everyone did great. That was such a good event, Kreider. We placed third. The two people I was playing with that were new to dueling was super fun. They didn't all have the Kreider shot skills. I also, dude, would have never brought a cold sork to a BM tournament. Dude, there was one element that I over prepared for in that PvP event. You want to know which one it was? It was fucking cold. I was like, I didn't want to. I spent an embarrassing amount of resources for gear on that duel. I still use some of the stuff that I got for that. I didn't spend too much attention on my inventory, but what I did, I made sure that my inventory was decked full and had the ability to be decked full of 2011 cold charms. Yeah, for sure. It's like cheap, fast, and easy to make for sure. And if people aren't prepared for it, you're just gonna one tap them anyway. Like, that's the thing too. Who is Blue? Blue should be here. Let me try to tag you guys in Discord, Foozer. I'll try to tag you in the channel. That way you guys can get your match going if you'd like. I'll tag you in the DFC channel and also let him know he might not be watching the stream and might not know that we swapped that up. Yeah. So let me see. Also, Riz looking for East. Not sure where East is at. Bam. Oh, and there it is. Look at this. Just as I'm trying to do this, Polytheist finishes it up. Looks like Trafalgar is going in the winners column for Polytheist on his win record. Very nicely done. And Polytheist also one of those duelers that can very easily adapt and figure out someone's style. And he did it there. Blue versus Boozer. All right, there we go. I just tagged you guys in that message. Nicely done. Polytheist racking them up, dude. This guy's a different kind of shaman player right here. And a very good sport. Previous DFC champion in Polytheist. Taking it from... who did Poly take this from? Poly took the title from Gertie on the Din, which was epic. Yeah, that was huge. Epic win, man. All right, let's see what else we got. Thank you guys so much for that duel. That was cool to see. I'm glad we got that to happen right there. Riz still looking for East. Let me see. Where is East in the Discord? I'm gonna check this real quick. All right, this is... All right, we got him. We got him. Give these guys a little bit. See if they pop in. Riz versus anybody is a duel that I want to see. That's for sure. But damn, man, look at this. We've had quite a night so far. This has been one of the biggest cards. I think the biggest card in DFC history, actually, with 20 fights on it. This is just nuts. Look at this. I love it when you got to scroll down on these, right? Like, what an incredible card. When you got to scroll down, you know it's going to be a night. And it has been, dude. Just action-packed from the start. When we had nothing, we had no other shit that we could be doing besides being engaged in and watching sick duels. This is what the DFC is all about, man. Really hoping DFC 100 comes out to this, you know, to this degree right here. This is nuts. Yeah, this is the biggest. Yeah, because Doombringer, I guess, is stuck at work. I think that was something that I had mentioned it way earlier, Foozer. Sorry about that. Yeah, just tagged him. Blue is a lightning sorceress. He's very good. He switches up, uses infinity. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, we tried to set that up because Doombringer isn't gonna be able to make it. Let me see what he says here. Yeah, sorry about that, bro. I'm sorry. I thought I made that clearer earlier. It's so hard to like change things up last minute on the stream, and you know, it's tough. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But yeah, Doom. I think he said he reached out to you, reached out to me too, that he's like gonna be late and it probably won't happen. So yeah, we just tried to switch it up. It was something that Dio had mentioned, and I said, hey, yeah, that's a great idea. But yeah, we saw Gertie versus Max. Max pulled it off. Gabe versus Lamp. Gabe pulled it off. That's so nasty. Muchez takes the title. Punch versus Gators. We haven't seen this yet. I also haven't reached out to my opponent, Tort. Montreana versus Elk. I don't think we got to see that full thing, unfortunately. We didn't get to see it unfold. I can only assume Montreana kicked some ass. I can just only assume. But wow, we've seen actually a lot of these. This is impressive. Sound versus Sawdust. Sound versus Foozer. Oh, Nuffin was... I was also in there for Nuffin? Oh, shit. All right, did I have 3 duels tonight? Holy shit. Man, they're just throwing me in there. At Nuffin or Tort. You guys around? I don't want to deny these guys a duel. I mean, especially Nuffin. He's going up against the Brawler. Just message him in Discord. We can't be... Man, we got to make that happen. So Riz versus East is actually a really cool duel to see. It's going to be Ghost versus Ghost. I really hope we get to see that one. Like, we've never seen that matchup ever in the DFC. Ghost versus Ghost. And like, man, that would be cool. Yeah, Foozer had a match. Foozer had a match tonight versus Sound. Yeah, but he was on there twice. Why people getting a million matchups? Because everybody signs up on a fucking sin. To give you the long and short. Like, that's often why people will get multiple matchups, is because you'll go through, you'll make some exciting matchups, and then you'll have 2 players that might be on Sin and Sin, or that might be on that might be Din and Zon, and that's just a bad matchup. So you could go through and rework all of the matchups that are already good, or you could give other people multiple matchups that just make for an entertaining match, and give more chances for people to be here. You know what I mean? So that's sort of like the method behind the madness. And sometimes people are, both matchups work for people. We get to see 2 of Sound's fights, which was really cool. But yeah, that's often why that happens, is just because people sign up on classes that are just not fun. And so you have to find fun matchups for them to make it watchable and entertaining. That's the long and short. I say there's an unbalanced amount of Sin players. There probably still is, but man, it's so hard. It's like one of those miserable matchups that you have to try to make it look good. Like you have to really think. By the way, my dude, X at legend tier as an absolute legend, Xtimus, good pal, good dude, D2 legend. Big cheers to you, man. Thank you so much for that membership. I appreciate that, bro. Thanks, dude. Absolute legend. Xtimus is one of the most creative. Look, we talk about this all the time. Okay, we talk about it all the time. But I just want to make sure you guys really understand this. Okay? Because this is big. I'm going to tell it to you just like this. Right? You better get ready. Originality is underrated. And it's something that's forgotten about in the YouTube algorithm, right? But Xtimus, one of the most original Diablo 2 content creators that has ever existed. And that's fucking forgotten about these days. Do you know how much it fucking grinds my gears? I literally some of you guys who were watching the stream on Twitch, either this week or last week, saw me fucking tear into somebody who stole somebody's fucking idea on their channel and made a whole video about it. And I left a comment that was basically in not so many words, you're an unoriginal bastard and stole this idea from this guy for views, you fuck. I hate seeing that. But there's very few content creators out there that I'm like, this person is original. I love the fact that they've tried something different. They've come up with a different idea. They put it out there and they do it. They come up with their own fucking idea and they tackle it. I've lost a lot of respect for content creators, especially in the Diablo 2 sector, because it's so close to my heart. But Eximus has never been one of those people. Always super original. Always something that's really cool to watch. Definitely check this guy out. Doesn't post a lot, but when he does, shit is epic. Would highly suggest checking it out. Big cheers to you, man. Appreciate you. It's true. It's true. Unoriginal content creators out there all over the place. All over the goddamn place. Jacking ideas for views. It's usually the people that's like, I gotta crank out video, make the views. Gotta do something that's already been done. And I'm like, man, it sucks. It sucks. They got their inspiration from the wrong D2 content creators. That's what I say. There was a time when there was like, of all of the D2 content creators out there at the height of D2R, when it was a fresh game that freshly came out, there was a content creator out there that I think negatively influenced a lot of the decisions of content creators that already exist, and they haven't given up on those ideals, those ideologies, that grind mentality that doesn't quite work the way it did when D2R came out. That content creator, and look, it worked for him. You got to respect the hustle, but he was super fucking unoriginal. His name, I forget who it was. Old school game snob. Like, he just copied everybody's most popular D2 videos. Eximus, mine, Llamas, anybody who had huge views in the D2 sector, like, of original ideas. He just copied them, made the videos horrible. Like, it was horrible, bad, incorrect, wrong, stupid, dumbass fucking information. But the game was big. And like, he just got the views. So he would just put multiple videos out a day that just made, jacked people's ideas, basically. Put them out there. And look, it worked, dude. Look, it worked. There you go. Like, you do your thing. The thing that I respect about him is that he stopped doing it when, like, it no longer worked, right? Like, and he goes on, does other stuff. That's his grind. That's what he does, right? But other D2 content creators saw that stuff and were like, oh, that's what I gotta do. I gotta just put out stupid, unoriginal shit all the time, get them views. And they still do it. And it's like, I lose a lot of respect for those people, even doing it still to this day. Like, main point is, originality is so important for the Diablo 2 fans, but also just YouTube in general, I think, doesn't have enough of it. So it's so refreshing and so cool to see people like Eximus do that and like be original, make new shit, try new shit. Like, and I got mad respect for that, dude. Since this is add-on versus blue, a change, can I play? Yeah, sure, dude. Yeah, what is it? Hammered in versus Sork? I think that's fine, yeah. Yeah, that's cool, dude. Let's do it. Let's do it. I'd rather watch a din than a sin any day, too. Thing is, if you truly love the game and not seek out clout or views, you will come up with awesome ideas naturally. Well, I think that's just the actual way to grow and the actual way to make better stuff. Like, would you rather have 5 shitty videos that get 10,000 views because you had to put out a video every day? Or would you rather, like, put out a video every couple weeks that get like 50 to 80,000 views? Like, as a content creator, you should prefer the latter because it suggests that you're growing, you're making better stuff. Like, and that's what people forget about. They just, oftentimes content creators put out a bunch of dumb shit that wastes people's time, that just farms views from the people that will watch anything. And hey, look, I mean, can't hate them. It's the grind. It's just something that personally I don't respect. It's rough to see it in this genre. Truth. We're content creators, not garbage men. Dude, the comment that I left on that guy's channel, I forget his name, but he had like 300,000 subscribers, and he stole a fucking video idea from someone that had 5K subscribers, but the video did well. I know exactly how he got his idea. He searched, I'm going to do a Diablo 2 video, so he just looks for Diablo 2 videos done within the last couple of months that got the most views. This guy's was one of them, and it was like this video about beating Diablo 2 with only doing poison damage. He literally does the exact same thing, acts like he came up with the idea, and I call him out on it, and he's just like, oh no, it's just one of those things. This happens. Two people came up with an idea independently and blah, blah, blah. I was like, oh, did they? When he came up with it 2 fucking months ago, and then you do it now, and you have a similar thumbnail, similar colors, all of this shit. I was like, be a content creator, not a content copier, you fucking cuck. I'm like, don't lie to me, dude. I do this shit too. Like, you know, I'm familiar with this shit too. Like, I'm not just some random person commenting on this that has noticed it. I'm someone who is in your position, who understands what you're doing. Like, you copied this guy's idea because it got the most views out of a certain time frame, and you decided, I have 300,000 subscribers, I'm going to steal his idea. Like, just don't lie to me. I would have actually had more respect for him if he's like, dude, you're right. Like, I wanted an interesting D2 video. This guy had the greatest views. I was wondering if I could do it differently. I was hoping I would do it differently. Sorry if it came across as the same. I'd have been like, that's a fair response. Like, because that's also something you can do. If someone's already done it, do it different. Like, what can you add to it? What can you bring to it? I'm not the first person that ever made a throwbar based video, but I did it differently. I took it to a whole new level. Like, that's what I could bring to it. I recognize someone else has done this, but I can do it better. Like, I can do it different. Like, and there you go. Like, you know, that one, I was impressed. That did very well. I didn't expect that. But like, yeah, either way, like, that's the thing. It's okay to do the similar topic, but do it different. Like, bring your own shit to it. Yeah, or at least give credit, right? Like, how difficult would it be if you do a video like that to be like, I saw that this guy did, you know, beat the game with complete poison damage, but can you do it with this type? Like, you know what I mean? Give him a shout out at least. I told him he should. I was like, you should make things right and at least credit this guy from the idea that you fucking stole it from. Like, he has 5K subscribers. And then, but here's the thing. There was a little bit of fruit that came from that comment and that little, like, online discussion that I had with him. Because the next community post that he made on his channel, he was asking for a collaboration publicly with a smaller YouTuber. And I was like, even though he's, like, some narcissistic asshole that can't admit when he gets called out and he's fucking wrong, at least he's doing shit differently now. That's typically what narcissistic people do. They'll do it differently in the future and act like they always have done it that way. Like, no, I always do things like that. You just don't know. You're just wrong. You just don't know me. You don't know me. I always do things like this. You don't know me. At least he's doing it differently. Like, so I'd like to think that even with a stark, blatant fucking dumbass like that, at least it changed how he approaches it in the future. Good. I've done my job. Ironically, you also stole that idea too. Even D2JSP builds, yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly, dude. Like, it's just how it is. And granted, this is coming from, like, I'm not completely innocent of this, right? Like, for example, I've gotten some of my ideas from other people and my inspiration, but again, have always tried to make it different, right? Like, always do it differently. Like, take it to the next level. Do something they didn't do. Like, I've been, like, honestly, I look back at some of my old videos. I'm like, I wish I would have credited that person. Like, the Immortal Sorceress. I didn't come up with that. That was a very secret underground build. But, like, not a lot of people knew about it. I wish I would have taken the time to find out who actually did it first and credited them. Like, you know, that would have been cool. But at the same time, then suddenly everybody's doing Immortal Sorceress videos, getting it wrong. That was something that old school Game Snob did. He made like 3 or 4 Immortal Sorceress videos that were not Immortal Sorceresses. Like, it was an ES. You've made an ES Sorceress. Sweetfield did the same thing. You did not make an Invincible Sorceress. You've made an ES Sorceress. which is why, like, when I did my counter video to all of that bullshit, I sat there at Neelathok and took all of the fucking damage while I talked about the build. I'm like, this is an Immortal Sorceress, you fucking cuck dumbasses. Like, here I am, not giving a shit about Neelathok blowing shit up around me, and is all of his minions attacking me. Let me just tell you about the gear here at 1 life. Like, that's what I mean. Like, do it differently. Show people what's up. Like, this is an Immortal Sorceress. You know what I mean? Like, that's the problem with it all, dude. It's just like, it's just all unoriginal, man. So there's very few people that know and understand and respect that grind. I went on quite the tangent for the Xtimus membership. But big cheers to that, man. Big cheers to that. Faux show. All right, let me check here to see if anybody else has popped in. If not, what we can do. I do see Foozer streaming it live.
Not in town.
Is he ready to go? Is he jamming, slamming, and Alabaman? Looks like he might be. Yeah, exactly. They have no idea what they're talking about. Don't ever play the build. It's just like awkward to watch. Like, I see so much of that stuff. Like, I feel bad sometimes that it takes me so long to do a video these days, but like, it's because I look back and like, there was a time at one point where there was 2 key moments like in content creation for me. And one of them was going back and watching some of my old videos versus like some of the ones that had done better. And I tried to reflect on why. And it was because I'm like, these are doing better because they're bringing in more viewers. They're broad topics that are really cool that I went really in depth on, you know, and I didn't focus on the height of D2R. Like, I took all of those videos, threw them out. I was like, which ones after D2R was big and before it was, which ones did better? And it was original stuff that you dive deeper into than most people, that was entertaining. And I'm like, that makes sense. Like, that makes sense. So I'm like, those are the things that people enjoy, and that's what I want to do. That's what I want people to expect from me. So that's why I do it like that. It takes me a little longer, but like, even with the video that I'm working on right now, I'm still not done with it because I figured out something really cool. And most content creators would be like, oh, I'm just going to make a video, put it out there, jam it, look what I did. But me, I'm just like, how deep can this go? What can I do? Can I, like, you know, can I contend with these people that spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on their character with fucking budget shit? What can I do? Like, you know what I mean? I'm like literally taking it to the next level now. Like, you know, and to tell a story, to make it interesting, to make it something that nobody else would even think of doing. And it's a cool story. You know, like that's what I did. I would hope you guys expect that from me, and you should. That's what, like, just be a content creator, don't be a content copier, you know? That's what it is.
I am overburdened.
That's what it is. I said it, I can't unsay it. I said it and I can't unsay it. Yeah, Magitech had a nasty Immortal Sorceress, dude. He would like inspired me to dive deeper into that. That was the first Immortal Sorceress that I saw, was Magitech in PvP. But I think when I was talking with him about it, he told me that it was an old JSP build from back in the day that people would do on LOD, which actually it worked better on LOD than it works on D2R. It was actually more immortal in PvP on LOD. Like, there's some weird shit that happens in D2R that doesn't make it quite immortal in PvP, unfortunately. Not in the same ways that it was. Yep. But there used to be a guy that dueled on D2GA with it that was an Immortal Sorceress too. I found him in making that video, and it was fucking savage. He taught me about the Mal runes and shit. I'm like, what? This is cool. All right, here we go. This is Foozer. Is he going up against? Yeah, this is time. This is blue. This is blue. Oh my gosh, this is Sin v Sork right here. The real question is, okay, so blue is you guys might not have ever seen him duel live, but this guy is a savage. He dueled against Doombringer off stream a couple of weeks ago, and I was impressed, man. He's a very good player. He said you was traps. That's all right. Let him start. If he didn't expect whirlwind yet, let him prepare for it. Like, you know, at least don't want to keep him surprised. Like, don't want to win by the element of surprise, even though that can be fun. Yeah, I feel like I just expect all sins to whirl these days. Oh, nice hits. Nice hits from Blue. But yeah, this guy is actually a savage. He had the, I say, the displeasure of dueling Doombringer. And by that, I mean, I joke with him a lot. But Doombringer is just so technical with everything. He wants to know everything about his opponent's build. Wants to check their cold stack. He wants to, you know what I mean? He wants to understand everything. And it was a new guy, never seen him duel. And I was like, I'm so sorry, bro. Like, so it was like half of the duel was fought in town, figuring out his opponent's build and what he does. And then the other half was like out in the moor. But even then, like, there was so much that you saw in that duel from this guy right here, Blue. And there it is. Foozer gets there against Blue, mixing it up. Getting those whirls in there. I don't think Blue's too happy about him being whirl now. I thought you were doing one on the din. I thought we were gonna get a din match. Yeah, but it's hilarious. Love watching his duels. But he's also just very good. Like, he catches a lot of shit, but he's a very good cold sword player. Cautious one, but very good. He didn't want to duel my H10. Oh, okay. I see. All right, thanks for the update, Foozer. I'm from Australia. Ping is always 250. Dude, yeah, I hear you, bro. That's really tough. Ping is always high from Australia, dude. It's like a continent that's a fucking country that's basically an island from all of the rest of the world. Ping is always like the worst. Yeah, just seeing the trash talk in between. I'm pretty sure, you remember that quote that gets used in a lot of Discord soundboards now, where I was just like, last time I'm gonna say it, shut the fuck up and duel. That, I'm pretty sure, was Doombringer versus Elite. I'm pretty sure that's where that quote comes from. Like, because Elite is a notorious shit talker, and like, so is Doombringer. Like, he'll just be like, nah, this is garbage, man. I ain't gonna fucking duel like this. And then just like Elite will do the same thing. Like, before you know it, these guys were fighting a duel with words in the Blood Moor. And I'm just like, all right, dude, last time I'm gonna say it. Like, literally, people are talking in the fucking moor and you're not even hitting them, punishing them for it. Like, shut the fuck up and duel. Yeah, Doom versus Elite. Yeah, they weren't hostile for like 5 to 10. Yeah, you remember. Brody remembers. He wasn't lying. He watched every DFC. He wasn't lying. He knows. They weren't even hostile for like fucking... It might have even been longer than that. It might have been 10 minutes they didn't even notice they were fucking not hostile. Big hits there from Blue, but man, that whirlwind is really making a difference too. Blue is probably not happy about this. Just sitting there taking it. He doesn't seem to be happy at all. Yeah, it was a rough day for the DFC. Yep. Oh, yeah.
The order welcomes you.
Boos are just demoralizing people here today. Blue says you win, man. He's not impressed. All right, well, hey, we'll give it to Foozer. No worries. It's a shame that that one didn't work out. He says, Dio, next time you should tell me ahead of time, man. Yeah, so Blue is somebody that has always been written in on the on the gamer.xyz card, and it's a friend of Dio from the MOTC, I believe, MOTC, I think, Discord, and they also run dueling tournaments over there. So it's really cool to see him over here. But yeah, so it's always hard to know what information he knows coming in and all of this. But yeah, it sucks. It sucks that he's upset about it. But also, I mean, to his defense, he's a really good Lightning Sorceress player, a Nova Sorceress player. But also, like, Nova is limited. And I think if you go up against a player like Foozer, if you go up against like even a player like Doombringer, like the really seasoned players, even if you are a super good Nova Sorceress, it's going to be a tough duel regardless, right? Like, this guy's good. So like we haven't really put him up against like noobs. Like, we put him against good people because he's good, but at the same time, like, it's definitely rough. He says, I don't want free wins, don't count it. All right, well, how about this, Foozer? I'll give you one. You're gonna have to beat this fucking brawler, and I'm known as the Sin Killer. All right, Foozer wants a duel, we're gonna fucking give it to him. This will be the last duel tonight, unless anybody else pops in. All right, well, can you beat a brawler? That's the real question, right? I don't know if he can, but we're gonna find out. And we can also swap back and forth like this. He doesn't even know. All right, let's make sure we got some good light res. We're looking good. We got to get ready for him, though. We ain't gonna give this one to him for free. And by that I mean we're probably gonna destroy him. It might be Foozer, but we're not gonna take it easy. What does he think this is? Free win or something? Bro. No. Nah. I also think in this particular matchup, now, you know what? We're just going to run it like this. We're just going to run it like this. What are they doing? He says, come get the kills so I can go to bed. Are they actually doing it? Yeah, I think Foozer has been aggroing though, Dio. Like, he's been fine. It isn't like he's been late. Foozer has been the aggressor here. He's been getting up close, whirlwinding. Like, yeah, I think it's just rough. I think it's just rough for the Novasork. Nah, he's good. He's playing fine. Foozer is a savage dueler too. Like, that's the thing. I mean, technical DFC newcomer, but also a savage, which is why I thought this was actually going to be a pretty good duel. Because both of these guys are technical DFC newcomers, but very savage duelers. All right, here we go. These guys are going to do it. I mean, as much as I would love to just end Foozer's early reign on the brawler barb, I don't want to interrupt this. Big fan from Korea, bro. Keep it up, dude. Big cheers. Thank you so much. Appreciate you, man. I'm gonna assume your name is Irish. I'm gonna assume it's written in the Irish language, and I'm gonna assume it's absolute legend is how you pronounce that, bro. Thank you so much. Appreciate you, brother. And there it is. Foozer gets there again. Very, very tough opponent. Bro, don't even take this, yo. Fuck this. Bro, if you want to lose, just lose. Like, we get it. You didn't come in ready for, Sin. Like, I wanted to see the Doombringer match. It didn't happen. Last minute switch. Sorry about that. You know, look, it's all about having fun. And if you're not having fun, don't duel. Right? That's what I say. If you're not having fun, don't duel. It's okay. That's perfectly fine. By the way, if you're from Korea, you're really gonna love the next video, I think. Especially if you're a Melee fan. His name really says Red Beginner 5. Korea number 1. Red Beginner 5. Is that really what it says? Look, big cheers to that, man. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. I'm glad you're a fan, brother. Yo, let's get this in. All right. Bonus duel. Foozer versus Brawler. Let's make it happen. Let's make it happen. He's gonna be sorely disappointed. He's gonna be sorely disappointed because he's gonna get aced. We got an ace. We got an ace in the hole for this guy. Look at him all getting ready. All right, here we go. Oh, come on. Mind Blast. Gay skill. Oh, that was actually surprisingly close. All right, GG. Lag. Yeah, it was clearly lag. All right, hold on. We might actually have to prepare for lightning damage. I hate to do it, but we might actually have to prepare for it. I'm just gonna have to. It's not much. It's not much we're gonna do, but we're gonna have to prepare for it. What's the actual light res? Okay, we still get ripped away by griffins, so we're gonna have to fix that. Hold on. All right, looking okay. Looking okay. All right, and then we're just not gonna worry about anything else. Yeah, your ping was like 63. Yeah, you saw that. Yeah, you saw it. Unplayable. Let's go, buddy. I hear that name lock. There it is, baby. There it is, baby. Brawler. Brawler.
What can I do for you?
1-1. Here to shut down the hype train that is Foozer. Just here to shut it down. Right, here we go. Oh, he's getting ready. Right, here we go. We ain't kicking around for those traps. Need some mana. All right, here we go. right, come on, baby. Come on, let's turn this into a duel. What's all this off screen and shit? Trappers are so gay. So gay. Dude, stupidest fucking build ever.
The order welcomes you. Good day.
I hate trappers. This is why it's so hard to make matchups. This is ridiculous. Ridiculous. It's not even fun. I'm just trying to have fun. GG's. All right, boys, let's do this. Let's do some voting. This is for Fight of the Night. What do you think it was? The people who were committed. It doesn't count with the Foozer versus Brawlers. Clear lag. Clear lag. Every time I tried to teleport, my guy would just do this. He'd just be like, oh, he gets stunned and shit. I don't know what was happening. I think it was lag. But let's check it out. Let's see what we've got. Got a lot of fights on the roster. But yeah, we gotta ban him. Yeah, we gotta ban Foozer, banned from DFC. Foozer banned. We shut down that hype train. Foozer banned. Easy. Can't win if you're playing BM and you're banned. Come on now. What is this shit? Fucking Foozer. What was the fight of the night? All right, I've got some ideas, guys. All right, I'm gonna pick the most exciting ones. Y'all vote on them. Gogators versus To Punch, I think for sure. This was the BVN mirror. This was insane. This was the one that went to an 11th round and was super exciting. There's very few better duels than that you could ask for. I think that's certainly one that's just pretty insane. Muchez versus Dio, also really good. Dio Wind trying something different, going with the Necro. That was the championship bout. Root v Tempest was also pretty sick. That was ESFB versus Trapper. And oh yeah, dude, Gabriel versus Lamp. That was VT versus Cold Sork. Incredible performance from Gabriel, but also from both players. It's so refreshing to see that. I think those are some good ones right there. Those were insane ones. We'll give that one till X25, whatever time zone you're in. Give that one just a T-bit here. Just a T-bit to determine who was the fight of the night. So far in the lead is the one that I believe was fight of the night, was Gogators versus Punch, but it's ultimately up to you guys. That one was savage, so exciting. An 11-round fight that went to a tiebreaker. And oh my gosh, yeah, Punch is... He's just never in an unexciting duel. Even the ones where he loses. Even the ones where he accepts his loss before the duel even begins, he somehow makes super exciting. Like the one versus Doombringer. He just says, let's just fucking go. Let's just do it. Oh, I'm getting my revenge. You're gonna have to warm up versus Brawler. Basically fights the same. All right, after this duel, we'll close the poll. Oh, he's got that clay golem. I'm gonna get rid of that sumbitch. All right, Dio's gonna go. Dio's gonna do it. These guys actually throwing it down. All right, this is what it looks like. Dio versus Foozer. Dio getting the second chance duel here. Dio's just gonna show him up. He's gonna show him what this matchup is like. If Foozer gets this is actually huge for Foozer. Like, this is kind of nuts. This guy is a savage, but I don't think y'all understand quite how much of a savage he is. Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's good. Truth be told, Foozer is just actually a good trapper. That's what happens when you duel people who are very good on a certain build. They just make it feel demoralizing. Like, I mean, we know this. Foozer is just really good. He makes it feel demoralizing because he's a good trapper. And he's also a very good Necro here by the looks. He hasn't suffered any damage from Dio here. He's just getting it in. Yeah, I mean, that's just how it is. Dude, he's tearing it up. This is insane. All right, we'll close this poll right here with Gogators and Punch as the winners. There it is. Dio goes down, unfortunately, to Foozer. Foozer just showing off those skills. By the way, that's sick, man. I would completely agree with that. That was a really good one. Also, all right, so for performance of the night. Now this one's fun. I've got some people in mind. Who had the performance of the night? This is for an individual dueler, all right? Just like in the past, in case you don't know, any of the winners from these polls here tonight will get 500 forum gold as a consolation prize for putting on quite a show. And wow, there was some good ones. I think Shank, this was versus me versus Coolie. I think he's just so aggressive. He's one of the players again that just makes it feel demoralizing. That was supposed to be a fight where I prepared for Llama, but now I feel even worse, right? And I'm actually thankful for it. And then also Gabriel, this was versus Lamp. This guy he had his work cut out for him versus a Cold Sork, but he got there with some absolutely insane chains. This guy is underrated still, I think, in the DFC, even though he's the technical top din of the DFC. This guy's really good, always puts on a show, and he really put one on tonight. I think Dio Wind. For using new char, figuring it out on the spot, dude, switching it up and making the changes that a champ needs to make to stay the champ. Unfortunately, it didn't pan out for him tonight, but that was just really good. And then NYC Maxim for showing what a real duel is. I think that's pretty insane. It won't let me post this. What the fuck? What the ever-living fuck? Gotta try it again. God, I hate this. What was performance? Whose NVD is God tier? Yeah, dude, he's actually really good. Dude, it's gonna fucking do it to me again. How come I'm not able to post this? This is so stupid. All right, hold up. See if we can fix this. Bro, God tier. All right, we're gonna try it one more time. There we go. Just had to move it over here. All right, one more again. Let's try this one more again. I think toe shank, like I said, toe shank versus me. Gabriel versus Lamp. All right, here we go. There it is. Finally, she works. She lets me do it. All right. Toe shank versus me. Gabriel versus Lamp. That was some savage din play. Dio on the Necro, but also Max for showing what the real duel is. That was versus Gertie. And I got to tell you, that was savage. You got to figure all of what was on the line there. Gertie playing on widescreen, which, just a heads up, I don't like to make any rule changes live on stream because they rarely stick, but after some thought, I might be coming around to the widescreen thing. Like, it's... The reason I don't like it is because it just makes duels more lates than they need to be, right? People just trying to abuse the range, and I hate seeing it, right? Like, you hate seeing it as a viewer. But, that being the case, Gertie was in this spot where he could basically contend with Max's trap range. And Max was just like, yeah, fuck it, let's turn this into a real duel. Like, that was some shit. And he's just like, all right, this is some real duel. And Gertie weren't ready for it, man. Gertie got real dueled. And he got real doled, is what he did, with a 4 dole shield that Max had for rep life. Bro, this is a real duel. That shit was crazy. Right, that shit was good. We'll give this one till X33. X33. Cast your vote. Who do you think? Dio also figuring out the Necro, switching it up in true champ style. It was really good, man. It was really good. He did a great job for, like, figuring that out on the fly, making slight adaptations. Holy shit, man. Look at this. Foozer NVD game's really good too. Foozer's a savage. Holy shit, man. How do I reopen the poll? I'm not sure. You might be able to recast. Hold on. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if you can revote. Close it so I can see. Yeah, I'm not sure. Refresh, maybe? Yeah, refresh the page. Try that. Yeah, we'll give you a little bit of a delay. Like, we'll delay it for a little bit. Refresh the page. No, he didn't even have the J mod, Andrew. He had literally a 4-socket Monarch with 4 Dole runes in it. Like, just for the rep life, knowing that it would be a real duel. But also, he just played very well. I mean, he's gonna get like 3-tapped by Blizz, and he's playing from a distance, trying to outdistance a widescreen CT casting sorceress. Like, holy shit. That was nuts. All right, we'll give it till X34. Extended 1 minute. Extended 1 minute. All right, and there it is. We're going to close it with that. And the winner is Shank. That makes sense, dude. That was a very first duel. And I think much deserved. Much deserved. This guy is good. I also got to make a note. Pay Riz winner from last week. I don't think I ever sent it to him. GG, man. Good fucking duels, man. Foozer is going to be a force to be reckoned with, I think, in the DFC. This guy is a savage. Even just to put this in perspective, I beat GVN on a decked out Sin a couple of weeks ago on the Brawler Barb. And, like, Foozer was just frustratingly aggressive. Like, I'm now to the point where the Brawler Barb he's got to the point where I'm not scared of Sin's Whirlwind anymore, which is good. The build has come a long way. But, like, he's just so aggressive with those traps, man. Makes it feel bad. Makes it feel real bad. Wow. Foozer's NVD game is insane. Force to be reckoned with, that's for goddamn sure. That is gonna be Foozer. Right there, just chopping heads. Chopping heads straight off, man. That's him. This guy you're gonna want to watch out for. He's a demoralizing player. We've seen him demoralize 3 people here today. Blue, myself, and his first opponent. First opponent in Sound. Sound, very good sportsman, but demoralized. Demoralized. By the way, oh my god. X. Bro, thank you so much, and a big cheers to you, brother. Thank you so much, those 5 gifteds, man. This was a big card. Action-packed the whole way, man. This shit was sick. This was fun, man. Every week I say this, man. I always think every week. There's only been, like, maybe 2 exceptions in the last year where, like, the card just didn't outdo itself the next week. Like, DFC duels are just some of the highlights of my week, man, and they just keep getting better. This was no exception. DFC 99 was insane. I hope we can keep this going till next week when we have DFC 100 on the main channel, dude. Should be fun. First stream ever on the main channel. We're gonna see how it goes. But wow, we got a new champion to defend at DFC 100. Let's see how Muchez is gonna do. It's gonna be challenging. We're gonna give him a challenge. Gonna see if he can hold on to it. Well, we're hoping to not find a one-sided, lopsided duel. All right, that's gonna be the real challenge. The real challenge is gonna begin before the card. But regardless, should be an awesome one. Really hoping to see you guys there. Cooliolo, you best be on that shit, bro. You best be on it. Extimus, again, big cheers. Thank you so much for those. Also, Muchez, thank you so much for the gifted 50 memberships. Thank you, Lyle, for the 100 spot. You guys are keeping this spaceship alive and flying, man. It's all because of you guys. Really appreciate it. Thanks again, X. Big cheers, polishing it off for you guys. I'll catch you guys next time. Thanks again for joining me tonight. See you in the Discord if you're not already there. And you best be practicing up for next week, all right? You best be ready. Because you know damn well I'm gonna be. We can't let Llama win again. We just gotta hope he's not like Jess. I want to duel Jess all fucking week on his Necro. That's the goal. As much as Jess wants to duel this week, Necro versus my Din, I want to fucking duel him. Because I know that if I get my ass kicked like that by Jess, Llama's never beating me. That's what I'm going to aim for. It's going to be my goal this week. Boys, take care. Thanks again for joining me. Appreciate you. Peace out. We'll see you in the Discord. See you soon. Have a great night. Have a great weekend. Peace.